Hey everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm really excited because today is going to be a throwback. Today is going to be one of the old school style videos or conversations rather with a bunch of my friends, and we're going to be talking about all things love, sex, dating, and relationships. So please make sure you know the drill. Drop your city and state. Let us know where you are watching from so we can shout you out. Also, if you have any friends who you think would enjoy this conversation, be sure to share this video with them. It's always more fun when we chat with you guys in the live stream at the same time. So before we get started, I want to briefly share my mission in case any of you are new here. Still, y'all, still trying to get this this technical stuff together. My mission is to bridge the communication gap between men and women. I feel like men and women at their core want the same things, but there's so much that gets lost in translation. And I feel like when I talk to guys one-on-one or in smaller group settings, it seems very reasonable what they want, and the same thing with women. But somehow when they come together, things just go haywire. So my goal is to bring people together and bridge the communication gap. And then during the week on my YouTube channel, where you're watching right now, I drop information that teaches emotional intelligence. I think that for the most part, we are the ones getting in our own way. And so if we could learn emotional intelligence, our lives would be a lot more successful. We got Shabazz joining in LA. Very nice, sir. I hope you come on too. Doug says, hey, Yancy, coming in from Houston. Both of them have been on the show before. Good to see them. So that's my mission, you guys. Also, I want to invite you, if you haven't done so already, to subscribe. Let's see, this is mirrored, so it's always backwards for me. You can find me on all the socials as Chasing Yancy. My name is consistent across the board, so it's pretty easy to find me everywhere. Instagram is the place to be because that's what I use as kind of my bulletin board. That's where all my announcements happen. That's where you get to see all my fun reels. I've been trying to have fun with reels, and I try to just keep you guys motivated throughout the week and keep you smiling, at least if I can. So follow me there, and that'll be awesome. I'm also on Twitter. I'm not gonna lie, not much happening on Twitter. I am there, but you know, keep your expectations super low. And then I'm also on Facebook. And then at the very end, I'll tell you more about my Facebook groups. I have some groups that are private and some that are open. But like I said, I'll share at the end if you guys stick around. Got my Sunshine Club and things like that. Last but not least, and shout out to the person who just joined in today on my Patreon. I should have learned her name so I could say it, but thank you to you. You know who you are. You just joined today. But for those diehard people who enjoy what I do and want to show me support, they have joined on my Patreon page, and it is huge, you guys. I went out on a limb and decided to do this full time starting last summer, and it has been so helpful having people who support me each month. And so shout out to you guys. It's because of the patrons that I can actually do this. So, all right, guys, before we get into anything else, I want to introduce my team here. We've got everybody here ready to go. Hey, guys. All right, you guys can unmute yourselves now, and I'm going to try to get the screen better because when people come in, the angles change up, and so let me spread this out so the good people can see here. All right, that's a little bit better. Are you guys unmuted?
Yes.
There we go. Yay! So I think what I'm going to do, just bear with me for like 2 seconds. I'm going to switch this camera because this camera is garbage, you guys. So I'm going to mute myself for just a second. You'll be able to hear me, but I just want to get a better camera. Why don't you guys let everybody know where you are watching from? And there we go. That's a little bit better. Okay. Let us know where you guys are watching from, and we can stall for a second while I get my little tech. Get my tech together. There we go. That should be a little bit better. All right.
I'm Jerome. I'm in Queens, New York.
Nice. I love how you say everything from your chest. My God.
I'm Jennifer. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio.
Very nice. Very nice. Why is my camera not coming on? Oh, Chaz, it looks like you're muted still for some reason.
It's like double dutch here. So I'm Vondell from Tennessee.
Rain from Dallas, Texas.
New York.
Perfect. Okay, guys, I'm just trying to get this camera worked out. So just bear with me just a moment, you guys. Okay, I apologize. It wouldn't be traditional live stream without some sort of foolishness. So did Monica introduce herself? I think she the only one.
Oh, hey, I'm Monica from Houston, Texas.
Perfect. And we have one more who just joined us.
Who, me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry, love.
Hey, Latira from Baltimore. Hey, Jerome, I ain't seen you in forever.
I'm saying it's been a while. Good to see you, sis.
You too.
Gosh, I gotta just do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yes. Okay. I'm Chaz.
I didn't even introduce myself. I'm sorry.
Oh, please. Hey, love. I didn't even see you over there. I'm over here trying to get my camera together. Please introduce yourself, love.
I'm Cabral Briati from Chicago. Hey, people.
What's good? Shutdown.
I'm Chaz from Cali.
Listen to everybody who can hear the sound of my voice.
What part of Cali?
No, I said Chicago.
No,
Oh,
she's talking about me.
Yeah, there were two. Sorry.
It's okay.
She's like, I ain't from Cali. Chi-town.
Right. That's how we know New Yorkers do it. I'm from New York.
But I love New York, though. I love it.
Greatest city in the world, trust me.
I'm telling you, Drones is everything from his trip.
Next to Jersey.
I wouldn't say the best city, but I mean, it's cool.
But you from Chicago, and they call it the second city because we're the first. Trust me.
No, you're not.
We about
You're
that. They call y'all the second city. Am I right? They call y'all the second city. Am I correct? No.
Oh.
The battle of the states started
Let's
early.
not.
Right?
I
I can't support that.
But
sis.
all
I
y'all
love
to answer
Chicago,
your
but I
question,
can't
Jerome.
support that.
Yes, please do.
To answer your question,
I
I'm
cannot
from
support
Southern
that y'all
California.
have better
Southern
people than
Cal.
New York. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Southern Cal. All
Don't
right.
even look like
Yeah,
pizza.
Southern California. Yeah, I don't know
Right.
if y'all heard of the Inland Empire. If not, the closest thing you're familiar with is about an hour from LA.
Okay. I love
We
Cali.
always give like the proximity to LA for people who are not out here. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, I don't live in Los Angeles, the city, but I live, and it's always like 10 minutes north, 20 minutes east, because that's
Or
everyone's.
how about this one? Rancho Cucamonga, you heard that on Friday. Now that sounds a little familiar to you.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
I found that out being on here. Like, that's a real thing.
I found it out
Real
seeing the
thing.
sign when I drove past it. Was like, wait.
Yeah. You know, a lot of the talent that y'all see in Hollywood come from the IE anyway, or they live in the IE, but they don't
Gotcha.
disclose that part.
Okay.
My former podcast partners from the IE and held it down. I think this is as good as it's going to get, you guys. For whatever reason, I couldn't use my good camera,
Wisconsin.
so we'll just go here. But all right, guys, I'm going to be just every now and then keep abreast of the chat if I ever have to share something. So I'll send you guys messages in the chat if I need to. This one is going to be super informal. This is going to be an informal conversation, just like our Friday night chats. I finally got settled in. So those of you guys watching, I'm so sorry. I love that there are so many people from our group in here. We have, Shane says good night. Hello. I hope that's not a good night as in goodbye. I hope it's more like a good evening. And then we have Anthony coming in from Sacramento. Hey, Anthony. We got Shane.
Are they on Zoom or where are they at?
No, they're watching on YouTube. Oh, so by the way, guys, because I didn't send you the link. I normally send you the link so you can watch yourself if you want as well, because obviously there's a lot of fun stuff happening on YouTube that you can't see. So go to my Instagram. You can either just type in Chasing Yancy in YouTube, or you can go to my IG, click the link in my profile, and it'll take you directly to the live stream video. And by the way, if you guys can multitask, once you get that link, share that link on all your pages if you wouldn't mind, because tonight is gonna be juicy.
Let's do it. If Latera's on here, it's about to be.
That's what I'm saying.
For real. Don't.
She's less turned tonight.
Like,
I am on my best behavior. Listen.
We need a little turn up. Who is it who was saying y'all don't want me on there? I was like, but we need a little. It's called unfiltered. #unfiltered. So
bring me a genuine.
I'm gonna observe. I'm gonna observe.
I know what I can do. I know what I can sing if I need you to turn up.
You know what? You know what? See, this is why I'm just
Yonce
gonna
know all the
observe.
secrets. Mama Yonce know the secrets to everybody.
I know where all the
She's
bones
not
are been.
loyal. She's not loyal if she sing that song. She know that.
Jennifer,
I'm just saying, if I don't see it
last
turned
name is
up.
Hurt as well. I see you're a Hurt, but with 2 T's.
Yeah, and I'm actually from Jersey, so it was interesting to see. We actually found our family from Virginia, and their the plantation is Hurt with 2 T's. So,
Okay.
Oof.
What Alabama Hurts? What are Alabama Hurts?
oh, okay, no, we're from Virginia,
Okay.
but might be close.
Listen, one hurt,
Your
it's all
cousin.
hurt, right?
Exactly,
Hey,
we
cousin.
gotta stick together,
Hey,
right?
cuz. Exactly.
Jerome look like one of those he's investigating for other purposes.
Wait a minute.
No, that's not me. No.
Look, clarify.
You ain't got
Yeah.
to lie.
Jerome is happy.
Oh, Jerome.
It would have to be a brother or a cousin because Jerome is happily.
And he will tell you that.
Wait.
I have known that. since
I was gonna say, but you know the ones that are in love when they talk about their boo thing, and then all of a sudden it's like he's a thug, but he still got a little bit of this in him when he talks about his lady.
Oh, that's so special.
Yeah, I'm about to say he love that woman.
He
now.
turned into Teddy Bear Hurt. Yeah.
That's my girl for real. Like, man,
He said, for real.
I'd have died.
Look, for real. I swear, I always say Jerome sound like he sound like he said everything from his chest. I swear, you probably order your food like, I want a deli sandwich. I want it with the meat. I want it with the tomato.
In Harlem, East and Hollis, Queens. Yes, exactly. My wife is like, your whisper is everyone else's regular voice.
That
Like,
is
I
hilarious.
grew up around an airport. What do you expect?
Dropping stuff already. Okay, so did I miss anybody? Did everyone introduce themselves and shout out their town? I think so. Okay, awesome. And I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. Cabral, right? Is it correct? Cabral.
Yes.
Okay, don't give me any passes.
She gonna mess it up again. I'm gonna tell you.
I
now.
still can't get her name right.
I'm about to say she's still.
Nope. I just can't. I cannot. We have literally.
It's perfectly okay. I completely understand. I'm the result of a pregnancy with good drug usage.
What?
I love it. Mom had a little extra help with the naming she's saying.
I always have the standard joke that my mom smoked good weed while she was pregnant with me. Now, my mom has never denied it. She only said, stop telling people that. I didn't smoke good weed while I was pregnant with you. No, never. She only said, stop telling people that.
That is hilarious. It's none of their business. I love this. Okay, so let's see here. Thank you, Sherelle. Yes, I know. You guys, I'm going to keep putting into the universe that I need a production assistant because it is not possible to try to bring all the fabulousness and be doing all the tech. So it's a lot. And then for broadcasting, thank you, boo. I'm going to put that out there. So
talk about that to her all the time.
if you guys have ever seen like a broadcast behind the scene, the studio, there are multiple monitors. So I have to always be 2 steps ahead on what's happening on one monitor and then push it to the next monitor while trying to remember what I'm about to say, yada, yada. So it's a whole lot. What's up, Tamika? So it's going to be lit tonight. You guys, we used to do this every single Friday in our little private group and we'd have these really fun conversations. And then my coach forced me to come over to YouTube because he's trying to get me, in the habit of being on YouTube. So we started switching. But I want you guys watching to be able to see what we would do all the time. A lot of us have been rocking for up to 6 years strong. Vondell is one of the OGs before I think it even was a group. It was just a page. So it's a lot of fun. Chavez, same thing. He's my friend from Facebook turned real life friend. We go way, way back. So it's a lot. All right, so I think we've said hello to everybody. And I always think of that word now because my one friend makes fun of how I say everybody. How do you guys say the word EVERYBODY? I want to hear each and every one of you say it.
Everybody.
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 Who says all of the syllables in the word? Point one.
Everybody.
Actually, it depends on the audience that you're talking to.
So nobody says it like me?
How do you say it? Say it again.
Yancy, you're biracial sided.
So my friend makes fun of me because my body comes out as buddy. So I say everybody.
Everybody.
I don't say everybody.
Everybody in the club.
When I'm around my people, it's everybody.
Everybody, all of y'all.
Everybody.
I can't wait for my friend to see this because as I get teased.
When I'm corporate though, it's everybody.
Everybody, yes.
Every syllable, everybody.
For everyone.
No syllables left behind.
Each
I
of
have to
you.
be corporate.
Each of you. That's what I go with. Each of you, because I am inclined to be like everybody. So because of that, I'll say things like each of you.
So you can't code switch?
My code switch has become about 10% or less. Like it really, really has. So I am very intentional about the words that I use, so I am not forced to code switch.
So the only thing I don't code switch is my walk. And my people are like,
you got the Obama walk?
You got that hood walk no matter where you are at.
He got that Frank Lucas.
Wait, so I gotta tell my trainer.
Hood.
My trainer is, let's just say he looks like he's ready at all times, okay? And so
if you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready.
You ain't gotta get ready. Okay, you understand what I'm saying, Jerome? So he's in the gym, right? And he got that walk too. He got that serious walk. And he was super into his phone. And I walked up to him and I put 2 fingers in his back. I said, give me everything you got. He stiffened up. He said, man.
People get swung on by doing stuff like that. That's how you get.
You about to catch them hands. You about to catch them hands.
I am comfortable. I said, well, you comfortable in this gym, huh? He said, yeah, this is like the one place I do kind of let my guard up. I cracked up because it was like you just saw him like, wait a minute, I'm at the gym.
Nowadays, you gotta like count before you react because you never know with who you engage with. Like, hold on.
Everybody's
Jesus,
holding.
I need to come to Jesus moment because I don't know if I should swing, if I should put my hands up, get on the knees, like
Right.
You gotta. It's a whole process now.
Yes.
As my uncle would say, the Lord must want you if you keep messing with me.
We give you a good homegoing service.
I like that.
Time to have communion.
Oh my God, too funny. All right, well, you guys ready to get started?
Let's go.
We got one more person I need to introduce.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
TJ down below. She just hopped on.
Oh, she fire, yo.
Hey, girl, hey.
Wait, what? Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'm so rude because I jumped up and was like, hey, Tamika, but I didn't say anything else.
She didn't introduce herself.
Yes, you want to give your city location. Don't give your specific location. You can give a general if you would like. Give that home address, please.
Uber address.
You, Tamika. I'm sorry. We had all just introduced ourselves.
She's sitting there like, who y'all talking about?
And by the way, for my OCD, if you're able to rotate your phone, that would be amazing. So
her OCD is coming out every way.
Thank you. Because see, I repurpose this stuff.
You hear that?
Each of you should rotate your phone. Each of you.
Everyone.
Every one of you. Everyone.
Yes. Everybody.
So go ahead and let us know where you are tuning in from, darling.
Hello, I am tuning in from Atlanta, Georgia.
Very nice.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, blew up yet?
I don't set a yard, TJ.
I was like, who humming a Negro spiritual?
That's the A.
Listen, guys.
It is the last day of Black History Month. Don't we need to sing the song real quick?
Oh, lift every voice?
Last day. Yeah, we should all sing it together.
Look, I'll be the choir director.
Look,
I know, right? And commercial break. Exactly, Cabral. I had the same thought. Okay, perfect. And then Jermaine, did you introduce yourself? I don't remember.
Tony was saying something.
Tony trying to say something.
Oh, I'm so sorry, darling.
It's okay.
Clubhouse. One mic.
I'm over here talking over everybody.
I just want to say one thing to the gentleman here. Remember the rules. We stick together because we are very open.
Uh-oh.
Me and Tony
put that out there early.
Y'all are barely outnumbered, though.
Right.
Y'all got this.
Oh, she's coming with that
1,
energy.
2, 3,
Tony, it's even. It's even.
That's that jersey coming out. That's that jersey guard. Newark. That's that Newark.
Tony, it's even, bro.
Plainfield, not Newark.
Oh,
Jerome.
All right, so for everybody who is watching, and Tony, I'm gonna let you go after this. If you could take a quick moment, because we all know algorithms are funny. So if you can hit that like button, smash that like button, that lets YouTube know that this is the type of content people want to see, and they will organically push it out to other people. So if y'all could just take your little, you know, the ladies with the pretty manicured fingers and the men with the big thug fingers, hit that like button, I would appreciate it.
Manicures now, Yancy.
You said, oh, that's true. That's true.
Manicures now.
That is true.
Yes, we do. Yes,
Wait, what you say,
my
brothers
toe.
get manicures?
Be
I got
hard
my
with the
toes
clean
done,
cuticles.
too.
Manicures now.
She said thugs get manicures.
I got my toes done too. That's right.
You can be
That's
strapped in
right.
the chair. It's okay.
Hard on the
Man of thugging. Man of thugging.
Just you can be hard, just not your cuticles. Okay, Tony. So what were you trying to say? Can't be rough out here in the
The
street.
fingernails gotta stay clean too, because that's iffy.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
All right, Tony. The floor is yours, sir.
No, I said it.
He said it. Brothers got to stick together.
We have to stick together because we know how y'all get.
Oh,
You know? So
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
see, he's staying in line with the topic.
Right.
What do you mean how y'all get?
Right.
It's already starting, y'all. That
He didn't
line.
say
Oh, it's
everybody.
the
He didn't say everybody. He said y'all.
On
It's
this
personal.
28th day of the Lord in the year of the Lord 2021.
It's gonna be nice today, right? Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are
It's gonna be
supposed to be
love.
nice.
It's gonna be love.
All right, so inevitably, whenever we do a live stream, somebody reaches out to ask if anyone is single on the panel. So you will not be put on the spot. However, if you would like to raise your hand and claim single status, don't block your blessing. Go ahead and put that palm.
I'm gonna raise my hand.
Look, and this is time.
Your blessing.
This is timestamp. This is February 28th, 2021. So tomorrow it might be a different testimony. But for right now,
I would like to victimize somebody's son.
see, she is available. So okay, so we have
He
2,
didn't even
I
raise
raised
his
my
hand. He didn't do the emoji
3 people
thing.
claimed. Okay, anyone else claim? We got 3 people who are boldly claiming their
I'm repping team single man.
4. Okay, there we go. So
I was
y'all.
about to say my hand was up. You saw that, right?
Oh, there we go. So everybody take note.
Church finger.
Oh, there we go.
She said church.
Let them use you. Let them use you. You never know how you could meet your person, you know. So closed mouths don't get fed. Just want to
I love this vibe.
throw that out there. All right, guys. So let's start this off, okay? Let's go. Now, are you guys the same on the screen as I am? Because sometimes it moves for you guys. Do we have Jerome, then me, and then Chaz? Is that
No, you're at my bottom right now. And
I think it depends on how you have your view set up.
Yeah, try to hit gallery view because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in order and have you guys answer various questions. So,
I'm in gallery.
Gallery.
But y'all move around. I think
oh, you know what? It's when they come off and on. So every now and then, I guess, just glance at your YouTube screen and see where you are because that's the order that I'm going to go. But I want to hear from you guys individually, first of all, and just give me like 30 seconds to 60 seconds of your opinion or your perspective on just the dating climax. Like there's a saying that people say the dating pool is peed in. I want to hear your vibe.
I don't even need that line.
She just gonna lift up a wastebasket?
Listen.
Not even the wastebasket trash, like the side of the curb trash.
Oh no, like the rotten, it's been sitting out for a while in the hot
I was
sun.
going to say the landfill.
Been out there for a while and run over and snow the plow trucks.
The critters don't even want it. Okay.
That kind of trash.
Okay, well we're gonna start with Jermaine. Give us your perspective of the landscape.
That doesn't get you at the front of the line.
So even if people are booed up, wifed up, hubbied up, you still had a dating experience. So don't assume people talk about the dating landscape that they on the market, y'all. I'm just saying, don't get cut going in DMs if you're not sure you got clearance. I'm just saying. All right, so what's your view of the dating landscape right now? And you guys in the comments, drop yours too.
Don't start with me. Why are you starting with me?
Because
you're
in the top left-hand corner of my screen, sir. We got to go with,
Okay, so when you say dating landscape, you mean
just your overall view. Like if you had to sum up dating experiences in one word, it doesn't have to be one, but 30 seconds to 60 seconds. What is your opinion of it? Are you in love with it? Did you think it was amazing? Did you think it was garbage?
Okay.
Like just in general.
I think more times than not, it's depressing.
Okay. That's true.
From a man's point of view,
That's deep.
you get I find on average that when dating, there's a lot of expectations from the female, very little from the male, and it's just like you said. That's why why we have this, because there's such a divide, and I think when I talk to a lot of my brothers, they share the same sentiment that dating isn't really enjoyable.
Okay.
Because when we think of a partnership, we have one thing in mind, but when it's actually playing out in a dating scene, you're not really seeing that. Sometimes I think the expectation is you don't see what you want to see until she gets that ring on it. But how do you know you're going to actually see that, from this side? So it's, and because I do subscribe to Christianity, I feel that there are a lot of things that as a man we should do, but for a woman to just expect it gives a different tone. And I think I'll explain later.
And I was going to say, I actually took some notes because I want to unpack. You said a couple bullet points that will make for really good discussions. So definitely keep that. Yes, exactly. I was going to say, Chavez, we definitely need you there. All right. So next is Chaz. What is your view? If you don't feel pressure, but if you can say one word to describe it and then unpack that word a little bit for us. But what word comes to mind when you think of dating?
Interesting. Very interesting. I guess I say it's interesting for me. Also, kind of like Jermaine, my faith is really important to me. So and then my age, I don't really want to waste my time or anybody else's time. And because I feel like it's just not right. And then number two, I don't know why it's so difficult for people to be transparent and honest in the beginning and throughout. Like, because I feel like if you're going to be dating, then you should be able to be your authentic self without feeling like you need to present your representative up until feelings are caught. Then like, oh, okay, now that's out the way, I can be myself. I feel like for me, when it comes to dating, my expectation is please be yourself and be honest and transparent and ask the tough questions and have the difficult discussions. So that way you can make a fair assessment of, do I want to spend my time getting to know this person? And I can make a fair assessment of, is this something that I feel like I can deal with? Thank God for discernment, because Lord knows there have been some times where I've just avoided situations because I don't know. Some guys have a very interesting approach.
Right.
Like, I get it, visual. You guys are like visual, but I just want to meet someone who wants to get to know me for who I am, my heart, my spirit, my character, my beliefs. If you lead with just my physical, like that's like the heavy, go-to, then I'm going to be like, I'm okay.
There's so much more to us than our shell.
Yeah. Like, or even a career status. Like if you have a job that they feel like I don't like to always tell people what I do initially, because sometimes people will use that to, how can I benefit from this person, rather than how can I connect with this person for who they are. Like, I mean, we'll get to that because yes, financial responsibility and stuff like that is important.
Right.
But a lot of times you have people who get with people for what they can do for them and not who they are as an individual.
It's so true. People being in relationships for so many reasons other than what they should be. I don't hear it now. Welcome, Chavez. I don't hear it right now.
Hey, Chavez.
Yo, what's good?
Looking all handsome over there, Mr. Chocolate.
Yahtzee, I'm gonna be something. You ready? Yahtzee.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. Oh! You know we starting early. We starting early.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Last thing, Yancy. I can't stand dry conversation. Please don't waste my time on the phone or in person. Can we talk about something with substance? Like, we're mature enough now. Like, I get really agitated with people that, so, how was your day? So, what are you doing?
What'd you have for lunch?
Small talk.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't do it.
No, that's really, really good. And you brought up some things too that I definitely want to unpack later as well. I was going to say there was a little bit of something playing in the background, and it sounds like it's ended now. But how cute. But if you guys make sure if you're watching the live stream, have it all the way muted so there's no, feedback with the audio. Okay, so next we have Jerome. Before you met your amazing wifey, your boo thing, your honey muffin.
My girl.
Your girl. What was it like? What was your dating experience like? Try to sum it up with one word and then unpack that, please.
It was challenging. In that the woman I dated prior to my wife, our first date she wanted to go on was to a car dealership because she saw that I had bought my sons Infinities when they graduated from high school. So she wanted to go to the Infinity dealership. And
She bold.
She was very bold.
I'm offended.
I would say have fun. Enjoy that trip to the dealership. Let me know.
Listen, that was very short-lived. But what happened, what I realized after that is and this might sound crazy, I didn't want to do the hard work of somebody being fake with me and me being fake with them. So that's why my current wife is my first love in high school. So there was no about being fake. She knew the teenager me and I knew the teenager her. And it was all about bridging that gap between high school and adulthood that we were able to do. So that made it simple for me. But I have a lot of female friends and male friends, and I can use the word interesting because of the advice that they come to me for, especially my female friends. And I'm going to say interesting, and I say interesting because a lot of the times I think women some of the time also get in their own heads about certain things that are not really true when it comes to what signals we men are giving off.
Okay, I think that's definitely true. We definitely get in our heads, can be very analytical. I'm going to be like Kevin Samuels for just a moment, you guys. If you are tuning in and watching this, I won't stop the show like he does. But I will ask you to please hit that like button so that YouTube knows this is the good stuff, you guys. We are going to have a very, very fun conversation. I have some of my heaviest hitters on tonight. Everybody has a personality. There are no wallflowers in this bunch, you guys, because there are some wallflowers. That just is it. They not on right now. Okay, so
I'm a wallflower.
I think I'm quiet.
It's a Sunday, y'all.
I told you I was shy.
Don't tell lies on the Lord's day, okay? So hit that like button, please. And Jerome, we have a question for you. Natasha's asking, did she graduate to your high school sweetheart?
I'm sorry, did she what?
Graduate also. Because you mentioned high school sweetheart. She's asking, did she graduate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So we graduated, but we went separate ways. And it was 25 years later that we found each other, and on Facebook, actually.
Thank you, Jermaine, for saying that. Because, yes, I did want to make sure I understood. So, merci, it looks like your name. If you could rephrase that. He's asking the age of the gentleman on the panel, but I'm not sure what else he's asking. Okay, so let's see. Brian, thank you for tuning in. Brian is one of the OGs too. Brian was there at the beginning of time. Anthony says he's a wallflower. Now here's the thing. Anthony is like very soft-spoken on camera. Anthony is funny as hell. Like sometimes I almost forget that Anthony on camera is the same dude on post. He has a way with words. Like he works with his hands. I really think that he should be working with a pen because he's sorry.
That's one way to introduce him, isn't it?
I don't want to say construction because I feel like construction is like so.
Anthony, we need to see you now.
Manual labor.
He needs to chime in.
I was gonna say it's good with his hands, but that's not even worse. But Okay.
Anthony got to come through because they are asking.
I am just saying he has such a way with words that I feel like, working on houses and construction sites, it's just, my God, like you're missing this poetic, ability. So anyway, guys. All right. So we have 9 likes and 26 people viewing. So we need to get those likes up, guys. So YouTube knows this is the kind of stuff that more people want to see. All right. So we're going to go on to the next person here. I clicked away from the screen. Give me a second here. All right, so who do we have next? I can't even get back to my own screen, you guys. Bear with me one second. I'm trying to learn Apple at the same time. Okay, so we had Jerome. Okay, Latera, if you could go next, give dating in 1 word. Did I do it?
Right.
Yay!
I'm proud of you.
Yes! I finally ignored the I in my mind and I got it. Okay.
Good job. Yes, for everyone who is watching and wondering, yes, my name is pronounced Latera, and yes, it ends in an I. And if you have questions, you can call my mama and she'll let you know. Okay. But
you and Cabral's mom can get together and hang out.
But back to the dating pool. So listen, yeah, it is not what I expected when I was a young 20-something that it would be. Because when I was a young 20-something, my dating experiences were different. So I envisioned a different life. And when that life did not happen, to have to experience dating at my age is like, why are y'all wasting my time? Like, why? Why are you even talking to me today?
Yeah.
Because you make no sense. And then I want to piggyback off my sister. I think it was Jennifer who said it's like trash. And I'm going to take it further.
Not in the bag. Not in the bag.
Not in the bag. No, sis. It's the trash that has been taken to the landfill that has been compounded.
It's on the street still. They don't even want it in the landfill.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. Listen, it's the stuff that then flowed down the gutter and is like blocking up the sewage drains. That's what it is. That's just what it is. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying, and let me be clear, because I'm not a part of no He-Man man haters club or nothing like that. I do think men are problematic, and I do think women can be problematic as well. So I'm going to say this trash applies both ways.
Equal opportunity trash. Okay.
Yeah, because I know some heifers who I be like, sis, go sit down. And I know some dudes that I'm like, yo, you a fuckboy in good clothes, right? Oops, sorry.
You too.
You're an F-boy.
So what level of unfiltered are we on?
Can't say that.
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
You got it. Right, but you're an F-boy in good clothes. So, I mean, it goes both ways. But I'm just saying, I just think it's horrible.
Yes. Okay.
Personally.
So she's not holding back. We know exactly how she's feeling. She's saying she loves the dating climate, right? Keep saying climax. Climate.
What, Jerome? I listen. Public service announcement. I'm like the sweetest person, the quietest, nicest person on here. The only person that's sweeter than me is LaShante.
Hi, LaShante. And I'm glad
I'm not debating that. I'm just saying you never hold back, and there's nothing wrong with that.
She's a free spirit.
Nothing wrong with that. Be you.
LaShante, we all introduced ourselves and gave our city. You can give the real city. You can give a fictional city if you'd like. I don't know, trying to dodge anybody. But feel free to introduce yourself, and then we're going to go back to our rotation. We are all giving our view of the dating climate, the current dating climate, in 1 word, and then unpacking that word, okay? So you want to introduce yourself and give your city? I would say state, but I think people can put that together.
Oh, in 1 word.
Frozen.
Yes, hey, I'm LaShante. Hey, everybody. And I live in Richmond, Virginia, and I'm from Savannah, Georgia.
Welcome. So we'll give you a second to get your thoughts together for your answer. And then we're going to go.
She has to tell her she's single as well, right?
Oh, that was optional. So if you want to tell if you're single or not, you can also raise your hand. I asked everyone to raise their hand if they were single. That way people who are watching, because
I'm single.
Okay, I was going to say,
I can say it again in case new people are on.
Yes, there we go. Yeah, let's do it now. Let's do a reset the room like they do in Clubhouse. If we can get a show of hands for everybody who is single and ready to mingle. We know LaShante has some offers on one of the live streams previously. I do believe there were inquiries about Jen on the previous one. I'm just saying, so
Really?
Come. I mean, just saying. Come.
She said, she won't receive.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Tony, you are up next, sir. You are up next for your take on the dating world in 1 word if you can, and then unpack it.
Well, I'm gonna follow Le Terrorist with from what I've heard, it's trash. And I don't know if that's, a combination of what Jermaine said in the beginning of the way people are approaching with their mask on and developing a different persona than the person they really are. So I haven't been in the dating scene forever. So I don't know. But when I heard you guys have a lot of problems out there. And,
wait.
Yeah, you said, wait, what?
Why do I have to be a terrorist?
Because I love you that much. So
Okay.
hold the name and hold on to it.
I support it.
So it's especially when from the group when we hear going back and forth. I think that men and women kind of want the same thing, but they haven't figured out how to go at it at the same angle. So
yes,
from my viewing experience and from people talking to me and conversations I've had, like we had a conversation a couple of weeks ago. Vondell was on there, and whoa, like I feel bad for you guys, really. And if when I get back out there, it's going to be straight to the point. Here's the list.
Not the list.
If you're not
Wait, did you say that you think men and women both want the same thing?
Basically, yeah. They want to be loved. They want the trust. They want the love. They want honesty. They want somebody they can depend on. Somebody that depends on them.
So the surface level ones, then.
That's not a surface level one, love.
No, I say surface level ones because you have some that want more than just like what should be standard in a relationship.
Okay, I guess we'll unpack that later. But
okay.
Look, I'm definitely writing that down. Mm-hmm.
We unpacking it. Okay. It's about to be deep.
We always unpack.
We are unpacking.
So,
look, we stay unpacking, y'all.
If you get to the bottom of this whole thing, you'll see that we actually want the same thing. We actually want someone we can trust, someone who believes in our dreams, someone who wants to move with us and grow with us in the things that we want to do.
And accepts us for who we are.
Yeah.
I believe that to be true.
Yes.
People want $1 million too.
Yeah. Cabral, you are next. If you can give us one word and then go ahead and unpack that like a Christmas gift.
Did you say me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, because I'm doing dual things too to make sure that.
And also, I'm glad you said that. So before I forget, since she did say this, I never want people to feel held hostage because my broadcast is a 3-hour broadcast. And so as always, you guys are welcome to dip in and out. There's never a side eye. You don't even have to give the church finger. You just, bloop, you're gone. Whether you get you get a phone call, you got a diaper to change, you got a lover to tend to, I don't care. Y'all, I will take what you...
DM to respond to.
Look, I'm saying you might get booed up on this episode. You got to dip.
Look, right now my DM... Look, first of all, right now my DM has tumbleweeds in them.
Oh,
so,
no.
I mean, somebody's son is welcome to come in.
Just lubricate that DM. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. I'm about to pour me a margarita, y'all.
So Tamika knows how to do that.
No, my word that I use that I would use for dating is intricate. So very, very complex, detailed, etc. Now, I'm gonna try to be positive on this because I'm 43. I'm a parent of one. I multiplied once in this lifetime, and I have an adult child. Career-oriented, multifaceted, love sports, drama-free, disease-free, all the other great stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And gainfully employed, all yada, yada, yada.
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
I refuse to buy into the narrative that there's no good men out here.
Amen.
Okay? I buy into that narrative because I've been surrounded by great men. Now, the men that I've dealt with in the past hasn't been the greatest. My choices haven't been the greatest. So I have to take my
love the way you put that.
Ownership. Woo! I'm sorry. Got excited.
I no longer play the victim to say, oh, he did this and he did that. Well, what did to contribute to the gasoline for that explosion to happen?
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay. Sometimes I was wrong. Other times I was right, but it was what it was, and at that time he was the choice that I wanted.
Okay, I like that.
Come on.
Glory, hallelujah.
But now going forward, when I see certain things or I pick up on certain vibes and energy, like I love positive energy. Yancy will let you know I try to say a positive word every day. I try to keep a smile, a joke. I laugh at a funeral. That's me.
What?
Yes.
I get you.
She said, well.
I'm the same way. I get you.
But I always try to be positive in everything that I do, because if I see red, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. Plain and simple.
YouTube.
Let me. Do I gotta give a disclaimer again? We cannot say those words. You gotta bleep it out or use another word.
Sorry, but you can't come for my coins.
I will make you value the air. If you mess with me, I will make you value the air that you breathe outside of camera angles. To whereas I might need a court date.
Suge Knight spirit come through.
I'm positive.
I'm positive. I'm confidently put you down. Put you down at that funeral. I'm gonna laugh at yours.
Okay. All right. One mic. I'm gonna do my Clubhouse rendition. One mic.
She went two face on us.
I'm so positive, but when I see that, I will beat the.
I ain't no killer, but don't push me.
Right.
All right, y'all. All right, Cabral.
But because we live in a global society, and you have to remember things are bigger than what's in your world and what's on your block. So I don't buy into the narrative there are good black men out here. There are plenty. Now, have I ran across mine? I think he's lost on a snail in a tornado storm in quicksand. But the brother is coming, and I have faith because I've been blessed in so many areas. While in the universe or whatever, I'm very spiritual. That's a whole nother conversation. Why wouldn't I be blessed in that too by being the person that I am?
Nice.
And being so that's my deal.
And
besides, I got 10 text messages from at least 6 guys saying, "Man, can we try this again?" Blah blah blah. I'm straight.
Look, no circling back.
They always come back.
No circling back. I want to say hello to our newest participant. We have Jonathan down here at the bottom. Lisa's at the bottom of my screen. Jonathan, everybody ought to say hello and drop their city. You can give your real city, your fictional city, however much information you want to give these YouTube streets. But I'm gonna let you say hello, and then we're gonna
get information.
We're gonna go back after that on the rotation. I'm asking everybody how they would sum up their dating experiences as a whole, the dating climax. I keep saying climax. Where is my brain? The dating climate.
We know.
If you could sum it up with one word and then unpack that word, if possible. Okay, so go ahead and let them know where you're from.
St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, a lot of good people from St. Louis. All right, sir, so we are going to circle back to you in just a moment. Jen, you are up next. You are up to bat.
Oh, not Jen.
With her garbage.
Oh, I describe the dating pool as trash. Not because of the individuals in the dating pool, but because of the expectations that we've placed on one another. I think there are a lot of women currently who have messed up dating life for other women of substance because of social media, their personal expectations and gains out of certain relationships. And same as men. Men think that just because a woman loves the finer things in life every now and then, that we are like the social media women, I'll use that term very loosely, and they freak out like, oh snap, this is a gold digger. And that's not the case. It's, we may expect for a man to treat us in a similar way that we are able to reciprocate. So I'm not going to take a man on a date to McDonald's for his birthday. So if I am going to be giving to or entertaining a relationship, and if I am entertaining something, a date or anybody that I'm interested in, I'm not going to go half. Can I say the A word?
I think so. It's been a while since
I'm not going to be half-assed.
Yeah, I think ass is
if,
okay, and B.
If I'm not going to be half-assed, don't show me one butt cheek. You know, give me your all, and I'll give my all in return. And that's why I said that I feel like the dating pool is trash, because we're all just like, who can give, who can take, what can I take, what can I give, instead of really coming to an agreement and saying, this is what I expect, or this is what I give for myself, so I'm not going to give anything else differently to someone else.
Yeah.
And second, there's a two-part, because a lot of men entertain the dating life with no interest in long-term and longevity, and actually taking knowledge of the person that they're dating. So it's like, okay, let me get to know her to see, if, where that can go. So if we all can be honest with one another, I think we are all of an age where we should not be just interested in someone in the bed, but there are a lot of instances now that is still the case. But if we can be honest, like, I'd rather a man say, be upfront than entertain me 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dates, and now we're involving ourselves in each other's daily lives, and then turn around and just want to hit,
Right.
Just be honest.
Yeah. Just be honest. Vondell, we are going to give you, and just a reminder to everybody new coming in, because we have a lot of topics to cover. Let's try to keep this intro 30 to 60 seconds. Give your one-word summation of the dating landscape. I didn't say climax. That's awesome. I'm leveling up here. And then unpack it in 30 seconds or less.
Sure.
Please. Okay.
So my one word is outdated.
Oh.
I think I was just sharing this recently. I think dating is a very outdated technology. If you look, everything around us is innovating. And I think that some of what I'm hearing has to do with transition. We're in a time frame where there's more personal development out here. So people are on their growth game. And so there are a lot of people that are in touch with, their emotional intelligence. They're in touch with their spiritual values now. They're in touch with what they really want. And so I think that there's this gap, this divide. You have those who are undeveloped, those in development, and then those that are developed. And so I think what you have is just this homogeneous like dating pool with all those different types of people. And so without a vision, the people perish. And so I just think that there's a lot of lack of vision. A lot of people are unsure what they want. Unfocused comes to mind. Another word I started to label it with, which is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. It's just, we're just making it up, winging it. But to others, that's a fantastical word, and we know what it means in the context of the film. So it's just kind of, I think if you look at dating, it started in the 50s, I believe, in the car with the fella trying to get his dad's car or his car and slide over to the girl to make out. People were making out. So it really hasn't changed. It's just that people are now digitally trying to make out. It's the digital version of making out. And so for me, I just kind of recognize that the 3 C's are really where it's at for me. And I can talk about those later. But chemistry, what I realize is that a lot of ladies really want to go out physically date because they're looking for that physical chemistry. Like let me see how he makes me feel. And men want it too, but I think it comes in a different form. Then the second C is connection. That's really what we're looking for, to say, okay, once we move from that physical, do I like you? Do you have a twinkle in your eye? Do you make my eye twinkle? Do you smell good? Is your hair good? From that physical attraction, we move into the intellectual. Hey, can I connect with this person? And ultimately, like a lot of people have said, I think we're trying to get to the third C, which is compatibility.
Yeah.
Which is the values for me. And a lot of times I don't find people want to start with the last C. Like I can start with that last C and figure out if I'm wasting my time, so I don't end up in the garbage can, like, my sister was saying, if it's toxic and all these things. And so for me as a man, that's what I found, that's what's become important.
Okay. That's good. Thank you so much. And everybody who's giving making comments in the comments. I will get to you guys when we wrap everybody because I appreciate you guys giving your thoughts. I love that everyone is so engaged. Lashante, I believe you are next, my love.
Okay. So one word.
Oh,
to
so
describe
sorry. We have Lashante next.
John Jay.
That was so funny because your video didn't move. I saw Lashante's face move, and then I heard the deep voice, and I was like, "What is going on?"
I thought you said John. Yeah, I was like, oh, okay.
I'm so sorry, Yeah, you're the Lashante. I'm so sorry, Lashante. If you could give your one word and your description.
I was trying to think of one word. I don't know if I've actually come up.
Okay, no pressure.
Which just one word. I can say that it's a lot going on in the dating world. I'll say that those are my sum it up phrase is that there's just a lot going on, and I think that things have changed so severely with dating, and I think that a lot of people, the goal is a commitment. So when you have someone who wants to be in a committed relationship or wants to be in something that's real, you end up interacting with a lot of people that don't. They just want to have sex. Now, mind you, I don't think that there's no good men out here. Just like the other person said, I know that there are. I know good people. And I know good men out here, and I know that there are men out here that are looking for relationships. I just think that they're at home. I don't think they come outside.
I'm so mad. I thought you were like with their wives.
They're quarantined.
We all at home.
I felt like that long before COVID.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
That means you prophetical. That means you prophetical. The Lord was
They got an ankle monitor on.
I'm serious.
Not an ankle monitor.
Like 3 years ago, I said my husband is sitting on his couch watching basketball.
He got allergies. He got allergies.
Work every day, and he come home. He stops by the store. He gets some gas and a 6-pack of beer, and he go home. And that's what he does. That's how he's living his life. He's just somewhere. He's chilling. He don't go nowhere. And like twice a year, he goes out to a bar with one of his friends.
He need to come outside.
How that's gonna happen? Like an episode. But I'm gonna let God do what He does. I'm not gonna believe. I'm telling you. He on the couch long before COVID.
Long before COVID.
On the couch.
He had a cushion. He had the little indentation.
That's what he had. He's just chilling. He's not.
He don't even go to work. He just stay on the couch.
He work from home, girl.
He go to work. She said he go to work. Come and get stopped at the gas station. Get a 6-pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
He stops at the gas station. He gets him a 6-pack and he takes it to the house. And he's just chilling. Like he's just minding his business, staying out of trouble. So no, I mean, and then I think, and I have a lot of opinions when it comes to dating, but like I said, I feel like, this market is flooded with sex. I don't think that, it's just flooded, it's saturated. The market is saturated. Sex and women and what they possess used to be something that, had to be pursued and sought out. There had to be some steps involved before it happened. Now there are no steps. There are DMs and inboxes and
it's an elevator door. There's no more steps.
WYD or ETF. Like there's no courting. There's no things that should happen to get to. The market is saturated.
Okay.
With vaginas. It's just.
Her word is saturated.
The vagina has plummeted. It's in a gutter. The stock is
there's an abundance of WAP. Okay, got it.
It's not coming back up no time soon. So when you value yours to be high, you get the crazy looks. Like, what? Why I need to do all that? Why I need to take you somewhere? Why I need to buy you dinner? Why do I need to try to get to know you? I just want to have sex with you. What's up with you? Why are you
I need a question answer.
Just passing it out on the plate.
And actually, I was going to say, for those of you who are on the live stream, if you have, those of you who are on the Zoom chat, like Chaz is saying, she has a question, feel free to use our chat too. If you guys want to not forget a question, I'll go in order of that. I want to be real quick and get through everybody. Do you remember who was next? Because when people left and came back, it messed up the rotation. So who was after Lashante? Do you know? Before the screen rotated?
Either Monica or Shabazz.
Okay, I feel like Monica was because Shabazz came later. So Monica, I'll let you go next.
Vondell, you were on it.
Yeah.
I would say it's been tiring.
You said
I
tiring?
think one of the girls, it's been tiring. I think
Okay.
one of the girls said that with dating, I feel that with men, I don't date women, but with men, I feel like a lot of them, they hide their intentions. Be it they want just sex, but then they'll tell you, oh no, I want to get married, I want to have babies, I want to do this, do that. And then you fall for words. I've done it. I fell for, the dream that he sold. And then you find yourself like 2 weeks later that, wait, he don't ghosted me. Or then I hear like this feminine energy, feminine and masculine energy. That's another, I think that's a topic for another day. But in all, I just get tired of getting to know somebody and telling somebody, oh, this is my favorite color. This is my favorite food. This is what I like to do.
I love your voice.
I just want to work.
I do. I love your voice.
She gonna make you say little baby.
To just give it to them and just be like, this is what it is. Yeah, I can listen to her talk all day.
I said, Monica, we gonna ask you to say little baby. We gonna ask you to say little baby before the night's up.
Little baby.
Where's she from?
And everybody.
No,
I knew it.
I knew it. Yeah.
Listen, I'm about to say group trip to New Orleans for some gumbo and etouffee and
beignets.
Yes.
It sounds sexy till she get mad.
Listen. No. I'm gonna tell you. I love when a New Orleans person get mad because you can barely understand what the hell they saying, but you like, yo, this is interesting. I love it.
Okay, they asked.
Just let it go. Just let it go.
Monica, they're asking you to say baby one more time.
How you doing, my baby?
I love it.
That was dope.
I wish I could change my voice like that.
I know. You just can't even be mad when they sound like that. Okay, Shabazz, I'm going to have you, I believe we just have you and Jonathan next. So Shabazz, when you were dating, I know you have your beautiful Nubian queen, but when you were dating, how would you sum up the dating world, the dating experience in one word, if you can? He's thinking just like the guy behind him.
In one word, I'll say it was actually eventful.
Okay. And I was going to say, I know that your response is probably, out of everybody that I know, your response is probably going to be different from everybody. Would you say your experience was overall good, negative, in between? What would you say?
Good.
I know you so well. And I'm really glad you're on here for that reason, because we're going to be unpacking stuff about perspective in a little bit. All right, Jonathan, say your name clearly, because I know I'd be mumbling sometimes. Tamika has to go too. So we'll have Jonathan go and then Tamika. But if you could sum up your dating experience. What's that?
Lynn down there. There's a Lynn J.
Where?
You got her cover girl picture up there.
How come I don't see?
No, that's right.
I don't see a Lynn.
She's next to Tamika.
Her pictures right there.
Sorry. Yes.
Because when the camera is off, it goes away from the screen. That way we don't have squares with nobody on there. That's my girl Jen. Hey Jen.
She's putting her camera face on, right?
So my OCD Jen, if you can rotate your phone sideways, if it's possible, that way we have as much of your beautiful face as possible. There we go. That symmetry just makes me so happy. Okay, so we'll do Jonathan.
Am I symmetrical?
You are. I'm a little bothered by the black bars on the side, but we'll let it go.
Me too, John. See, I saw that too.
That's a deeper setting.
Yeah, it's quite a few people in here like that, but it's in the settings.
Yes, it's in the settings. I was trying not to focus on it too much.
A mess.
So we'll have Jonathan go, then Tamika, and then my girl Jen. Okay.
So my word would be pressure. I think that people put a lot of pressure on each other while dating. We're kind of expected to know them before we even know who they are. While you're dating, the purpose is to get to know each other, not to pressure each other to get to know each other. Like just kind of organically. What I've been seeing just from my experiences is there's a level of pressure to quickly get to know them so you can address their needs, but it takes time.
Oh, I like that. Quickly get to know them so that you can address their needs. This really goes into something that I wanted to talk about. So I'm actually going to write that down. That was very, very good. Thank you for being very quick too. Tamika, next you are up. If you can sum up your dating experience in one word. If you could also tell us what you're munching on. No, I'm just kidding. Sum up dating in one word, and then in 30 seconds to 60 seconds, because we have a lot to unpack, just kind of give your explanation of why you chose that word. And if you don't have a word, you might have a meme or a face.
Right. She just said it all right there.
Right. I'm not dating. I'm single, but I'm not dating. And just from and I think it's because, and I probably should stay off of social media. Come in.
I love it.
Come on the show.
Right.
I just feel like we've made dating, we've completely overcomplicated it. You know what I mean? We and I think I have to really
that's a good word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just from what I've seen, I'm just afraid. For myself, I'm afraid to even be bothered because you just don't know. I don't think loyalty has a different face. A commitment has a different face. I mean, you have to ask nowadays, what does that look like to you? Whereas there was a time where everybody knew what loyalty meant. Everybody, could kind of understand what commitment meant. But now, nothing is the same anymore. And so it's just overcomplicated.
I like that. Y'all are good. Jen, what would you say? How would you describe dating in one word when you were on the market? So back off, fellas. She's very much taken.
I would call the dating scene a facade.
Ooh.
Simply because when you first start dating someone, I believe, I don't know who said it, they like to portray to be someone that they're not. They give their hopes and expectations, but in reality end up reacting something completely different from their desires of what they claim they wanted. It's like they built this whole story, this whole fairy tale, and it's like if you put more time into it or you waste time, it's like, you start finding out little things like, well, wait, when I first met you, didn't you say this? I thought you wanted this. And it's like a completely, like I said, completely different story. Lies and whatever else comes along with the facades that they created.
Tamika got the amen corner behind her with some good food.
Okay.
So I tried to sneak off camera and fill my water. We're going to pretend like I'm still there.
You, honey, where is the collection plate?
I'm just saying. Look.
Girl, drop your cash out.
Yeah, I got here.
Look, Cash App, pay Yancy. Y'all want to contribute? My water fund. Just playing.
Everybody say hey to Erica.
Hey, Erica.
Hey. Oh,
What's
hey,
up,
boo.
T? What you got, mac and cheese?
How you doing, love?
Yes, you all in her background.
I'm hungry.
I
see why she said come in. She was like, enter, please.
Yes, please bring the good food.
That's my strength. That's my strength.
Okay, so has everybody... Okay, wait, Latera. Chavez is giving us throwback.
Flip it and lock it.
He's giving us throwback chair right now.
Yeah, you turn sideways, bro.
Yancy, what I did?
I said, look at Chavez. He's giving us throwback. He's giving us...
Oh, that he is.
Under that chair.
Oh, that finger.
I'm just waiting for a finger to pop up. Okay, sorry, inside joke, you guys. Okay, unless Chavez wants to share why.
Chooses to share.
Okay, yes, exactly.
Because we all about consent over these parts.
We are, yes, consenting only. All right, so you guys, thank you for patiently waiting. Those of you who have your comments, woo! I'm gonna get to I don't know if I'm gonna get to all of them. This is probably the most comments we've had on one segment. All right, so let's see. An episode on language and femininity would be a good episode. And that's interesting. We actually did do one on femininity, but if enough of you guys want me to do another one on femininity, we can definitely do that. And I think let's see, I think some people answered themselves already.
Just said
The most overused word.
It really is.
What is?
That, wait, that and unprecedented are the two words in 2020 that I'm sick of hearing.
What was the first one?
What's the first word?
Femininity and
Femininity.
unprecedented. I'm over both of them.
I actually am a huge fan of femininity because I believe, well, I actually learned a lot about it on the episode. I'll just do a slight recap. But I didn't realize that, I think until 2020, that both men and women had feminine and masculine energy. And I didn't understand the science behind it. It's beyond psychological, but it's the science behind how we're wired and how in everything in life we desire balance. We crave balance. And so it doesn't have to be traditional in the sense that the guy is doing this and the woman is doing this, but it does have to have balance. And so now I understand more that saying opposites attract. It doesn't necessarily have to mean like you're a homebody and he's the adventurous one, but at least from an energy standpoint, there can't be a deficit. You can't have two, alpha types. You can't have two passive types. You got to have that yin and the yang. One person has to know where they want to eat, when you go out.
I'm just talking about the word itself. Like, I'm tired of hearing the word.
The actual word. We need a new word, formerly known as femininity.
Like that and unprecedented. Like, if I have to hear those words again, I'm just like, okay, all right. Insecure. Yes, that's the other.
Everybody remove femininity from their vocabulary.
Except for when
Toxic.
the show Insecure comes on. I want to hear it.
Toxic is used
I think
a lot
I think,
too.
That was probably what is it? Toxic masculinity kind of predated.
I was gonna say toxic is a word for me that I cannot.
Microaggressions is a word. 2020 was the microaggression. Everything was microaggression. Everybody was having microaggressions.
I'm sorry, microaggressions is a real thing.
I'm saying we're talking about words. I'm not
overuse of the actual word.
I'm not beefing about the
overuse. Yeah, we just saying overusage of the
overuse of the word.
Yeah, I just think when I saw the use of femininity in the group, it was someone basically saying that a woman's femininity is what is supposed to have a man react in a certain way. And for me, that was like, come on, get out of here. That's corny. Like, seriously, I see a woman, I'm not questioning her level of femininity. Like, you are a woman.
Why you do that?
I just thought it was
corny. You know what they talk about.
For me, I just thought it was corny. And if I'm offending the person, I don't mean to, but I'm being 100. That was corny. Like, for real.
So I want to deal with Lala's question, and I'm kind of going through and just picking out my favorites here. But I believe that it was Lashante who talked about oversaturation. And Lala said that, is it the women, I'm paraphrasing because I can't see her question, I just scrolled, but are the women responsible for the oversaturation? And I think that's a great discussion to have because I am all about power. I am all about owning your power and taking full advantage of your personal ability to say no. And I feel that one of the main things that we can do better, just everybody in relationships, whether we are single, dating, in a relationship, married, anywhere on the gamut, anywhere on the spectrum, is to take accountability. And I think that as women, we need to take accountability for what's happening. And although it can be overwhelming and to say, okay, if one person, me, myself, I do this, is it going to change the whole landscape? But if everyone had a pessimistic view, it wouldn't change. But I do think that we as women do need to be more selective with who we engage with physically. And I always give this disclaimer because people are quick to write me off and say, oh, you're just saying don't have sex because of your faith. To me, when I talk to women, regardless of somebody's faith or not, most women are wired to want commitment. And Chavez is very good at, reminding us that men and women both want sex. However, women might want it more. But women tend to want it within the confines of a loving relationship. There are outliers for sure. But I believe if you took 100 women and you took 100 men and you gave men the option of no strings attached sex, never see the person again, versus a woman, I believe truly that more women would not opt for that. They would prefer to have strings attached and want to have love from that person. I definitely, like I said, think that there are one-offs. There are people who just want to get their rocks off and they don't care. But I don't think that's the whole. So to answer Lala's question, I definitely think that we have to take responsibility, because I look at it like having your refrigerator open. If you leave your fridge open and your door unlocked and you got homeless people around, they're going to walk in. They're going to take they're going to take what you have from the fridge. And I mean, it's like we're all getting mad that people are coming in and taking the food in our fridge because our food is delicious. I mean, duh, it's nice and chilled and freshly seasoned, perfectly seasoned. We got to start locking that door, and I think it takes a lot of discipline that maybe some of us are not willing to have. Anyone want to weigh in on that? Because that was a little tangent.
What's the saturation? Can you give us the thing about saturation?
She was saying that the market is overly, sex is overly saturating the market, like taking over dating.
I feel like depending on whatever your religion or your spiritual background be, whatever it be, it's a soul tie. Every time you have sex and you give your body to somebody, that's a soul tie that you're building with that person. And as women, majority of us, we cannot separate our emotions from the physical act itself. But psychologically, sex is just a physical act.
Especially if it's good.
But we don't. I cannot separate my emotions and how I feel and what I think. Not from sex.
I heard not.
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah,
no,
you're
not.
Every word can be done.
I just heard in my Wait, I feel a flashback because that really happened to me and I was dying.
Like, for real.
Oh my God.
Tony is a fool. Did you just see what he posted?
Yay!
Wait, let me see. Wait.
Who?
Wait. Y'all are crazy.
Tony is petty.
So
I'm just talking to
that's that New York in you.
I was homeless, so I said, God.
But I just want to bring to light that he called me La terrorist, but he the one being petty. I've been quiet.
Oh my God, that was funny.
All right, so
I also want to talk about. So one of the sisters basically talked about looks, right? I think it's important that we be real about it. Just as women are attracted to men physically, I don't see anything wrong with us as men being real about being attracted to women physically. But what keeps us there are the other things, the conversation, other things. There's just so many other things that keep us there. But there's nothing wrong in me saying my wife got me because she fine. She keeping me because of all the other things that she is as a woman. Period. And I'm not gonna apologize for that.
Amen.
I'm with you.
Look.
So I just want to jump in on the over sexualization. I think that is real, but I think it's predominantly media driven. I I can remember I just wrote GoDaddy off because I remember there was just years on just the most basic Super Bowl ad. It was just everything was sex, and I'm like, GoDaddy, are you serious? You're selling a website? Come on, everybody needs one. Why do you feel the need to push that agenda? And so I was just sitting here as everybody. Absolutely. And I was just sitting here thinking, as we were talking, as everybody listening to everybody, Power just kept coming to my mind. And I'm like, the number one show was exploited because of his sexual relationship that like took over the drugs, like his savvy being a businessman. Like it was all about him and Angela. And so when I think about that, I think about the music, I think about the media. It's just like every angle they're hitting you. I mean,
what was that? Every angle?
Say again.
I was just noticing you said every angle they're hitting you.
See there, look at that. See there, every angle. Again.
That's what she said.
Just oversaturated.
But I mean, and I remember
why y'all should say that other word earlier.
I remember there was one time in the group. You know, I meant no harm. I don't get it. I'm conflicted as a man. Meaning, let's go here. So.
Let's go, Rondell. Let's go.
Let's go, son.
I get it. 2 Live Crew and all that, you know, it's just this whole thing. Like right now where we're at, we have, from my view, women pushing the sex agenda in the media.
WAP.
Cardi,
WAP.
Meg.
WAP.
Yeah, Meg. The other lady, her. I forget her name. Her. Lizzo.
Well, it's not her.
Lizzo.
But feel free to sing her again.
No, Lizzo.
Oh, Lizzo.
I mean, you got a lot of. I've never seen so many women. It started back with Little Kim, you know, from hip hop. From my vantage point, it started with Lil Kim and Lil Foxy, but they were kind of like, you know, back from the '60s throwback kind of imagery. You know, they were kind of like, you know, I'm a hustler and this is my lady, kind of that whole vibe. But yeah, now it's just like, it's not even, and I can't imagine. I would love to hear from some of the ladies how you feel. Like every time I've spoken up about it, it's just like, instead of having an intellectual discussion around it, they throw, I've seen more women come back with justifying it because 2 Live Crew did it first. And I'm like, okay, we're past that and this is where we are. I'm not saying 2 Live Crew shouldn't be held accountable, but they old men now, you know what I'm saying? So they're off the table. But right, but every time I bring up like, hey, you know, this is what we're pushing to our kids. This is what our kids are singing and dancing to. It's just like, well, 2 Live Crew did it. It's like, okay, they don't know. Our kids don't know 2 Live Crew. We know 2 Live Crew, but our kids don't necessarily know some of the artists we grew up with, and this is this generation's version of those artists.
You know what it reminds me of? You know what it reminds me of? And
You didn't have your hand up, Chavez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me say this one last.
I love you, bro. There's 3 hands up there.
I'm sorry. Go.
Just this one last thought, you know, because that's my concern. Like I was an arts educator for about 10, 15 years, and I see the damage that it's doing to our young people. And so I'm concerned that we're passing, like this generation as a whole, we're passing that baton and very freely, like it's okay, like there's nothing wrong with it. But then when a movie like Cuties comes out, everybody want to, you know, ban Netflix. And I'm like, come on, what are we doing here? Are we banning Netflix or are we whopping it up in sex shade? I haven't seen one man do the red theme challenge. That's all. I'm sorry. That's all sisters right there. You know, not sisters.
Yeah, I've seen a few.
No, there been some men who definitely, yeah.
In gray sweatpants, actually.
But that's kind of.
I did post in my story because one was rather delicious.
Lobbing a sweat sock back at each other. Like I'm trying to find out what ladies. You know, we asked about Beyonce asked about this over sexualization. And I mean, I'm sure it's out there. I'm not looking at the men in the Tyler Perry movie. I'm not looking at the women. I'm looking at the wig. I'm looking at the bad wig. And so I just think that it's just media really driving that conversation from music. And it's just like the response I see is some of the men, you know, Chris, Usher, you know, they're putting out whatever they're putting out in the slow sensual realm. And then women are just like, well, because they did it, here's my version.
All right, Lady P, go ahead and get in there because
So
don't be sharing my red curtain, whatever it's called.
Red light
silhouette.
special going. So what I will say is this: that yes, there are a lot of women in the hip hop industry that are being, you know, more sexually explicit. There's 2 things. I don't disagree with you on that. Here's the other aspect of things. There are a demographic of women who are not being embraced or viewed as worthy or beautiful because of their size. Hence, Lizzo taking on the approach that she did. Now, all of a sudden it's, oh my God, did you see? There's like 2 ways of looking at it. It's all about perspective. That's not necessarily something that I would do. However, there are a large amount of women who feel excluded because they don't look a certain way. Their hair isn't a certain way. They don't dress a certain way. So therefore you have a lot of women who are feminists who are taking a more liberal approach. Like, okay, you don't pay attention when we try to do it this way. So now they're trying to push it a different way that catches eyes. So I'm being devil's advocate. I have my personal feelings on it. I was speaking on the all around aspect of things. The other thing is that nobody talks about the behind the scenes of the men that are molding the women in the industry and what they're pushing them to do. Because I have a lot of friends who used to be in the industry or were very, very talented, and they went about pursuing that, and deals were being offered to them with a clause. We can get you to make this much money, but so we need you to change this. You gotta do this. You gotta do this. Because if you notice, when a lot of artists start out, they start out one way, and then the more that the industry kind of sucks them in, you notice their image changes, their music changes, how they talk to you. So there's a lot of different entities to it rather than what we see at the surface level. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that goes on.
The Black Eyed Peas came out with that story. Yeah.
Can I just
Even
add
like,
that it's not us in most cases who are telling us, and I'm a case, I can speak on it, that to make those type of changes, and that's what's destructive to our communities. I'm sorry.
When you're saying us, who are you referring to?
When I'm talking about record executives, and most, at least when I was doing hip hop back in the 80s, they didn't look like me, that they wanted me to speak in ways that were not true to who I am as a man.
I think that in some aspects, because I do radio and then I DJ, and so in some aspects of things, men are approached a bit differently than women are. When I think I was like 15 or something, 15, 17, I was naive, and a gentleman approached me, yeah, we give you $25,000, do a Skype interview. You can't see where I'm at though, because it's a on-set location, but I just need you to try on different outfits for me, just so we could see, and they'll have you fill out these things. Now, I didn't know later on, all I saw was, what? I'm 17, $25,000. That looks amazing. And so they get a lot of women and ladies and girls at a very young age, molding them by, it's the same, it kind of falls along also with how human trafficking works. Human trafficking does not look like what we see in movies. It doesn't look like what we see in the media. It looks like a familiar face that can offer you something that you're not getting at home, that can offer you something that you may not be getting from your relationship, or they see someone with a damaged or battered past, so they appease to that. And then once they lock you in and you think, yeah, this man puts his hands on me, or yeah, this woman, because men go through it too, just a different fashion, then they think that that's normal and that's okay because they've slowly been conditioned, and before they know it, they don't even know who they are anymore. I've had friends that went into entertainment extremely gifted, amazingly gifted, and then they got so sucked into the industry, they lost themselves, they went crazy, their whole look changed, and we're just like...
Grooming.
Exactly. So, Rondell, when you're speaking about, how women, yes, there are women who are, behaving in such a manner. I think it boils down to owning who you are, knowing who you are, standing in that, and not allowing your morals and your character to be tainted, and having a village and a circle that's going to keep you grounded, because that also plays a point, because you have parents that are like, yeah, go ahead, go mix, that aren't really being parents. They're looking at their kids as a paycheck.
Commodities. Yeah.
So there's so many different levels to it.
The girl, I was going to say really quickly, the girl, I believe it's the Black Eyed Peas, the one that Fergie ended up being on. But the woman before, I didn't know there was a woman before her. And she came out and told her story, and I was watching it. My friend actually posted it on one of the live, or one of his Instagram posts. And so she was telling the story that she was given an opportunity. They were doing really, really well. Everything was going smoothly, but they wanted her to go in a direction that she wasn't comfortable in. And so she walked away from everything, and she had to sit back and watch somebody else reap the quote unquote benefits, not of her necessarily, but she got to see someone else live out the life that she thought she was going to. And so most people, I don't think, are able to not succumb to that pressure. They see something being taken away and go, I can't. And so a lot of people ask her, how do you feel about that? And she's like, I don't have any regrets because I was true to who I was. So, what Chaz is saying is so true, but I think it's very much easier said than done. I mean, you look at all these people who had athletic careers and there was an injury, and you hear them always talking about what they used to be. It's so hard for people to let go of their dream. So to actually choose to walk away from it, that's really intense, as opposed to an injury that took you out, or, some fluke thing. But yeah, I think it's difficult. There was somebody else who wanted to say something, and I don't know the order of it. Tony, yeah, go ahead.
So,
and then I'll go to you next, Cabral.
Vondell, I agree with you 99% of the time. Unfortunately, here we have to put the complete package in the realm of homosexuality. I heard a record the other day, and I really cringed. Like back in the day when there was a rap record or a R&B record, there were innuendos that led to this is what sex should be like, right? What they were asking for. This particular rap record was a dude in it and a girl, and he was literally saying, suck my, he was doing the motions, and she was putting her tongue out, and they had sugar drop. Like, I was like, what are you doing, right? And then you have the people that you're talking about, the women who over-sexualize as well. But if you just go down any search on any social media timeline, it has become so normal to get a damn near nude picture of somebody. So what we've brought into is, I need attention. And the only way for me to get this attention, I have to show myself off. So nowadays, when you bring that up to a woman, she goes, oh, I'm free to do what I want to. Yeah, you are. And the guy who's looking at you is free to look at you any way he wants to as well. So we've gotten really confused, and I'm gonna bring it back to the sexual thing, about how we navigate what sex is and what sex is supposed to be. That's why it's now, I'll jump in your DMs with the WYD. That's why, there's no courting, because everybody wants to get to the last thing so they can move on. No one wants to do the C that Vondell talking about, the connection. The connection is gone. Why? Because everybody's been hurt from one reason or another, and everybody thinks somebody's out to get them. So let me wear my gray sweatpants. Let me wear my halter top. Let me, get the new spandex on TikTok.
Some people are in sweatpants and a halter top. I'm just saying.
Exactly. So I can show my booty off. And then when all of these people jump into my DMs, I think that all guys are dogs. No, you have to change your parameter of who you are.
Accountability.
To attract somebody. So what I would say to the women, if you want men to stop chasing you the wrong way, be ready, right, to say no.
I just had this conversation with my best friend. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand, but
no problem.
I'll get to that in a little bit once everyone else speaks.
You from Cleveland, Ohio. You're tough.
I know this is our first time doing. You guys are self-imposing the hand raise. We always, my saying. I'm like,
okay.
I'm like, throw your bone. But I was gonna say, Cabral didn't know that, so I'll definitely let her go next because she's being polite with her hand. We use her a while. We
really
just
quick though. I make this really quick.
Yeah.
So I have a good friend who, she has a good following on social media or whatever, and she's a pretty girl, of course. And she gets a lot of DMs, but does not always want the attention. And I said, you make yourself available to that attention. You welcome it. You have conversations with these people. You don't ever tell them you're not interested. You always. She calls me the block queen. I am, literally. If I tell you I'm not interested and you're still in my DM, guess what? You don't have access to me anymore. And she'll get offended, like I told him I'm not interested, all of that, but you're still holding conversation.
Right.
So to your point, Tony,
I'll close that off because you said exactly where I was going. And I know probably Yossi will get to this later on, but the trauma in dating, right, has people saying, come, bring all this attention to me, even though I don't want it.
Because it's an ego stroker.
Even though I don't want it. Because we've had the conversation 1,000 times. Just tell dude no. And if he continues to do it, block him. Stop posting on social media somebody in your DMs every other day, 5 times a day, going, look at this idiot. No, you're the idiot because you didn't block him. He's supposed to continue to go because he has a thread 5 days long of saying, good morning, sweetheart, you're beautiful, and you've said nothing back. How is he supposed to know not to do it?
Or thank you, good morning. sometimes they reply,
No, what I'm saying is
engage in a conversation.
Right, but sometimes women don't reply and go, look how many times this dummy DM'd me. Right. What are you talking about? You let him go on for a month and a half,
right?
Just to get more attention.
People only have as much power as you give them, and I'm going to say this so I'm blue in the face. I want everybody who follows my content to understand you have power. Like 2021, no more victim mindsets. No more victim mindsets, because we are in control. Cabral, what were you? Thank you. What were you gonna say, love?
Hey.
Okay.
First. We're in trouble.
You about to laugh at a funeral. Okay. The laugh at a funeral face.
She about to throw some dirt at.
We gonna do LP. Laugh.
I enjoy hearing other people's points of views because it helps me learn. It helps me grow. I don't have to agree with you, but you might teach me something to make me look at things from a different perspective.
That part.
Okay. Sexuality. Historically, Black women are not allowed to be sexual. We are not allowed to explore our bodies. We are not allowed to see what makes us feel good, to have an orgasm. We are not allowed to explore the bodies of others because of what somebody else will say or do. Okay? Whether that's your faith, religion. I grew up Kojic. So you're supposed to save supposed to save yourself from marriage or whatever, but it was okay for my brother to go out and sow his royal oats like he was Prince Akeem.
Not Prince
all right.
Akeem. Wait, Erica doing a church. She doing a church lap.
I'm not allowed as a bigger woman. You know, losing weight, exercise, or whatever. I'm not allowed as a bigger woman to tell this brother I'm not interested. I'm supposed to be happy that he's giving me attention.
That's right.
Okay. I'm not allowed to tell someone that, you know, I don't like this position, I like that position, and to show you how flexible I am because it's going to make me look like a hoe. Or tell you, let's say, allegedly, if I enjoy sucking dick, penis.
Get my coins. Trying to get my coins.
Yes, ma'am. Or, you know, doing certain sex acts because it's going to make me look like, you know, a lady of the night, or, you know, like someone said, I'm not allowed as a grown woman to have these feelings of expectations, although I'm 43. I'm not supposed to have, you know, my daughter is supposed to be the result of, you know, that one night that I made a mistake, and oh heaven forgive me that this blessing came about this mistake, but I'm not supposed to do it again because of who I am as a Black woman. Okay? If you look at our European counterparts, sex is natural. Sex is a human experience. How do you think you got here? 99% of us got here by somebody getting down.
Come on for a second, just 1 second. Your European counterpart, right, is the one who they may think was purer than you as they were using you.
Hold on, you didn't even let me finish.
I'm just, when you said European
counterpart, I let the sister finish, Tony.
You gotta kind of stick with us because
I'm talking about.
You gotta let her get her perspective out.
I'm talking about on the thoughts of sexuality and looking at sex. When I say European counterpart, I don't mean skin color.
No, I'm talking about sex too. I'm talking about sex.
I mean culturally.
Yeah, I'm talking about sex too culturally.
We live in the Western society that we live in. We have a Western ideology that sex is bad and violence is good.
Have to be comfortable with that.
We're quicker to find something rated PG with guns in it versus a natural sex act where it's rated X. The porno industry is so big over here because of our twisted mindset towards sex.
Yeah.
We did not get here by turkey baster or stork or peach.
But you're right. You're right. That's what we teach our kids.
It's true. That's true.
Now, someone else was talking about songs and sexuality. True, we are inundated with sex through songs, lyrics, commercials, and everything. Now, in saying that, nothing is new under the sun.
Right.
If you go back to the 1800s, they did it in slick ways. The song, I want candy. It's not about suckers. It's not about lollipops.
Yo,
The
I
Isley Brothers.
learned something new.
Shakespeare, the poets in literature, you know.
Right. So
I can never listen to that the same.
Looking at all of this and looking at the amazement of it.
So it's just like candy, the same thing too for candy.
Yeah.
Just like candy.
For real?
It was the exact same thing.
When you walk,
But
Messing up my whole middle school right here, right? Lady?
Guys, don't do
But
me
it
like
makes
that.
my teeth itch. It makes my teeth itch that I am not allowed to explore myself accordingly, to know what satisfies me accordingly because
Say
of
that.
all the others. Now, I'm free to have the choice. I'm not free from the consequence.
There you go.
Now, as an adult,
There you go.
as a level thinking adult, I've worked in certain sex industries. And I've seen the choices and the consequences that these people have made that they're not free from. Now, what I've taught my daughter growing up is for her to explore herself accordingly, not to be ashamed of. People will talk about you whether I got on the sweater. Somebody go talk about me whether I got on the sweater, areola tassels, or whatever the case may be. Somebody's always gonna have something to say.
But Cabral, can I ask you a quick question?
In saying that, I need to be comfortable in the choices I make that I know open-mindedly I made it for myself. I just hate the stigma and everything attached to it that because me as a Black woman, I can't do this, that, and the third by what somebody else say, that it puts me in a box, it traps me.
But
that I can have this full human experience as the spiritual being that I am because I'm blocked by what others would think about it.
But Cabral, I think
that just irritates me.
But I think that there's a saying that I think is so poignant here. It's you can, what is it? Something, but you can't get out of your consequences. There's a term.
Right? No, I'm saying as an open mind,
right?
As an open mind, as a free spirit, whatever you make those choices. You're not free from the consequence of your choice.
Right.
I have to
That's
stress
what it's
that.
right.
You're not free from the consequence of your choice, but to have an open mind and to make that decision, you should be able to. I just hate that to hear, and I always hear, well, I shouldn't do that because they told me this, or I shouldn't buy that because they said that, or you shouldn't wear red, or what you doing wearing a thong, or oh my gosh, she walking the hill. I've heard it all. I have found God in the grimiest of places and the devil in church.
But I don't think it's so pigeonholed.
I have found God in the grimiest of places and the devil in church, regardless of what you do.
But I don't think.
What you say. I'm sorry, Jansen.
No, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask you this because I think it's really important to clarify. What I'm talking about is not from a stigma standpoint of like it's shame. My vantage point or my talking points are always coming from a place of power. So like if I say, for example, it's a blizzard outside, it's freezing cold outside. I have the right to go outside with a tank top and booty shorts. I have a right to go outside with a swimsuit, and people might judge me. But what I always care about is what serves me. So if I'm wearing something and I know that history shows this garners this reaction, if I'm going in the hood and I'm flashing my expensive wristwatch and I'm driving up in my fancy car, and when I'm pulling my money out, hundreds are poking out of the wallet, to me, there's a difference between how we want things to be and just the reality of things. And so as much as we might say, I want it to be even, I want to be seen as liberated as a man, I think that we have to go back and look at the definition of liberated, because this is why I started out by saying, and you might be an outlier, most women enjoy sex to the fullest when it is within the confines of a loving relationship. There are outliers to that. So if it's an outlier person, a person who just wants to get their rocks off, then they're not going to care. They're not going to care if they get quote unquote used by a man or overly sexualized. They're not going to care because that's their end goal. They want to be seen as a sex object and they want to be treated like a sex object. But in my experiences with women, when we really have heart-to-heart conversations, most women want to be freaky. They want to be nasty. They want to be seen as a sex object, but by their man. So all the things that you're saying.
And I completely get that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is there's a lot of women, there's a horde of, myself was included in this, because I'm still learning about myself, still growing, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
There's a horde of them that don't even want to come out of that thing because they scared the way other people would view them because they've been suppressed so long.
Okay, but what are you saying they're not able to do?
Their body.
What are you saying they're not able to do, to make sure I'm on the same page with you?
They suppress themselves.
They suppress themselves.
But that's what I'm saying. But let's be specific so we really understand. You're saying like they're not comfortable dressing a certain way?
They're not comfortable dressing a certain way. They're not comfortable wearing certain things. They're not comfortable being around or just being open about who they are or who they are becoming. Because as you get older, the more experience you have, you tend to change. I believe you're always going to grow until you take your last breath. Until you go off into your next journey, spiritual realm, and you become an ancestor in this thing that we call life, you're always forever growing and changing.
Can you unpack that very last part? Because I don't want to speak in generalities and lose your point. You said they can't be who they want to be. So if this person didn't have the pressure of society, describe what this person would be doing unfiltered, just so we have a clear understanding.
Whatever they feel the need for themselves to make themselves feel good to a certain point, unfiltered, without the judgment of others, without the suppression of the idea of this is wrong if I feel this way. This is wrong if I have an orgasm. This is wrong if I look at this person, male or female, and I have these feelings. This is wrong.
So basically, they need to become secure in themselves.
Right. So when I say a sexual problem with a woman, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that she's going out and busting down everybody on the block. It could just be a sexual freedom of her wearing heels, looking good, wearing red lipstick, and being comfortable within herself because she's hit another level.
But did you hear what Jen said?
And that's it. And you know what? Some of the time, that's a fine line between victim blaming, also, and I'm. You know, with the work that I'm doing, I want to be clear. I don't want to go there that I should tag a woman just because she dresses in a certain way or she was a victim of something. Well, maybe because of the way that she dressed. That's victim blaming, of which me personally, I want no part of.
Why can't we tell men, hey, it's not okay to do this, that, and the third towards a woman or whoever? Why do we always have to tell women, oh, well, you shouldn't dress like this, that, and the other? Well, how about telling men not to blah, blah, blah?
Because we as men have to evolve. No, we as men have to evolve.
As a society,
we have to evolve to make it comfortable for women.
I have worked with victims. I have worked with strippers. I have worked with prostitutes. I've worked with pimps. I've worked with molested children. I've worked with victimized men because men can get victimized too.
Absolutely.
So I've seen all angles of the spectrum.
But
we as men have to make it comfortable for women.
I have seen your biggest harlot dressed as a church mother and your best saint that could do the best stripper dance pole that will make you throw your own wallet and your paycheck at them.
But I think that this is too, because I really want to make sure that we don't speak in generalities, and this isn't coming for you, this is just in general. I think a lot of times we have conversations, it's very general, and I think that we can lose a lot if we don't really get specific. Jen jumped in and said something I think is very powerful. She said that person needs to be free. This is what I'm hearing you say. The person feels inhibited from doing what they want to do, and they want society at large to accept it and say thumbs up.
You have to welcome yourself.
Sometimes you have zero. First of all, society is going to have its standards on you whether you want it or not.
And that's not your problem.
That's what she's saying. It's not your business.
Sometimes you have to look in the mirror and say, hey, I'm going to make this choice regardless of who says what. Now, you're not free from the consequence of that choice, regardless of whatever choice you make. Understand that. That's why I said making it with a solid mind, an open thought, this, that, and the other without pressure. You're not free from that consequence, but you should at least have the sense to say, hey, regardless of what somebody say, I'm going to do this, this, and this. Because you only get this human experience as a spirit once. Why not go for the gusto? Somebody always gonna have something to say.
But but she's saying, why are you holding back from that? Why, if this is what somebody wants to do, like to me, the LGBT community, if you want to do something, then do it. Why does everyone else have to co-sign something for that person to be able to do it?
Because that's what we're conditioned.
That's what we do.
That's what we're conditioned to do.
Now.
Yes.
That's the world we live in.
Think about this little blue app that we got on our phone. We have invisible allies. People live off the likes of invisible allies on this little blue app. Mm-hmm. So it's basically the same thing that translates in real life. When I came home carrying a person, my pops didn't talk to me for 6 months. He talked to me about Post-it notes. Do you know how many Post-it notes a person got to go through to respond in 6 months? Now, once I had her, oh my God, she is the world. My baby is with her pawpaw, and you can't tell him nothing. That's his butt. So we talking about 20-something odd years in. But when I did work with, like I said, I've worked with everybody on any angle that you can think of dealing with sexuality. And I'm very passionate about our children understanding themselves at age appropriate on a sexual level. Age appropriate. Meaning when my daughter was 3 or 4, she asked me where she came from. I told her on an age appropriate level for a 3 to 4 year old to understand. And I talked to her very openly as she was growing up. Meaning now if my daughter talks to me about certain stuff, it does not faze me because I opened that line of communication with her. That she's not ashamed to say, hey, mommy, blah, 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 or hey, mom, blah, 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 or what you think about this, that, and the other. So in saying that, I didn't inhibit her in that sense to say, oh, well, you shouldn't think about that. Or, oh, no, this shouldn't happen. Or no, this, that, and the other. I made sure it was age appropriate at that time for that level. So I understand what Tony was saying about Tony and Vaughn. I think I got your name right. So I apologize if I didn't. Was saying about, okay, we're inundated with this. You know, women should be choiced about that. Men should be too. Just like my New Orleans.
Tony, what you got to say on that one?
New Orleans band, he said about soul ties. It goes both ways. But the problem is because we are so inundated by a male-dominated society that we have these double standards, women are not allowed, especially Black women, if you look at it historically, not even going back to slavery, but hell, going back to the tribals in Africa, going back to European
hold on, Cambril. Tony's trying to speak for the men.
I have to say something.
I'm saying certain things.
Right, but
But we'll unpack it. But I think Chavez needs to go because he's been doing a fantastic job of being patient, and he normally comes in.
About to dig his eyeball out.
And we didn't even say hi to Sherelle yet.
So to sum up my thought, women should have the sexual freedom, the choice of knowing who they are.
And they do in their mind.
But you are not free from the consequences of the choices that you make.
Agree.
Absolutely.
Okay? When it comes to children and what we expose them to as parents, mentors, and everything, there are plenty of children's things out here for them to know versus Cardi B WAP. Now, if they ask what a WAP is or whatever, explain to them on an age-appropriate level so they will understand, so that way it opens up the lines of communication to whereas they're not scared to come to you for something. Because if you don't teach them, the streets will.
True that.
And really quick, because Sherelle came on a long time ago, and I've been trying to double jets and greet her.
Bill and Sherelle.
She had some engagements.
I'm sorry. I apologize, y'all.
No need to.
Listen.
No need to apologize, but I did want to say hi to Sherelle really quick because if not, I'm gonna look up. It's gonna be an hour later. She had some obligations and couldn't attend at the top of the hour. But thank you for joining in, Sherelle. And we let everybody just briefly say hello and say the city that they are tuning in from, if you'd like to do that. And it's up to you to include your status if you are single. If not, you don't have to mention it at all. But I'm just throwing it out there. Don't miss your blessing out in these YouTube streets.
Thank you for having me. I am with Cabrile, Chi-Town, representing.
That's my buddy.
Exactly.
Chi-Town,
Know her about the pizza, but we're gonna leave that in the past. Yes, I am from the Chicagoland area, and I am single.
Oh, she put the ring thing on.
And I'm hosting her wedding. So y'all, all right. So if y'all get to that point, y'all got y'all wedding host.
And she has a good head on her shoulders. She ain't just a cute face.
Moderator. She is amazing. So if you guys are not following her, check her out. She's great.
Yay. Okay, Chavez, it's your moment. That little yellow hand has been up there for a cool minute. Probably no blood circulation left in it.
Yo, I have so much going through my head right now, but at the end of the day, I mean, Yancy, you and I have had conversations, and I've always said that, when it comes down to the relations between men and women, it's very similar to the relations between white people and black people. So what ends up happening is you have a group of people who are in a position of authority, and they want things their way. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is the person on the opposite end of that ends up being the person that has to catch the hell, and then they're taught to be suppressed, to suppress a lot of different things. So for us as men, we come into a patriarchal society where we're taught that everything that we want to do that comes to us naturally is okay. At the core of who we are as human beings, man and woman, we're sexual, we're spiritual, we're mental, we're emotional, we're physical. But what ends up happening is society, from the time that we're born into this world, is hell-bent on controlling us. This goes across the board, from governments to religions to groups of people to everything. So then we all, billions of people, we all decide to choose a side. And when we choose that side, we fight really hard for that side. That becomes our truth. That becomes our reality. That doesn't mean it's the reality for the whole. So we end up approaching humanness as if we're a monolith. So if everyone is going this one direction, if one person or a small group of people end up going a different direction, unbeknownst to some of us, we're very judgmental. We're highly judgmental, and we'll tell people that they're wrong for this and they're wrong for that, because the way we've adopted is the right way in so many different ways. So to her, I actually agree. A lot of people don't feel free because they're free to do what they want to do, because they've gotten caught up and adopted that society has a say in their life.
That part.
Once again, us as the Black people, we'll sit back and we'll say, you know what? Yeah, America, white supremacy, this and that, yada, yada, yada. You know what? People came out of slavery during Reconstruction and during a time when they didn't have the financial resources that we have right now. And they made it work.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, I'm never discounting the obstacles that are being put before us. But at the same time, we have to be the ones that decide whether or not we're going to face those obstacles, go around those obstacles, go over those obstacles, or go under those obstacles. In regard to Cardi B and the music and Meg Thee Stallion, and it's unfortunate, because on one end I get where people stand is they're free and they should feel free, but there is consequences and repercussions to presenting yourself a certain way. Two Live Crew wasn't right in putting out the music that they were putting out and exploiting women in the way that they're exploiting. But on the flip side, you had women who were flocking to those guys, eagerly wanting to be exploited.
Yeah.
And so everyone is affected by that. All the good guys, all the good girls are affected by this small group of people who are doing things a certain way.
And
can I share something personal?
I was going to say something really quick before that. I want to really stress, when I was talking about the power thing, this applies here as well, because when Chavez said thinking that someone else has a say, it's so true. I might choose a path of abstinence. That's not considered culturally accepted. Just like being extremely sexual is not to some people accepted. It's very much like, I did a post in a group talking about the points of abstinence and the positive aspects to look at it. And there are multiple people literally saying that's trash. You know, I bet you would be horrible in bed. I bet you would be a boring lover. Just all these projections saying, I would rather a person who has frequent flyer miles than somebody who hasn't had a lot of sexual partners. To me, that's not being accepted. But the reality is that in order for Yancy to live Yancy's best life, and please believe that I do, I have to live the life that I want to because it makes me happy. And if somebody isn't down with it, that's their bad. That's really their bad. As long as they're not oppressing me, as long as if I choose abstinence and you're not forcing your way in my house and forcing me to have sex with you, then you can judge me all you want. I'm going to continue to live my best life doing what I do. And I would say that in the reverse. If somebody wants to go out and sleep with a different guy every week, I'm not being funny, but if they literally every week want to sleep with a different guy, that's their business. And, you know, I think that so much of the time we give our power away because we look at things being out of our control, or we allow things that are outside of us to affect us. And it's just not the freest way to live. And for me, it's not about judgment. It's about, I want people to get the results that they want. And that's why I said, if I have a blizzard outside, I know there's a blizzard outside, but I just really, 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 really want to wear the new bathing suit I got. That is my choice to do it, but I still have to be realistic and say, what are the ramifications? I might catch the flu. I might be uncomfortable. I might get looked at because I'm the only one dressed this lightly for this weather.
Frostbite.
Frostbite's a real thing. Might lose a toe or two, and I have a cute set of toes, so that would be a problem. But I'm doing what I want to do. I just want everybody to have a mentality that owns their stuff. You know, if I want to spend all my money and I want to gamble and I want to do that, that's fine. As long as I'm not turning around and asking somebody to give me money when I run out. If I want to be miserly and barely spend anything and cut coupons or whatever, judge me all you want. But as long as I'm taking care of my bills, that's fine. Maybe I don't want to go on vacation for the rest of my life, but that's on me. And we have to take more control. And even when it comes to dating, I really want to, because I had so many questions, you guys, that's what I'm trying to push through. When it comes to dating, we have to take hold of the reins. And I use this example to say, if I were to come in, and if you guys saw my YouTube video, you already heard this example, but if I were to complain to my girlfriend or my guy friend and say, God, every time I come home from work, my door is open and my neighbor's sitting on my couch. It's so annoying. He leaves marks. He eats my food. Every day I come in, just the thing with the homeless person. At some point, we have to take accountability and say, well, then why am I leaving my door unlocked? Why am I not taking the precautions needed? And so a lot of times we have a victim mentality as men and women. And when it comes to dating, because we say, oh, the men are doing this, the women are doing that. But how much did you let them in their space? I guarantee you, if you had a first date with somebody and they weren't black for whatever reason, because I know most of us want to date black, but let's just say they started talking racially crazy. I don't like black people. Well, I guess some black people do that. But if they started to say things like that, or I like abusing children, there's no second date.
Wouldn't have it.
We're probably not even getting the check. Like, you're just out. But so many of us, out of desperation, or I hope that I can build a bear, we will stick it out. And then we want to complain 6 months later that we had this terrible, annoying experience.
I literally just said that in the chat, that women, for the most part, women are afraid of being alone, and they aren't comfortable with enjoying themselves and learning what we want or what we need enough to desire that in a partner.
Yeah, I totally agree. I did a video on that, why we're afraid to be alone. We take, and I'm speaking now from judgment, I'm admitting how I was in the past. I would hold on to connections with somebody, situationships, because if I'm really honest, I felt flattered. I felt flattered that this person was still on my phone texting me. I was flattered that this person was still hitting me up. I was flattered that this person was still telling me I'm beautiful. When I got to a place of confidence that was next level, my block ministry was on point. Like Jen said, it's when you still have that insecurity and you need your ego stroked, you keep that DM open, you keep those conversations going, and you take those screenshots and say, God, look how many people want me. But you verbalize it by saying, look at this thirsty man in my DM. If you don't want that attention, you don't,
I I don't mean to interrupt, but I just really want to ask this question. So personally, I want to practice celibacy in the courting scene because I feel like courting is different from dating.
Mm-hmm.
And because I feel like sex can complicate things. Once you cross the line of sex, then it can open up a different demographic in the relationship. And a lot of times you aren't given the ability to establish a more intimate bond. And when I say intimate, meaning completely non-sexual, sexually related. And I feel like in the times that we're living in with things that are being pushed so heavy, that is that, because my faith is everything. I don't care what the world says. I don't care what anybody around me says. At the end of the day, God is number one, and what he wants for my life is number one for me, and that's me. But I feel like, is that an unrealistic desire to have when it comes to courting and dating? Because I did date a man that claimed he was a man of God, and then we got in a relationship, and I told him, I've been married before. It was a traumatic experience. It was abusive. I want to do things different. I want to do things God's way. I want to establish something more solidified that the world can't tear apart. And when we cross the line of sex, which you're human, so you're going to have the urges and you may slip up. But if you have the ability to really try and commit to that, and I did slip up, and then it complicated everything. So I feel like a lot of times when I told guys who are interested that that's something I'm very serious about, it's almost like, oh, well, I can't do it. Like, is that unrealistic for guys?
Yancy, can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm. And then we'll answer your question.
Just real quick. I don't think sex complicates things per se. I honestly believe sex reveals and exposes things, because a guy or girl can be who they're going to be forever.
But for a woman, it can complicate because we're naturally emotional first, men are physical first. So if we're interacting with you on that level, it's a whole different, like, even to me, kissing. I would never just go around just kissing anybody, because that can seal something. That's a seal of, there's something that I feel for you, that I connect with you to where I'm going to kiss you. Like, you can't just be, your body should be something that you value and something that is sacred to you. You just giving it out to everybody all willy-nilly. Now, if that's your choice, that's your choice. But for me personally, if you're just giving it out all willy-nilly, how are you going to have something special to offer the person that you want to spend the rest of your life with?
Well, I'm not saying that it's not that it's not complicated, but what I'm saying, as a guy speaking to a woman, if I spoke to my daughter, and I had a daughter, I would tell my daughter, don't get caught up in thinking that not having sex will get you the man that you want. And I'm not telling her to have sex. What I'm trying to say is, a lot of times with guys, a woman really won't find out who the guy is. And a guy won't find out who the woman is until they've had some type of intimacy. I'm not trying to say that you have to have sex, but I know this. I've known people who've held off from sex, got married, had sex on their wedding night. The guy or the girl was a completely different person after sex.
Can you go into more detail?
I was wondering that too.
What you mean by they're a different person? Like, what characteristics change?
Their personality can change. A person's personality can change after that intimacy.
I agree with him.
Right, because of the connection. That's why
what happens though? If the guy all of a sudden becomes too clingy, controlling, that the crazy side of him you did not see before comes out now, you're not going to want to remain in that relationship.
No, because there are certain things that you would have seen that though. You would have seen traits of that. And sometimes when you're in a relationship, you're in that box.
Some people are narcissists and are really good at hiding.
But that goes back to my very first point, which is, if you cannot be transparent and honest in the beginning, being transparent and honest in the beginning of who you are is what establishes a relationship. People that put on that representative, that front, you're false advertising. So if a person can't communicate, this is how I am after sex, this is how I am during sex, this is who I am as a person, this is what I desire. If you can't communicate that and be honest, and you feel the need to put up this mask until you cross a certain point, you have no business dating or courting. You're being dishonest with yourself and everybody else.
They will.
But they will.
You're kind of assuming that not just the men. Like what I'm hearing is I talked about it earlier. Someone who's developed from
Shabazz, you're muted.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Shabazz.
What's going on?
I was so confused why I heard Vondel's voice but saw Shabazz's face moving. I was like, wait, what?
He ain't going in.
The person they ended up with afterwards.
We couldn't hear the first 5 minutes what you were saying, bro. You was on mute.
Oh, not the first 5 minutes.
Repeat your rant, please.
Not the rant.
So
Y'all
you gotta
ruthless.
start all the way over.
Right, he didn't start over.
Start from here and here.
It was like a Chinese movie.
You had a good old conversation by yourself.
So what I'm saying is it's always a risk no matter what. I'm just saying that I've known people who've done the celibacy, and because you don't know what the other person, whether or not they're being honest, you don't really know. And then once things happen, it goes one way. On the flip side, I got a homie who dated his girl for 10 years. They end up having a kid. They just got married last year. You know what I can say? They're going to be together for life. Now, I'm not saying one is better than the other, but I'm just saying like we really get caught up on checking these boxes. And I just want people to know that just because you check the boxes, you got to remember there's someone else on the other side and you don't really know if they're coming to the table honest or not.
Well, let me say, I need to say, in response to what he's saying. Yeah, I need to say this in response to what he's saying and what she said. I understand your point, Shabazz, but I don't know if you actually heard what she was saying. So this is something that is innate to her, and it's something that's sacred to her, and it means something to her. And I think that when we were talking about getting caught up on how people view us and how people feel, you have women out here now, they're not just seeking attention. They're seeking that relationship. They're seeking that a protection and that leader and that husband, because we left out the part about women being taught to be married. So that was something that wasn't mentioned before. So it's like, why are women doing all these things, and why are they jumping up and down, and why do they need all this attention, and why do they have sex too quickly with these men? Because a lot of times, we're taught as little girls that we are supposed to aspire to be wives and to get married and have the picket fences in the houses and the 2.5 children. So that's pretty much drilled into every little girl that grows up in America. And it's not taught to boys. So now these women who are looking to be wives are dealing with men who were not taught that marriage is important or even a thing that they should aspire to. And it doesn't mean much to be a husband. Right. So now that's why you have all these women out here jumping up and down, doing whatever they have to do or doing whatever they think is expected of them so that they can become wives. And I'm not talking about everybody, I'm not broad stroking the thing, but I'm talking about the majority, like Yancy was saying. So now you have these women thinking, okay, what do I need to do to get this husband? Because my best friend got married 2 years ago, and my other friend from college, she's engaged, and my other friend, she has 2 kids already, and I haven't even started yet, and I don't have the potential of a guy that's going to even be with me. So now I'm jumping up and down, trying to get the attention I need so I can become the wife, so I can throw my left hand up and say that I'm married too, I'm a wife too. I mean something. That I am now who I'm supposed to be, because you have women now that have gone to college and they've gotten a college degree, they've gotten a professional life, and their personal life is laying in shambles, and all of those accomplishments society is telling them means absolutely nothing because you're not somebody's wife, you're not somebody's mother. What have you accomplished? I got VPs out here, best friends, they're vice presidents of companies, huge billion-dollar foundations, and when you have a conversation with them, they don't even tell you about their job. They tell you how single they are. They tell you how they went on 6 dates in the last month, and none of these guys are potential to even be in any type of lasting relationship with. When you have conversations with them, that means more to them than what they do for a living and this thing that they have struggled to accomplish in all those years. And now they're looking back feeling like they've wasted their time. They've accomplished this greatness and success. And you have them feeling like, I completely wasted my life because I don't have the husband, I don't have the children. What do I have to leave behind? My personal life is in shambles. So when she says that, even though I understand what you're coming from, she's talking about something that is innate within her. I cannot just give my body to anybody who requests of it. I can't just give myself, and pieces of myself are out there in this world just because this guy smiled at me, or he slid in my DMs, or he took me to dinner, or he said something great. As a woman, we are taught to value ourselves, and we are now in a society that's telling us that we're no longer valuable. Absolutely not. I'm 42 years old, and nobody can stand in my face and tell me I'm not valuable. And who I am as a person should not be reserved. And you don't get to demand anything of me. Not sex, not my time, not my attention, any of it. And you can say whatever you want. You can call me whatever you want. But I'm going to stand flat-footed, 10 toes down, and say, I'm LaShantae, and if you don't have any respect for me, you can keep it moving.
Woo! I definitely appreciate
Yancy, let me ask
I got a question.
Let me just run through this real quick. All right. First of all, here is the problem that Sis brought up a long time ago when she really started this conversation about. Here's what I believe she was saying when she said women can't express themselves. Okay, I'm going to tell you the root cause of all of this. First, I'm going to start off with God created sex. I'm going to say it again. God created sex. He told Adam and Eve to go be fruitful and multiply. How else would they do that?
So, Tony, going, because I didn't get to...
I'm going to answer your question.
I had someone like speak for me, but I didn't really get to finish the other part of what I was saying. I'm going to keep it as quickly as possible. Okay. At the end of the day, I'm just really tired with how much weight is put on sex. Not saying sex is not important, because it does have its role. I'm saying I'm so tired of so much stress and so much weight being put on sex, and we're ignoring the fundamentals and the foundation of what a relationship is built on first, which, number one, should be friendship. You can't build a house on jacked up foundation. You have to prepare the soil. And then if sex was everything, then how come people that have great sex have such a toxic relationship if all they have is good sex? So it's not saying sex is not important. It's saying stop. I'm tired of people putting so much stress and pressure on sex, and they're ignoring communication.
She also said
emotional intelligence.
A key word. You said courting, right? Not dating.
Yes, courting and dating.
So from the beginning
but Lady P, you're coming from, if I can, you're coming from a place. So, for example, I know where you're at, and I'm at the same place as a man. But if you listen to my narrative, I'm sure the ladies will hear men who are not even aware of where I was. So as a child, here was my experience: single parent, no dad around. My first sexual encounter was junior year or freshman year with a senior girl. My mom's sex education lesson to me was one. She found out or heard through the grapevine I had messed around. She came in the room and said, "You better beat that thing." That was my sex ed education. It took me coming into the church and saying, "I don't know who I am, and I don't know who you are, God. I want to know who I am." I then went from being an undeveloped young man to taking myself off the dating scene for over 10 years. So that's a very specific fit. And I'm not saying it's not out there, but what I'm saying is what I hear your experience being is similar to mine, in that when I went back into the dating pool, there are women a lot of women, all they knew was they wanted the symbols. They knew they wanted the ring, the wedding, the dress. They could tell me more about those attributes. Even a young lady who knew exactly what reception hall she wanted to go and walk down and eat the cake and all of that. She couldn't tell me anything about budgeting. She couldn't tell me anything about conflict resolution. She couldn't tell me anything about anything that you're speaking about. And I think that's the fundamental issue, is that people, by society standards, taught to have the chemistry and the connection and the values. Like in the Indian culture, that's how they date. They come to the table and say, "Here's my son, here's your daughter, here's our family values, there's your family values." Ain't got nothing to do with what you look like. Ain't got nothing to do with none of that.
And being empathetic. I was gonna say, being empathetic to what you were expressing, I feel like, unfortunately, in our culture, growing up, young men are taught like just oh yeah, sexuality, like it's pushed, like it's almost
Absolutely.
encouraged, and
Middle
then with
school,
women,
start.
it's more of protect yourself and be like, oh yeah, he looking at that old woman, yeah, and it creates this really unhealthy stigma. Like, it's okay for us to learn, sexuality, how it works and everything with proper pace. I just wish people would put as much healthy conversation and education into the things that keep a relationship together. Sex will not keep it.
But they're not. They're not. Society as a whole, that's what I'm saying. Society does not do that. I don't know your background. I don't know when you probably got off the path of traditional. That's why the divorce rate is so high.
I'm speaking from someone who, and I can be transparent because I've grown past it. I've been molested by a family member. I've been molested by a stranger. So my introduction to certain things sexually was not very healthy at all, to where my venture in dating and what I was looking for in relationships, I didn't really know how to process that. I didn't know how to approach that. It's because of my relationship with God, and because I've grown and gone through a lot of things that I've changed my perspective, and I'm okay with being a peculiar person, where some people will say that they have a certain faith base, but they struggle with being a peculiar people in a world that puts pressure on you to be a certain way. And it's okay to say no, that those are not my values.
Right.
No,
Absolutely.
it's not what I stand on.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with not getting
That's an identity
I don't mean to cut you off. I think a lot of times what in the Bible says he also talks about is equally yoked with you.
Right.
But also people, and I've said this before, and Lashante knows, there's childhood traumas that we all have experienced in life. And if we haven't dealt with those traumas as we get older, those childhood traumas, they become an adult trauma. We slowly start attracting the folks that somehow
we have a problem
give life to those traumas.
Right.
And we sit here and we wonder why, like, wait, why does it seem so comfortable and so familiar to me, not knowing it's something that we haven't dealt with? And then we find ourselves in this repetitive cycle. And that's why you have all these generational curses. So with you choosing to date how you want to date, there is no wrong in it. I'm not saying that you're saying, there's no fault at it. There's somebody that is equally yoked and searching for the same thing that you want. It's just you guys are speaking it. You're speaking it in a female mind,
and you got to kiss a lot of
speaking
frogs.
in a male mind frame. So y'all got to be able to communicate and understand each other, because men are gonna understand us completely. They just don't get it.
Well,
and I would say too,
you want a different type of intimacy, because a lot of people think that sex is intimacy.
Right.
It's
not.
There's so many levels of intimacy, and that's what you're wanting. And so I totally understand where you're coming from, and I applaud you.
Thank you.
For me, I feel that what you said about if sex is introduced at the wrong time, it can be a complete disaster.
Yeah.
Complete disaster.
Yeah.
And I feel like sometimes we're putting a high level of that people they over sexualize. Then when you have sex, now what?
Right.
Yeah. And soul ties are a real thing. Soul ties are a real thing. People just don't even understand how you can really latch onto someone in that experience. It's not something to take lightly. And I don't think that that's really discussed or understood or explained. When you share that level of vulnerability with someone, that's a completely different world. Like I said, if it's someone's choice to go and do I'm not going to bash, because everyone has their own decision to make. And the God I serve is the gentleman. He doesn't force anybody. So we all have our own paths and our decisions to make. And so I've never believed on forcing anything on anybody. I have my beliefs and I understand other people's perspective. I'm open to learning to how other people feel, so we can converse and learn from each other while still standing my ground. But I don't think people really discuss a lot that comes with sharing that part of yourself.
And I think, Chaz, you also have to know that what you're looking for, you talked about being a peculiar people. You really have to focus on that. Imagine if, you know, God forbid something happened to Michelle Obama. God forbid. And imagine him entering into the dating realm. He's not going to have the same ease as somebody who has a very low standard. Somebody who is practicing abstinence, which is different than celibacy, abstinence, it is a very different experience. And somebody said something, I think it was Kyle. It might have been Kyle or Chavez, but somebody said something. I rolled my eyes at it first because it just sounded so like, that's not deep, but it really was. It was, if meeting the one was so easy, it wouldn't be special. And it's not meant to be easy. And so one of the beauties of having your faith, because you are a person of faith, according, you know, to what you were saying, one of the things about that is that your person is ordained for you. So unlike somebody else who's going out trying to find this person or, you know, be found, you know that because you have that desire of your heart, you are going to already have that. It's already out there for you. And it takes that stress off of your shoulders, knowing that you can just walk through life and the one that is for you will just be placed in your path and in a way that you know it's only God. So hopefully it is an encouragement, knowing that we don't have to sift through all the chaff to get to the wheat. There's a nice stalk of meaty wheat. Meaty.
I know that.
You know what I'm saying? And it's right there.
Just dangling.
Just dangling. All weedy and stuff.
And y'all say men always talk about sex.
It's dangling.
Men always talk about sex.
I was talking about wheat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who brought it up?
Is it slapping thighs?
She said it's dangling.
I was talking about wheat.
Lashante, what did I say? I said about that when me and my text went about it to sit on the thighs and listen.
When it slapped the thighs.
But Lashante, and a lot of what Lashante was saying, Yancy can attest to this. Me and Yancy, a lot of what you were saying, Lashante, me and Yancy have already had that conversation. Just in regards to how society creates this crazy, neurotic world where on one side, girls are taught one thing and then boys are taught another thing.
Oh, yeah. And we've talked about that on these calls before.
Yeah.
Me and you have had that conversation on these calls before. I would say to
drunk,
young
though. I was
ladies.
drunk.
I would say to Lady P, I would say stand your ground.
Absolutely.
The whole tight. Hold back. Because I know God to be an amazing God. And I know that you will get what you are faith in, that you'll receive. God said, "And it shall be done." So your faith will activate the thing that you are looking for. And it will, like a magnet, draw that thing to you. So hold fast in your faith. It doesn't come when we want it to. And this is something that has been told to me time and time again. God is seldom early, never late. So just know that the timing of God is perfect for your life. Do the work that you need to do. You talked about the traumas that you suffered and things that you've gone through and soul ties. Those things, what people don't always say, because we never talk about solutions, you can be healed. God is a healer. He's not just Santa Claus who can provide all these things under this proverbial Christmas tree. He wants us to be healed. He wants those wounds and those broken places and all that trauma that you struggle. He wants that to dissipate. He wants you to forgive the people that have hurt you. And in that forgiveness, that wound will close and there shall be healing. And you will become a person that's so powerful within you that you can start casting out healing to the people that you meet. Because you're talking about this man. Well, guess what? This man may need to be healed like you need to be healed.
He's not ready for you.
So as soon as you receive your healing from God, then this man could pop up out the blue, because guess what? He's next. And then when you meet him and you're comfortable with him and you guys get to know each other, then you can heal him too. So just know that everything that you've gone through in your life is purpose driven and God has something for you. But I'm going to tell you, when you get in a place of God, you will get so focused in doing the work that you need to be, become the person that God has you to be, that you won't even, God will be like, you know what, look up, that's him.
That's right.
And this man will be standing in your
Lashante, you are absolutely right.
And this man will be saying, listen, I'm all about
healing and being free from these things that bind us. And so often we as Christians, there's so much church that we go to that there is not enough focus on healing and how to be better. Like, don't do this and don't do that. And we suffer and we struggle in our sins, but that's not what God has for us.
And
we
what's
talk
that,
about
Pastor
creating
Michael
soul
Todd
ties,
anchored?
but we don't talk about God being able to break soul ties. Like,
Yeah.
no, we made mistakes. We've connected ourselves to people that we shouldn't have connected ourselves
That
to.
part.
But we still serve the same God that can break that thing in the spirit. He is a yoke breaker. He can pull down strongholds. So just know that, yes, we make mistakes and we beat ourselves up, but God can fix the mistakes that we make. So we have to be ever so careful when we're talking about these things to say that I still can get in a place of healing. And I can talk about that thing like it didn't just happen to me yesterday, because I'm healed from it. I'm separated from it. And that's my testimony. Because the word of God says the testator has to die when you overcome your testimony. So these things that you have been through in this trauma, they can't keep living. They're supposed to be dead.
Oh, most certainly, LaShanta, I
And
just
also-
want to tell you thank you, and Monica, you thank you. Just
also-
all of you guys, thank you. Because
And
you guys
also,
are
lady, I don't mean
beautiful.
to cut you off.
No, you
Be
good.
specific in your prayer.
Yes,
Be
ma'am.
very specific
Always.
in your prayer, down to how you
Always.
want his toes to look. Be
Yeah.
very specific on how you pray for your man, because because God's gonna give you exactly what you ask for.
Oh, most
You have
certainly.
to be
I
specific
agree
on how
with
you want him to talk to you, how you want him to
Come on,
caress you, how
Monica.
you want him to love you, how you want him to open your doors, how you want him to be a certain height, how you want him, whatever. Be very specific and don't skip over nothing. Write it down,
absolutely,
put
you
it
guys
in
do
your
that.
Bible, and go on with your day and leave it alone.
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
no,
Put it down
you
and leave
Don't
it
worry
alone.
about it. It's already done.
Yeah, you guys.
Now,
No, I'm in
right
complete
now,
agreement.
I had a
Like I'm in complete agreement with everything that you guys say. I definitely have forgiven. I've definitely healed. It took me 12 years, but I did look because I hadn't seen my family member. I looked my family member in the face. I asked him, "Do you remember me?" And he said yes. I said, "Do you remember what you did to me?" He said yes. I said, "God put on my heart to tell you that I forgive you." And he put his head down. And I said, "I want to get back to being family because at the end of the day, I love you. You're my cousin." And he didn't know what to say. So I'm totally on that path of healing. And I'm just grateful that you guys took the time to listen. And
Also, that's
kind of
awesome.
just
That's one thing. That's another thing in black families that we do not talk about is sexual abuse in the black families that we do not talk about. We just put it on the side and we keep it pushing.
Because we've been lied to for too long.
And they just think that, or they'll send them away.
What happens in this family?
They'll take them and they'll send them away.
I think Jermaine want to say something. He done had his
my hand been up for like hours.
I was like, is Jermaine still here?
Let me hear from you.
Yeah, he done had his hand raised for about an hour, y'all.
Yeah. No, some of the things I had to say is past, but I'll say this: that we talk about the trauma that we've experienced, but we don't talk about. We talk about, our past. We all have that, but and I love the conversation just about, because I do subscribe to Christianity. But I will say this: we say a lot of things from a perspective of I. Please understand this. Please understand that if I have gone through this trauma, and as a man, we're not talking about it, then I'm going to be in the darkness.
Yes, sir.
So we've got to learn this from somewhere. I just ask that as women, you're patient with us, or the way you handle us. The way you handle us.
How patient?
No.
No. Let that man finish, please.
Yeah. In the midst of
the irony,
you have to be in a relationship with them. I mean that you don't have to tear down. You don't have to burn down the house to get your point across. That's what I'm saying. You can still be, because I heard what LaShanta. I love LaShanta, and I heard what she said. But for some, if we're not patient, it could come across wrong.
Right.
So we've got to teach each other, especially as kings and queens.
Slow to speak.
We have to, because we're not getting it from our uncles who taught us that being a man is through sex. We're not getting it from our partners.
Right.
Sometimes we're scared to talk about it. But I know there are good men like Tony and Von Dale, and I know they're good men that are having these conversations with their brothers. but it's few and far between for us. So, and at the end of the day, we've all here to learn from one another. If I knew everything that you knew, I wouldn't be complimenting you. I wouldn't be growing you. So I just want to put that out there, that don't burn down the walls if a brother disrespects you. You can leave high, say something good, and leave on the high road and plant a seed that the Holy Spirit will water. But let me say this real quick.
I feel like you need to repeat that last part, Jermaine, for the people in the back.
On the chat, some love. Natasha Vincent said something really cool. She said, intimacy is the goal. And I think some of you have said this too. Intimacy is the goal, but sexual expression is low-hanging fruit. Mm-hmm. It's ironically easier to get naked with someone than be truly vulnerable. And then she went on to say, but if you can get butt naked physically, you can strip down emotionally and expect the same of a worthy partner. I thought that was good. And I just want to show some love.
I just want to answer my girl Chi-Town all day. What she said, what I believe you were talking about. You can please correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. Women have been brought up to believe that they can't explore their sexuality, right? They can't express how they feel. They can't.
You're saying black women. I think that's a distinction, Tony.
Right. Hold up. Not
black women.
Majority of black women. So when I say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, let me just tie this up for you real quick. What we fail to do, right, is really understand the trauma of slavery that we have not let go. Let me explain why I say it, right? In slavery times, the white woman was considered pure, right? Mm-hmm. They would run into the barnyard and deal with our women. And the black man could not deal with what was going on because he would be murdered, right? So as we separated from that freedom, we began to hold tight to things, right? The black man, depending on how big he was and how strong he was, he became the buck. He became the one who would run around and mate with everybody, right? We have carried these things forward. Even in our churches, we don't want to talk about sex because it's been so demonized through what we went through, right? Like I said when I started, God created sex. So as a child, you have to tell a child, right? Like you said, there's age appropriateness to talking about sex to a child. I remember going downtown with my daughter when she was I think she was between 10 and 11, and she was with her brother. She always wrestled with her brothers, right? So there was a whole bunch of other boys in the car, and they were being physical with her. And I told her later on, I said, listen, when you start wrestling with boys that are not your brothers, you might get into an uncomfortable situation that you don't know what's going on. Make people respect your space.
Nice.
Because they have to understand, when I feel uncomfortable with what you're doing, I have the right to tell you to stop.
Yes.
Right? I also had a conversation with my boys and my girls, same conversation. Here's condoms. This is sex. This is as they grew up, because you have to give them what it really is. He's 30 now. When he was 15, 16, he was around a lot of boys that, if you remember MySpace, he was on MySpace with their friends, and the kids he played basketball with were little hoes. So he hung out with them one weekend, and I picked him up, and we're driving home, and he goes, Dad, I think I'm ready. And I go, you're ready for what? I know what he's going to say. He said, I think I'm ready to have sex. I said, oh, really? I pulled the car over. I got out. I said, get in the driver's seat. We're next to the highway. He gets in the car. He goes, what now? I said, go ahead and drive. Dad, I'm not ready. I said, exactly. What it was, you were right. The person turned you on to something that you haven't figured out yet.
Nice.
You're not ready. So what he did was he went back with his friends, had the conversation, and then they made a pact that they wouldn't have sex until they went to college. Now, I'm a Christian. I would prefer for you to wait until you found that mate, but I understand that I was young. I was a whore. So I can't tell them.
At least you on it.
I can't tell them you can't do that. I can just explain to them the dangers of doing it. And if you're not ready for it, what it's going to do to you.
No, and I understand that. So when I say that I talk to my daughter and the kids that I worked with, the trauma, like I said, I've been on all angles of it.
And I applaud you for your work.
Yeah, indeed.
And this is, and the majority of it was volunteer. So, and then I made clothes for strippers. That's a whole nother story too. But, when I say I talk to them age appropriately, I broke things down to them at the age where they were at, where they understood. Without the street lingo, this, that, and the other, this what goes on, this was happening. And like you said about respecting your space. Same conversation. Mine was a little bit more in depth on what will happen or why you should respect your space. Your body's going to react like this in the confusion of this, that, and the other. Right. So when certain things happen with her coming up, first person she hit, me. Not to say she didn't talk to her friends or nothing like that. I would never say that. But hold up, Ma, I heard this and this, that, and the other. I seen this picture. What does this mean in this song? Blah, blah. Even now, she is 22. I still get the calls of, Ma, blah, 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 blah. And I'm blah, 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 blah. Her friends, Miss B, blah, 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 sure, blah, 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 blah. So, having these conversations with our kids, and even now with Lady P, you know, having those types of conversations where she's healing from her trauma. I was going to ask you, did she have therapy? Because you can have therapy in Jesus too.
Of course, I definitely have a counselor, but I mean, I'm past it now. But I'm speaking on what I did go through.
But a lot of people don't, and you want to have that conversation to whereas if someone does approach the little ones that you have, or even the adults that you have, that they have a safe haven to come to say, hey, this happened, this person tried this, or this went on, where they have that safe space. For me, I'm very fortunate that I'm my daughter's safe space.
Nice.
I'm certain her friends, I'm that safe space.
And I applaud you for that.
You know, so we need to have these conversations to whereas they don't have suppressed ideas.
Right.
You know, coming up like LaShanta say, and I'm with LaShanta, 10 toes down, this is who I am, yada, 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 respect me, etc. As you should. In the same token, for someone else who has a different choice to say, hey, I look at this person and I feel like this. I shouldn't be wrong in my adult free thinking. Like I said, you're free for your choice. You're not free from the consequence. And I'll have to stress that enough. I'm not saying being willy-nilly, go out and do everybody else, because if you come up on my board for a certain type of prescription or whatever, you're keeping me employed, but I feel bad for, you know, your reproductive system. You're not free from the consequence of your choices, but be educated in the choices that you do.
Right.
I think
I agree with Shanta. I agree with Lady P. And Lady P, I could say this. If your faith has brought you this far, you have been provided by, however you tend to look at it, because I grew up Kojic, so I have Christian principalities. Hey! Shout out to Big Worm and Friday. Mm-hmm. I have Christian principles, but I'm more so spiritual than anything. Mm-hmm. If you know that God has gotten you this far, this is not to say that He won't bring the man that you need. Like Monica, Monica said, be specific, write everything down, pray over it in the Bible, and let it go, because whatever you put out in the universe shall be done. Right. And I'm available to host a wedding.
Amen.
I got you. I want to hit you up, girl. I'm gonna hit you up when I have mine.
I got you. Okay.
I want to add second.
Like I said, Tony, and I completely agree with you about the slavery, that you hold things dear. But sometimes the problem with holding the things dear, you hold it so tight that it puts a subconscious in it that you hold it back.
Right. So what I was going to say is, what we have to do is do the work, right? Overall work. To say that, okay, this is who created sex. This is how sex works. Sex is a beautiful thing between two people consensual people, right?
Right.
We have to make that known so kids can make the right choice. They won't be going, oh, because I see all of this sex, I should be involved. It's like seeing a bunch of drugs. They should be able to make a distinction of what they should want to get involved in. But we're too busy telling them don't do it without telling them
And that's
why.
what piqued the curiosity even more. Because if you tell me don't do something, and I'm looking over here and I'm like, ooh, it hits his stat.
And your girlfriend is telling you as well, well, I did it with John, and John made me feel like this. So why won't I go have some sugar myself?
Exactly. But once you put
it can't
once
be
you
the
put that conversation,
don't do it.
What you say?
I said you can't just say don't do it. You
exactly.
I have
but
sons.
once you have that open level conversation,
you have to make them feel valued. They need to be able to value their self and feel like they're worth something more than just out here spilling seed all over the place. Because I have sons, and I know the narrative for Black boys is that they should just be out here screwing all over the place.
Prince of King.
Right. So when you're royal oath, and I didn't want my sons to think that was normal. I prepared them for that. Your friends are gonna say this. The people that you're around, they're gonna say that, and you're gonna see all these different things. And TV's gonna tell you, and social media.
I did. Look, I showed slides of how chlamydia look. I showed slides of what certain things do to your reproduction. Gave them a listing of certain medication. If you look at somebody's medicine cabinet and you see this as a generic, this is the elements that they're dealing with.
I went the angle of ego. Like, your seed is so valuable. Do you know how top shelf you are? That's the angle that I went.
That was my angle. I didn't show them what chlamydia looked like. I didn't show them what herpes looks like. I told them that well, I told them that they needed to be aware and to wear condoms, because just like Tony said, you can't just do the don'ts and tell them not to. But I have instilled the Christian faith in my children to be able to, so they know the foundation and they know the principles. So you can control what they do, but I didn't want them to think that was normal, that you have to be out here sticking and moving. But
here's the thing, when they're not around you,
big and bold enough to do.
When they're not around you, you want to have the comfort of knowing whatever you have told them, whatever you have instilled in them, you're free to make a choice. You're not free from the consequences.
Yes.
But my mom has told me this, that, and the other.
Right.
If I feel a certain way, my first level of comfort should be my mom or a trusted adult, mentor, whatever. Like,
can I ask a question to Cabral and Lashante on this topic? Can I ask a question? So I hear you ladies saying, unlike my mom, you told them. I'm curious, what did they tell you?
Mine, oh my God.
No, not your mom.
I had the experience that Tony had with my youngest son. He was 14, and he told me that he was ready to have sex.
My daughter, when I say me and her started our conversation, she was 3 or 4 when she asked me, where did she come from? And she wasn't talking about the hospital. She wanted to know, where did she come from? Like I said, she was about 3 or 4. So, like I said, age-appropriate conversation started off right then and there. I didn't use the stork. I used the joke, whatever. But I didn't use the stork. I used age-appropriate as her age. Like I said, open conversation, because I had a case of a 10-year-old telling us for 3 months her mother's boyfriend was sticking his thing in her book bag.
Jesus.
Now, the counselor and me, once I found out, I knew what she was talking about. No one else caught on because she's saying book bag. Until somebody said, show me where your book bag is at.
I heard people call it the pocketbook before.
Age-appropriate conversations, very important to have with your children, so sex isn't taboo. I'm not saying tell them go out and listen to WAP and Cardi B and all of that, but when certain things come along, first thing to go think in their mind, well, my mommy or whoever told me this, that, and the other.
I think it's important to have those conversations. We talked about body parts. My children are little. The same thing about babies. When my kids asked, I didn't get into sex per se, but I just said women have a very special hole in their body. I said, there's a special hole. It's where babies come from. And, most kids are satisfied. They don't you know, they're not looking for like a collegiate level.
My daughter was
She
wanted the whole nine. That's why I said I had
mommies and daddies loved each other, and then they loved each other.
I didn't say, hold on. I didn't say me and her dad loved each other. I said one night, Labor Day weekend, 97, this is what happened. Thus, the result of you come May 1998, and you have been the biggest blessing ever since.
Oh, wow. Now, you guys, we have managed to go for 3 hours on the very...
Where's my daughter now? Okay, so my daughter is a productive member of society who is collegiately educated and is working in the workforce right now. And I don't want a grand puppy, a grand fish. My daughter is living her absolute best life. So I'm very, very fortunate in the way that she's developing herself as a young lady now and watching her grow. So
that's awesome. Yeah. And I think that it's great that everybody has, you know, worked with their children individually, those who have children, and try to prepare them. That's the best. We want our kids to make educated decisions. I think I could speak for everybody who has children. We want our kids to make educated decisions. I'm cracking up because my people are like me. We can talk. We are still on the first question. I had people in the comments talking about, what about men hating women? That was the icebreaker. We weren't even on the first question.
The title.
We were on the icebreaker, and we went 3 hours, and so hilarious. We had a couple people who had to leave, but if you guys in the comments, those of you watching on YouTube, if you're interested in this conversation continuing, I will definitely bring back whoever wants to come back, because there's a lot of stuff that was on the agenda to talk about. He said standing ovation. I want to talk about, these are some of the things that are on the agenda that we'll probably have to do next time. Those who want to stay, you're welcome to stay. We can probably go for a few more minutes. But I want to talk about pessimism when it comes to dating, the assumption that all women are like this, all men are like this, and how that plays out in your dating life. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about people who are very defensive. They cannot take any feedback. Anything you say, they're automatically on guard and they are ready to fight back. I really want to get into what Jonathan brought up when he was talking about the pressure in dating. I think that was just a beautiful gold nugget to unpack as far as people meeting, and then you instantly just want your person to fill all your wildest fantasies, you know, just from a romantic standpoint. Natasha says, yes, rewind the agenda. I want to talk about why so many people lead with the representative, and I did a video getting into that. I really want to get into that. I think there's a lot we can unpack and share there. I want to talk about expectations that women have, because I think that women, there's a lot of things that men struggle with, but women, we struggle a lot with having realistic expectations. And I definitely want to get into why is it that women tend to get offended more, meaning they have a list of things they want and it's easy to be offended off of that list, versus a guy, I'm overly simplifying it, but give me sex, give me food, and rub my head from time to time. And so a lot of times we have that. I also wanted to get into the comment about women who are waiting for the ring, and I say to perform, take that however you want it. In every aspect, Jermaine kind of brought that up a little bit. I think that is a gold mine of stuff to talk about. Having the expectation that from the minute you say, would you like to go on a date with me, the men have to perform at level 10. And the expectation that with women, you start out at 0, not even 1, you start out at 0, and if you put a ring on it, I will then show you the layers. So I think that's a gold mine to unpack. I also want to obviously get into the title. Do men hate women? And do women hate men?
Title 8 hours later.
Yes, I really wanted to get into that too. And then also taking ownership and having accountability, what that looks like. Really want to break that down. Also having unrealistic needs, being super selfish, and really deciding what is the purpose of a relationship. Is it to be a little genie that makes all your wishes come true, or is it something else? I have a lot of thoughts on that. And well, yeah, that's the other two.
Which one of those things are you about to pick for us to talk about?
Right, because you can drop some films. Next Sunday.
So, well, that's what I'm letting people know is these are the things that were on the agenda. So if you guys, if you guys want me to have the panel back, I already have my speaker lined up for next Sunday. But if you would like the panel back and you found them engaging, you found them interesting, I will put the invitation out there for them to return back and we can get into this. We were doing it on a regular basis. My calendar was just so full for a while with my special guests that we hadn't done it. But there's plenty to talk about. And I think that these conversations are really good to have because there are so many conversations happening out there, whether they're live conversations or posts where people are commenting, where there's just a bunch of finger pointing. It's men against women, and we're not growing. We're just saying the same things over and over again, and we're pointing fingers, and there's nothing constructive coming out of it. So hopefully, you know, those who are in the conversation and those who are listening got something. But what I really want to get into, you know, in the next episode that we get together is really start to give some constructive advice. And I can share from my experiences. I'm sure you guys, we're all average 35 to 45. We're somewhere in that general age range. And so we've learned a lot by mistakes. And I think that in sharing what we've learned by mistake, trial and error, we can help other people. There was somebody who commented last week and she said, I wish I had found your channel earlier, you know, in life, but now I'm taking it all in. And so I think that we can help each other, being like iron sharpening iron. He said, bring them back. I'll bring my bleep gun. He's so silly. He gonna help censor.
Tell him I'm sorry. I know better next time. So
I forgot to warn, because YouTube is stingy with the coin. So if there's too many words, they don't allow you to monetize. So
you know what, Yancy, I will be better, and you have to tell me what Sunday I need to be sick.
You so silly.
No, I just happen to be off this Sunday, so I need to know what Sunday to be sick. Just let me know.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the cursing stuff. Yes, I got you. When something is going to be flaring up. So it will probably be in 2 Sundays from now. So it'll probably be the second Sunday in March. So if it's not too soon.
Then you know what? I'll put in for it tomorrow.
Okay. And then if not, I'm sure with the way we talk in this group, we probably not going to unpack all the 12 things I just listed. We probably still going to have some extra for the next round. But by a show of hands, how many of you guys want to rap here? This is the normal rap time. And then how many of you want to go on for, let's just say, another maybe half an hour? I want to...
You know how we do, Yancy.
I know.
I can go for another 30 minutes.
I'm here.
I mean, I'm good. I mean...
Can we tell them that our record, you guys? I don't think they're going to believe us.
They're not going to believe us.
Our record...
YouTube is for babies. I mean, we go. You know what I'm saying? YouTube might run out of streaming time the way we used to go.
Our record, we actually ran out of Facebook Live. So we did our group chat, but we broadcast it live onto Facebook. We actually found out that Facebook has a time limit for live streams, which is 8 hours, and we still weren't done. It was 9 hours later, and the only reason we wrapped was because Negroes had to go to work. There were people who clocked in at the end of their shift, had the entire night talking, and left the live stream to get dressed to go to work. That's how intense.
That's amazing, though, because people have a lot to get off of their chest.
Yeah. Yancy, have you taken this to Clubhouse yet? Like, I could see going to Clubhouse and then leaving people back over here, because Clubhouse, that's how they thrive on, like, oh, we had like a 24-hour room. We had like a 24-hour room.
Yes, I do.
That's like those old school church sit-ins, lock-ins. Remember those?
Right. The moderators like they have a shift of moderators. They
Hold up. You go downstairs for the chicken and stuff that the mother's boy done cooked.
The chicken and the spaghetti.
You downstairs in the break room like, yeah, Tony, what time you going back up there?
I ain't going back up there today.
I ain't going back up there, man. She talking about blah, blah, blah. I'm going to go back up there tomorrow night when she talking about blah, blah, blah.
All right, so let's get into one of the topics, since the majority of you are saying, like I said, nobody has a gun to their head. If you need to pop off the live, not pop off, but if you need to jump off the live, you can do that. Jermaine, is your hand still remaining up, or did you have a new?
They just never put them down.
Okay, I just want to make sure, hands up, don't shoot. But let's talk about pessimism. One of the things that I did not realize was that as much as I am positive, Peggy, and I'm all about trying to think positively, I didn't realize that my thought life regarding men was still super negative. I'm going to tell myself. I thought it was actually normal to go into something and wait for the other shoe to drop. And I think I even asked a question like that years ago. And I just felt that was normal. And there might be people watching this who think, well, yeah, that's normal because you've had a lot of bad experiences. You're kind of expecting the bad. But that's the point. You're expecting. And I started realizing that I was looking at men through a filter. And though while there were some people who did meet my expectation of disappointing me, there were other people who weren't doing anything negative. But because I was looking through the lens of all men tend to disappoint me, I was finding ways to be disappointed that weren't even real. I was hearing things that weren't being said. I was reading into stuff. My energy was shifting because I was anticipating what was going to happen. And it was such a big epiphany when I realized in every little scenario how much I was thinking negatively. It could be as simple as this. If a guy would say, oh, I'm going to call you tomorrow, I would automatically, he ain't going to call. I would automatically go negatively. So I want to know, can anyone relate? Because when we talk about the opposite sex, I hear a lot of absolute verbiage. Women do this. Men do this. Always, never. I hear absolutes, not the handful of people I've encountered have done this. So what are you guys' thoughts on having the pessimistic
that's so good.
lens?
That's so good.
Thank you, Vonda.
I've been on both sides. I've been the one pointing the fingers and be like, oh no, he did this, he did that, he did this. Our relationship will be better if he acted like this. But when my last relationship ended and I took the time to really like self-evaluate and really say, oh wait, I was the problem.
Wow.
There was something that I was dealing with that I thought I was over and I wasn't, because I'm so quick when somebody say, oh, oh, you know, I'm gonna marry you. I'm like, I hear you. Oh, let's go out. I hear you. It's like, why you say I hear you? Because I hear what you're saying, but I don't believe you. Bleep of what you're doing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I've gotten to the point now where it's like I take everything with face value. I give people the opportunity to get to know me, and I give myself the opportunity to get to know them until you do something. Then it's like, okay, can I have this in my space? Is this going to disrupt my peace? If it becomes a problem, and then it goes to my 5 non-negotiables. They go hand in hand. If I have a negative outlook, that's not something that you're projecting. That's something that I'm projecting out, and that's what I'm attracting.
Yep.
That's good.
I also realized that I was valuing myself so low by being shocked when a man was treating me well. And the reality is, yes, if I dated 10 men, they all disappointed me. So yes, I'm shocked. But I thought, no, I should be shocked when someone doesn't treat me well versus the opposite, because I do think that I'm a catch. I have worked really, really hard on myself. And like someone said earlier, almost all the guys I've dated have circled back. I had one text me tonight while I was on the live stream. So, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting to say that.
Yeah, they always
They
always come back. They always come back. Because I have dudes that ghosted me that tried to come back. I have dudes that ghost me. I have dudes that I've dated. I've changed my number. They will find me on Instagram. They open a new Facebook and slide into my DMs. So the only one that hasn't was the one that I was the problem, that I thought he was the problem. But every other one, they always come back. To this day, always come back.
Let me say this, Yasi, because you mentioned expectation, and I think it's important to differentiate. You said you had a mindset of something negative was going to happen, and I think you're right in saying, you know, you should expect the positive, but I think it's also healthy to, I want to be careful by saying this, expect or understand that there's going to be some tough days. And I think that if you don't prepare your mind to say, well, there's going to be some ebbs and flows, there's going to be some ups and downs, that when those things come, we won't be so shocked or so taken aback. The reason why I say this is because I've always said that someone, I'll say Monique and I could go on 10 dates.
Who's Monique?
I'm sorry. Whoever
Monica.
Lashante, my fault. I ain't even going. I'm gonna just go away from that.
You got that on your day off.
He was talking about me.
Right.
No, we can still okay, Jermaine, we done went on 10 dates. Go ahead.
See how she switched it up from
me and Miss Baby then went on 10 dates. Now, let's say 7 of them, let's say 6 of them were really good, like really good. And 3 were, I mean, they're cool. But 1 was horrible. I see your face now. That just wiped out 9 basically good dates.
It depends on what the horrible thing was.
Right. It depends on what happened.
But it didn't depend on what the great things were in those 6 days.
But if it's your character, I'm not averaging.
No, because then if you're saying that we had 6 great dates, why would I be like, okay, I'm out because we had 6 great dates? What was so horrible? What was so horrible?
Yeah, if you beat me or you called me a bitch or something, then
the fact because you guys.
I think the point that he's making is that everything gets wiped away when something bad happens.
Right.
And we as women,
So the fact that you even questioned that, says something, because I'm talking about expectations.
I can attest.
And you didn't question the good dates. You went in on the bad one.
Exactly.
What are you saying?
Right, but that's the thing though. But
what was so good about the good ones? What was so amazing about the good ones?
But that's the thing though. He said though, off that one horrible date.
Horrible, not good.
What was so horrible? Because then what Yancy might have been like, it wasn't that bad. And what I'd be like, oh girl, I'm calling my girlfriend be like, girl,
But he didn't say that he didn't want to date you anymore.
But what if it was your deal breaker? Meaning, what if he said something?
Listen to
he said a bad date and then a horrible date.
And this what y'all do with y'all's girlfriends from a male perspective is that where was this energy when he took you on 6 good ones? Hey girl, how good was it? Nobody said anything. But the moment he said one bad one, y'all were like, how bad was it? Oh, was it bad? Was it canceled?
Right. That's what gets put.
That's what gets. I had an ex tell me that I go from sugar to shit real fast. He would say that a lot. He was like, I go from sugar to shit real fast. Like, I can do 100 things that you needed me to do. And when I forget the one thing, here I go. I was sugar for the 100 things. And I'm sitting out right now for this one thing. He was like, come on.
So,
what's an example of a really bad date, though? Because to me, when you say bad date, I'm thinking,
let me say this.
I'm thinking you crossed a boundary, you disrespected me, you broke character.
No, it could have been where he made reservations and the reservations got canceled.
Oh, see, I don't care about that crap.
Everybody. What? It's all relative. Whatever is horrible to you is horrible. It doesn't matter. The fact that you're questioning, it depends on what that one did. What about the 6 grades?
I disagree.
No.
If your teacher taught your daughter for 6 years and she was a great teacher and then she molested her the 7th year, you're not going to give a crap about the first 6 years.
No,
it depends.
Listen, you're making his point.
Right.
When he said horrible, your mind went to the most extreme of things. So in your mind, he slapped you. In your mind, he put your ass out the car.
Yep. His car could have gotten a flat on the highway. But he didn't have AAA.
But that's the thing. But see, that's the thing.
I wouldn't call it horrible.
He said, horrible to me, you have a flat tire.
No, not to me.
But that's not horrible.
Yeah, I would never use horrible.
But that's not. But the thing is, though, Lashante, he said 6 good dates, 3 bad dates, and then 1
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What did he say?
I said 6 great dates.
horrible dates. 6 good dates and 1 horrible date.
I said 6 great dates. 3. Well, I meant to say 6 great dates. I said 3 that were good. You know, they were good.
Yeah.
And then 1 horrible.
Okay, what is? Give me you gotta get an explanation of horrible.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He did it perfectly. Because what he did was he set you up to go to extreme what horrible would be.
Yeah.
See, You didn't ask that question at first. You didn't go, hey, by the way, what was so horrible about the date? You automatically went, nah, I'm not being involved because he slapped me, or he didn't do this, or he didn't. They went to extremes with it. No one stopped and said, so what was so horrible about the date?
I did.
But Yanti, yeah,
that was my first question because I'm like,
Yanti did say what made it horrible.
Because that, to me, that's everything is relative.
What she was doing before that. Yanti also had an example of how she was before that, and that's basically proving his point of how we bring in all these things from our past into this new situation, and we're waiting for that shoe to drop. So if the last guy cheated on me, I'm gonna just be waiting, and I'm like, okay, it's date 6, and that was great, and he's been acting real good. Okay, we're on date 8. He's still seemingly all right, but I know at some point this thing will go left. And then he don't call me back within the same regular time that he's called me back in the last 30 days that we've been dating. And every time for 30 days, he called me back within 10 minutes. Now it's been 20 minutes. Oh, it's 25 minutes. It's 30 minutes. He would have bitch.
Oh no, I didn't go that extreme. I was going to that extreme.
But another question is we're not asking, and like Vondell related to, we're not asking, well, how great were those 6 dates, those first 6 dates,
right,
in comparison to that? Are we the negative weighs so much, and so and I think it leads to that negative mentality that you were talking about. You're expecting negative. So when it happens, it just blows.
Right,
but
does that mean?
Like, I knew it. I knew you would.
But that sounds like a really immature person. If she can have 6 amazing dates, I'm just gonna call out women. If you're dealing with a woman who can have 6 amazing, not great, you said amazing, and then she has a slight inconvenience, because what you described was that it actually wasn't horrible. She's just a diva that would call an inconvenience horrible. That's why the question got lost on me, because to me, I'm the type of person I would laugh at that. If we broke down the side of the road, I'm not the chick. I have a lot of problems, but that's not one. I'm making a joke about it. I'm gonna say, baby, I got a lighter. We can do some candles. We can listen to some music. Hey, our radio still works. Whatever. Like, I'm not gonna.
Because I got AAA.
Right. Like, I'm not that person who's this princess who's like, all the magical fairy dust needs to line. No. If you tried, I'm going to actually feel more uncomfortable because I know you put so much effort. I'm going to be the one, comforting you. Like, baby, it's okay. Like, things happen, blah, 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 blah. When you say horrible, I reserve that word for you have violated me in some way.
So check this out. I'll give you something true and hope, and I'm not going to use
different
dates.
levels of horrible, though.
Right. So
that's what I'm saying. I don't subscribe to that being horrible.
That's understandable, but understand this as well. So I use this as an example. I was in a relationship. I was in the relationship, and one of my non-negotiables is cheating. Well, she cheated.
Oh.
And we stayed together.
Oh.
And I don't know if any of you have ever been in a relationship where someone cheated and you stayed together. And it was within the first 3 months of the relationship.
Oh.
And it ended up being my longest relationship.
Yeah.
Within the first 3 months. That's rough.
She only cheated once, yeah.
That you know of, right?
Well, she admitted to it.
She got better at it.
And I know she can't lie. But I mean, that's with anybody. But I'm just saying that to say that I didn't allow all the good that happened before that, because the cheating was, and we, like I said, we talked about it, and it worked for me. She actually disappointed herself, and it had nothing to do with me. What you laughing at, Yancy?
Monica's face. Monica is having a whole trial. She's like, that's not my testimony. That's what her face says.
I'm just saying, y'all talk about things happen. And then there are some things that may be now, I'm not talking about putting hands on you, and you could ask that question. I'm not talking about, rape or anything like that. But let's just say in consideration, he was drunk, to that level, what have you. That can overtake so much of the good that has happened. And we're just talking about dating. Just think about when it happens in a relationship.
You just jump to that one traumatic experience.
Right. And then you quit.
It's the prefaces of what the future holds.
So, and that negative mindset can feed into that. And that's all I was talking about. As far as expectations, yeah, you should expect good, but then also understand and expect that there's going to be some days that aren't going to be so good. And that's my, that's the point I was just trying to make.
And I do want to clarify that when I say expecting bad, what I usually try to say is expecting neutral or have no expectations rather, because 0 would be no expectations. Negative, like a number thing, negative number would be a negative expectation, and then a positive. I do try to be realistic in that I don't have any expectations, but rather come in with a blank slate and say, you're neither going to disappoint me or you're going to blow me away. I'm just coming in to know who you are. Let me just get to know who you are. And then after I have enough data, I can decide whether or not I want to continue to know who you are.
Does anybody go off of energy, vibes?
I think we all do have that internal
Right. I
gut
think that's
check.
how that would have determined if that, you
But
can't
I think
have
this
a
also can be
reading with that
misleading
energy.
because
I was just about to say that it could be
can.
misleading as well.
Now,
because
I'm going to give an
we create,
example.
we create the same way we store memories and experiences. We store those gut checks.
Okay, so this is why I asked. Met a guy on the phone, cool people. Texting, cool people. Video call, cool people. In person,
In the
my
room.
whole spirit was disturbed.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I couldn't put my finger on it. Went on the date, and I'm gonna warn you, whatever I could buy, whatever I order on the menu, I could pay for myself. So if I get steak and lobster, and you decide you want to act funny, I got that bill covered. I'm straight. Long story, somebody left me. Anywho, trauma. I'm straight. But when I finally met him in person, my whole spirit was disturbed. Like I couldn't put my finger on it. Come to find out later, he was very narcissistic and controlling. He wound up going out with a friend of mine's cousin. And when I say he did her dirty, I would have been on Snapped.
Wow.
But see, that's the
why
thing of them
also
narcissists.
go off of
They
energy
gaslight
stuff
you.
too.
So does that mean
dated a narcissist.
I'm sorry,
And
Monica,
I have too.
Can I ask Gabriel one question? So, meaning, let me understand. Did you dismiss him after your visceral experience before?
Yeah, because you know what? And it was really, because like I said, on the phone it was cool, texting. We even had a couple video calls before we actually met. I just couldn't, when I say that and I'm a very energetic person. I love people. I'm a true people person. For you to disturb my energy or my vibe like that, it had frequency. To be something. Yeah. It really had to be something. And I couldn't go on a second date. Some stuff happened where we couldn't really
Praise God.
So it kind of like drifted itself off. And that's a whole nother thing. Surrounding yourself with people, blessings and everything. But then when I found out, he started going out, and over the 2 years they was together, when I say he did her dirty. And I was like, oh my gosh, I avoided a bullet.
And I've had the opposite happen to me. Someone that, we really didn't have a great conversation over the phone, but I was intrigued by his demeanor. And when we met in person, the energy was our vibe was so magnetic that we had a lady who was with her husband at another table ask us how long we had been married because we seemed like we were honeymoon.
You broke
our first interaction.
So wait, you're speaking about him in past tense.
Look, that was my first thing in my head.
I told you I'm single, right? So I dealt with him off and on for so many years because I knew that connection was there and I was holding on to that connection. And in return, he was still a narcissist. He is a narcissist. Years after years, I would be like, this isn't going to work.
They're so charismatic, though.
And it had come to a point where I had grown a fondness of him and actually have fallen in love with him over the years of the back and forth that I was like, look, let's just be friends. and I don't want to hate you. I don't want to end this on bad terms. And he's like, no, I don't want to let you go. And it just ended up a whole complete waste of flipping time off of good vibes.
Okay, I have a question. Mm-hmm. So you and Cabral. Sorry, baby.
No problem.
So y'all both said the word narcissist and that y'all dated a narcissist. This is something that I hear a lot of women say when you're like, oh, what happened to your last boyfriend? And they'd be like, oh, he was a narcissist. How do you know he was a narcissist?
If you tell me that what I'm doing is not going to be conducive for a future, you tell me that only reason that you're with me is because of my personality, you don't like me. You tell me that no one will ever love me because I'm a bigger woman at this time. You tell me that because I've never been married and I had a child out of wedlock.
Gaslighting. Gaslighting.
Right. A whole bunch of things. Then you attempt to control or manipulate the free time that I have. So let's just say I'm on a project. That project might be 2 weeks. Out of that 2 weeks, I might have 2 days off. You want to manipulate those 2 days by being around me just so I won't be around nobody else.
Okay.
And there was a time where I looked at that as like, oh gosh, he really does love me, blah, blah, blah. But now looking back on it, like Yancy said, when you get to a point where your self-esteem is like blah, 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 it's so down that you're receptive of that you confuse that, saying, oh, this person loves me, when you really see the grip hold they have on you when you have more experiences, when you remove yourself from that situation.
Okay, so how did you know that he was a narcissist though? Just from that?
No, it was a whole bunch of other stuff too that I care not to share because it will make me go to that town and like look for him. Like my eyes started twitching.
Okay, so then you're not. So then are you? Is it safe to say that you're not fully healed from that experience?
I am. Very fortunately, I am now. And it took a long time, but it also took a long time for me to look at myself and what energy did I put out to allow this person the comfort level that he had access to do this to me. So I cannot just completely blame him and say, oh, well, he did this and he did that. Well, Cabrell, what did you do to allow this as a grown woman, to allow this person in your space, for him to manipulate you, to manipulate your energy, for him to plant those rotten seeds into, your forest of thought for them to flourish?
Right. Okay. I've said that because I dated a narcissist. I didn't know he was a narcissist until after the relationship, and I seen an actual therapist. And that's how, people was telling me, oh God, he's a narcissist. He's this, that, and the third. But he mentally and emotionally broke me down to the point where.
Narcissist. So that's the definition of a narcissist for those that may not know out there listening.
So there's so many, they come in so many different forms. But narcissists will be very charming. They're very charming. They will study you. They will definitely study you. They will listen. And the whole time you're thinking, right. No.
No, but they have aspects of things that are not dangerous, but
they study it because they use it exactly.
For manipulation.
Yes. They do positive things for a negative outcome.
I'm learning who you are and your weaknesses so I can manipulate.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right. So like with me and my ex, and it goes with gaslighting.
So getting to know you is a self-serving motive, not a...
Right.
Okay.
Right. And so, case in point, with me and my ex, I don't have children. I wanted to wait until I was married because I'm not a virgin. I can't give my husband my virginity. I already gave that away. So it's like, okay, I'm going to give him a baby, and that's going to be something that he ain't got with nobody else. I'm going to give him a baby. I'm going to give him a little baby. That's something he ain't got from nobody else. But that's something that he would use. So he was, the whole time I'm thinking, oh, he's studying me. Oh my God, he's so great, everything. He was using that as ammunition to get me in. And once I was hooked and I fell in love, then it was the same thing he used to get me was the same thing that he used to break me down. Then it was if I didn't do something that he liked,
this is why I don't want to have no kids. Or this is why you're the problem, Monica. This is why we arguing because you did this. You don't want to do this.
It's
or
always blaming.
I
They
don't
don't
like
take
what you're doing. It's
accountability.
hurting me. No, I'm not doing nothing. I'm doing this because you made me do this.
Yes. They
And
will
so
not
with
take
narcissism,
accountability for
so with
anything.
narcissism, they love the attention. That with social media, it ties to the social media. They love that attention. It feeds to their narcissism.
So
and then when you try to
about
check them on it,
it's about you, what you did.
it's you, right? And so when I left the relationship, he didn't call. It wasn't until about 2 weeks later that he reached out. Oh, I missed you. Oh, I'm sorry. This, that, and the third. And I went back. I did. I went back. Every woman goes back at least one time.
That's because they're good.
With
They're
the
really
narcissist,
good.
They actually make you think
Yes.
that it was something that you did, and it impels you to go back because they know how to manipulate the situation.
You want to work on yourself so you can be in their good graces. I had somebody piss me off so
right. They'll tell you everything.
But that's literally a pimp is literally using those tactics. Like, and people who have not been in that situation can be so flippant. There was a guy in our group who was very flippant, and he was like, I don't like the victim mindset, which I don't either. But the thing is that you have to have empathy. Nobody can just arrive at the level that he was describing. Not everybody has that. And narcissism is something that has been studied, and it's literally brainwashing. Like when people go to concentration camps or they have certain war tactics, there are literally tactics that people in the military use because they know they're effective. That's why they use solitary confinement. Everybody is not super, super strong mentally to be able to withstand. And so when you take 99% positivity and add 1% poison, and over time you slowly poison a person, it's not like somebody walking up to you like, hey, little girl, you want some poison? There's a skull on the thing. And she's like, yeah, it's not that simple. And people look at narcissism like a person came in, punched you in the face, and was like, you want to go on another date? Yes. No, what they do is they gas you up. They're over the top. You're the most beautiful thing in the world.
Right. And it first it starts with the mental.
What'd you say?
How do you protect yourself?
So
Moving forward,
once I was out of the situation, once I left that second time, and my mother was like, "No, you're not gonna go back. It's a wrap." Then I started seeing a therapist because it was a different form of retraining my mind, where I had to find value in myself again because he done broke me down so bad, mentally and emotionally, and I was shocked. And that's when I had to unravel childhood traumas. There was something that I dealt with in my childhood that now that I'm an adult, there was something about him. And I know what it is now, and I learned that through therapy. And then now it's like I can talk about it. That's why I asked Cabrillo, because when she said she didn't want to get too deep into it, and that's her personal business.
Right.
She didn't want to go too deep in it because it's going to make her click out. If you cannot talk, it depends on what the situation is, and I don't know her story. Me, I can talk about it because without crying, without getting upset, without being like, oh my God, I want to cut him up. I want to do this. I want to do that. Because that's where I was before. So now I know that I've healed from that, and I know what the root of that problem was, so I could have plugged it. And with my therapist, she helped me navigate through that, because some people, they never recover from it.
Now, see, I'm very fortunate. The reason why I won't bring it up is because I still know where he stayed. I still know where he lived, and I'm ashamed that I allowed myself to go through that during that point of time, to whereas I still get pissed about it.
You have to forgive yourself. That's the only way you
right.
get
And I still get mad. And if I bring it up, I'll still get mad about it at times. To whereas I want to. Let me holler at you for a minute.
You have to forgive yourself.
So we both can get on daylight. But
he ain't worth it, Miss Sophia. He ain't worth it.
And that's the thing that comes with the healing. That comes with your healing process.
So
you know what I mean. So you have to take it at the last step. And this is one thing that I did learn going through therapy. the last step is forgiving yourself. That is and that's the hardest.
Yeah, and you know what it is, because like I said, even if I talk about certain things with it, I don't get too deep into it, because you learn to laissez-faire, let it go. You move on to a new level. I'm very proud of where I'm at now with certain things. But just to know that, dang, I let this Mahuffus, and if I was to show y'all a picture, my friend calls him a blind troll.
Both.
I would say he's a troll with glasses, but that's a whole nother situation. Because right now, I'm not looking like Miss Beautiful myself. Like deep inside, I'm pretty. Like deep in the crevices of my soul, just right.
You're gorgeous,
but we see that
you gorgeous, baby.
So to answer, I've dated 2 narcissists, and they were 2 different types of narcissists. One was Prince Charming, and he was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and he broke me down, and I had to learn how to love him unconditionally in order to forgive him, and then in return forgive myself to upbuild myself. I haven't gone through therapy, none of that. I prayed, I did self-discovery, I saw what I did wrong in that relationship, I held myself accountable, and I called him and apologized for allowing him to do what he did to me in that relationship. The second guy, I just blocked him. I said, listen, we always come back at a bad time in your life, not mine.
Right.
Your life. And I said, and I hope everything is well, because he knows that I'm a great communicator. And anytime something that didn't go the way that he thought that it should go, it was like you just totally go ghost for 2 seconds. I'm going to get with you in 1 second. So I took control over the scenario and said, listen, you don't have access to me anymore. I called Sprint and blocked him.
No.
You got to change.
You have to completely.
It's above me now.
Yeah,
it's above me now.
For that, in that last tidbit, you and Jen, I really, and Sean, I really appreciate that. Forgiving yourself. Thank you.
Yes, you have to you got to let it go.
There was a post that I did the other day, and a lot of people responded to it, and I didn't create it. I just, put a little graphic on it. But it said, you have to forgive your past self for what you didn't know. To me, the only thing that should be shameful is when you do learn and then you go back. So you're responsible for what you knew at that time. And I think that the beauty is that the bravery is you being able to speak about it and admit that was your past, because all the videos that I've watched on narcissism were people who boldly told their stories of being suckers. I say that, suckers from a narcissist. If those people were ashamed of what they went through, I would not have been able to learn, because a lot of times people wonder, is this narcissism? And then you listen to the stories and they're so eerily parallel. Like, I'll just give one example.
Jermaine, you just might as well talk.
Jermaine, go ahead.
Right, at this point.
No.
But there is one trait that almost every single narcissistic victim has. And it is, you begin to completely question your own sanity to the point that all of us have used a tape recorder. You get so you're like, no one's gonna believe this. You just and they'll tell you you don't have a watch on, and you're like, but I see the watch. No, you don't have a watch on. You're like, but I could touch it, and I'm reading. Nope. Yep. And they have you so second guessing yourself that you start recording things because you're like, I know I'm not insane. And so I just say that to say, if all those people didn't have the bravery to step forward, we wouldn't know outside of a therapist even what that was or how it's different from just a bad relationship. We wouldn't understand the level of toxicity or what to look for. Jermaine, did you have something you wanted to add?
I wanted to ask a question. So, one real quick, like in 2 minutes, because it's almost sounding like narcissists are completely males. I was wondering where.
Women are.
Okay. And then the second question was, because there's so many kings and queens out here that have not experienced it and might about to be going into, how can they see the signs and avoid dating a narcissist.
Vondell, you're on camera, by the way, just FYI. Okay.
I know.
Okay, just making sure.
No, thank you. I'm in the kitchen.
Okay, look, I was.
Like the bathroom.
It did. That's why I was like, I've seen this video before, and this can go left quickly. That's really what it looked like. I was like, okay. Oh, okay.
No, Jermaine.
It looked like he took a couple squares of toilet paper and he was getting ready. I was like, sir, you are on camera.
Answer your question.
I only date men, so I wouldn't know how many women narcissists.
I was raised. One of my grandmothers is a total narcissist, and I was raised by her. So no, they are alive and well and living.
They're not well.
It presents in a different way. It presents in a different way. But it does. The one similarity is not trusting.
So how do I recognize
narcissists want?
You can't.
Because somebody said you don't recognize it till it's too late. So
Actually, I think you can.
Somebody in the chat said you don't recognize a narcissist.
Right, that's why I just in love with them.
It's
But there has to be a sign. There has to be a sign.
There are. I'm willing to share them.
You fall in love with this facade of the representative of what some narcissists do. Okay, I can't speak for all narcissists. I can just talk about the one that I dealt with. He extended his representative until a point of comfortability to where he's like, got her.
I got her.
What Dave Chappelle said about Oprah on that skit, got her. So he extended his representative to the point where he said, got her, and then the snowflakes started to fall.
He can't go anywhere.
But see, that's the thing, though. Narcissists do not have a
telltale sign.
No, they do. They have very telltale signs.
It's right. They're disconnected. They're disconnected from their empathy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about them putting forth a representative.
Well, that's the one.
They're gonna be charming. They're gonna gaslight you. That's just what women and men. There are. But it's
What's
more
gaslighting? I hear that word all the time.
Gaslighting is when you make the person think something.
You believe something that is completely untrue.
Like when I said that there's no watch. If I said, and I'll tell you where that term came from, Vondell, but you know how I said the person's telling me I don't have a watch on? If I tell you enough that you don't have a watch on, at some point, just for your own sanity, you're going to start to believe, well, maybe I don't.
It's like the Stockholm Syndrome.
Yes, there was a movie where the husband had the lights turn on every single night on the property. And the wife would see it and comment about it, but he kept telling her, no, they're not on. And she just kept losing her mind more and more and more. They were gas lights outside. So it's called gaslighting. The other thing is like
narcissism.
Yes, and it's also like if you, Vondell, if we're in a relationship and you talk to me about, I want to talk to you about your fact you're always late. And then I just keep turning it around and bringing it back to you. Well, I wouldn't be late if you hadn't pissed me off last night. And we never get to that thing. It's like you just keep, shifting the conversation. Right. But Jermaine, you asked if there are telltale signs. What's that?
I was telling Jermaine that is a sign.
Yeah, so gaslighting is a big sign. They don't have empathy. So
they cannot take criticism.
I was going to say
on the other foot.
So there's a handful of things that you can 100% see. The biggest one is a lack of empathy. Most normal people, if they realize they inflicted pain on someone, they feel very terrible. A narcissist cannot. It's like a part of them is missing. They really cannot.
It's like that's your fault.
Right. The only time that they will show what appears to
you if you kept your mouth shut.
The only time they will show what appears to look like empathy is if it will get them to the means to an end. So you have to see what they're going to get as a result of it. The third thing that you have to keep in mind with a narcissist is their biggest fear is you leaving them. So, and most people are surprised by this because a narcissist acts like they don't care, which makes you think that they're like, oh, you could leave or not. Their biggest fear, what they will do is they will threaten you with leaving. But you don't ever hear a story. You hear the women, they all left the narcissist. Narcissists don't leave.
Won't leave. They'll never leave.
The only way they will ever do it is if they think you've already started their process. And then what they'll do is they will actually campaign to turn everyone in your circle against you because they can never, ever, ever take ownership that it's them. And this is the reason at the root for narcissism, because I wanted to understand it. When they don't feel whole inside, they have to get their power source from a healthy person. So they don't love themselves. That's why they have to, like a vampire, get the love from someone else.
The breath out of you.
Because they don't know how to do it in a healthy way. I'll be loving and therefore I'll get love back. They feel they have to manipulate the person to get that
These
love.
jokers sound like they need to build some kind of police charter or something. They need to seem like y'all need to report them.
But answer me this though.
Mm-hmm.
Why
They
is
should
it?
be. They should be a database.
That sounds like a victim.
They're very highly functioning
like
though.
sex offenders.
But
Right,
with those signs though.
Database.
But with those signs though, why? So after about a good, I'm for a lot of things.
I already know where you're going. Mm-hmm.
For a lot of things in life, but not everything in life. I don't get to a third strike.
Yes.
And that's me coming, and that's kind of me coming from South Side of Chicago.
Yes.
From a survival standpoint, it's 2 strikes and I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not getting to a third strike. And that's in a lot of things that I do in life. So if I see something that I know within myself is not right, I'm out. Like no one can get me to see it.
But Chavez, you have something different than most people have. You
but
are
see, that
whole.
gets into a person's own insecurity. So if you've dealt with something, like I had abandonment issues. I was raised by my father.
That's what I was getting at.
9. I was 9. My father moved from Cleveland to Sacramento. I didn't see him again until I was 14. Didn't see him again until I was 16. Didn't see him again until I was 30. So in that process, men that I was attracted to presented themselves in, I don't mind a controlling man. Like a controlling man and a narcissist are 2 different things.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't mind a controlling man?
I don't.
You mean a leader?
Yeah, that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's different.
Okay.
Someone who takes control versus is controlling.
Those 2 words
Takes control.
those 2 things are not interchangeable.
She meant takes control.
She meant takes control.
Leader, okay, I'll explain that in a second. But so because of my abandonment issues, I felt like once I had feelings for someone, I stuck it out. Like I felt like I was responsible for making something work.
Yes.
I put a lot of pressure on myself because I felt like, okay, I ran a lot from a lot of situations. Like I get uncomfortable and like, that's why my friends call me the Black Queen, because if you make me feel uncomfortable, I'll leave you before you leave me. So if you gotten close enough to me for us to now be in a relationship,
you're
I'm
invested.
going to work to make it go and keep going. And a narcissist would attach themselves to that because they would see that I don't want to fail in something. And then in return, you know, it wasn't a strike for me. It was like, okay, these are the changes you go through in a relationship because they make you feel like those were changes that you go into a relationship.
Yes.
Now I know what those signs are because I've dealt with 2 types of narcissists. One who presents the signs at first and is very manipulative, and one who has the great vibes and the great conversation, and you fall in love with him, and then he's a psycho. You know,
let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this, if I can.
Go ahead.
So do you think that fathers not being in their daughters' lives, or fathers being in their daughters' lives and not providing them with the proper information in regards to these type of guys, it sounds to me like that is a major key.
Oh, Chavez, that is
okay. So
and I say this because
I'm dying to share.
I have a 19-year-old daughter, and my kid's father is a very integral part in my daughter's growth emotionally, physically, every part of making sure that she develops as a woman as she should. But she was dating a narcissist, and he would tell him, he told her, look, this is what he's trying to do to you. This is what happens when he is trying to take control. I think certain people like people to be a project.
And I had to understand that about myself.
But he told her after the fact. He told her after the fact. That wasn't preparation.
No.
But see this. Okay, so
he's saying after she already got in a relationship.
Right now, because you aren't emotionally prepared to deal with guys that are this way.
Okay.
Okay.
But Chavez, I want to.
Okay.
But go ahead, Monica.
Chavez, to answer your question, I feel that I'm a daddy's girl.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my daddy are like this, and that still didn't stop me from running into the situation that I dealt with.
And Monica, can I ask something on that note? What is it then that a woman is looking for that the narcissist is satisfying?
That's why I wanted to tell you.
With me personally, with me personally, it was a childhood trauma that I didn't know that I didn't deal with.
Gotcha.
So when I became an adult,
mine was my dad.
When I became an adult, and I found out what the trauma was, it had nothing to do with the relationship with me and my father. It had to do with everything with the relationship with me as a woman. Because I was told, being from the South, and I was told, and I was already programmed, oh, she likes skin. She got skin.
Oh, it's cutting out.
She gonna be married. Oh, here I am, 30. I was approaching 30, not married, no children. I went to school. Like what I'm saying, I went to school.
Yeah, it cut out, Monica.
Okay.
When you said
she
you
said
realized
she light skin.
Yeah, right when you started.
So growing up, it was she's light skinned. She got good hair. She nobody got to worry about her. She gonna be good. When she grow up, she gonna find her a nice little man that's gonna marry her. She gonna have some babies and she be good. But then I was approaching 30, no husband, no children. So then I started to question myself. Like, wait, I was raised to think that, wait, I didn't have to do anything because I'm light-skinned and I got good hair. Somebody was going to marry me. Then I started questioning everything. Then I ran into him.
Oh, wow.
And a narcissist will use whatever they figure out your weakness.
That's what I was trying to say. Yes.
About the baby.
And
That's
so
study the child.
Studying, right. So then, when I met him, he and I, friends. We were friends first. We did it the old-fashioned way. We were friends. But in being friends and courting, I was telling him, things that I dealt with in my past. I was telling him what I like in a guy. I was telling him what my aspirations was as far as me being in a relationship. So he was pumping me for all this information. Then he turned around,
flipped it on you,
and used it against me. And then so we ended up getting into a relationship. I literally relocated my entire life for this relationship. Then found out once I was in love. Now I was far beyond in like. I was now in love.
Right.
Then it was, oh wait, you didn't tell me you've been married twice.
No,
you told me, huh?
Him, not you.
Him.
Okay.
I've never been married. I've people get married and things happen and whatever, but I just never took that jump. I've been engaged, but something wasn't sitting right with me where I was like, I'm good. But time to find out he cheated, had a baby, all that stuff. But with a narcissist, I found out not only were you married once, you were married twice. But I'm in love now. Then I found out that you cheating, but I'm in love. Then it's like I started to really believe when I would see text messages. And I started to think he had me thinking that what I was seeing wasn't happening.
Yep.
And he isolated me from my sister. He isolated me from my family. When I moved.
Sorry, that's another huge sign for the people listening. I don't want them to miss that because I was starting to give that list of things to look for. Isolation is huge because they know that if you have a sounding board of healthy, sane people, they're all going to be like, no, that's not right. So they have to isolate you.
Is the ultimate. Is what you're saying.
What's that?
And so when I
their opinion is the ultimate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. He needs to be God in your life.
Voices. There can't be too many outside voices. So when I moved, everything was good in the relationship in the beginning. But when I actually took that step and moved, and we moved in together, that's when it went completely left. I stopped talking to my family. Then it's like then the cheating started.
He had you
literally came
totally
home
where you
one
want.
day.
Yeah.
One day he came home and he had like smudged red lipstick on his cheek. And I was like,
that's his grandmother though.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
His
Go ahead.
That was, you said it was his grandmother?
The church mother. The church mother telling him goodbye.
No. See, and
Don't do it.
He literally told me it was cold outside, so his cheek got red.
Oh, dang. He light skinned as hell, huh?
That's worse.
That's worse. Now you think I'm stupid.
And he's the same color as you. He's the same color as you.
Just right there, baby. Just right there. My
Hold on.
cheek
Did
got
she
real
just
cold
say,
right
hold on,
there.
hold on. Wait a minute. Did she just say he the same color as me?
He the same color as you.
And
Well, see, that's the problem right there. Too light skinned.
He literally, and then he literally, when he will go out, he'd take my car keys and go, and I have nowhere.
Of course.
You can't leave. You can't leave.
Yeah,
and then when it got, but he wasn't taking my car. He wasn't taking my car.
Just the keys.
He drove in his car with your keys.
Yes.
With my keys. And then when when it was over the first time I left, he knew I wasn't done. I thought I was. Went back a few weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
But that last time when I was done, then he tried to get me break.
So you never made yourself spare keys?
Huh?
Never made yourself a spare set of keys?
I lost my other car.
And you don't go against a narcissist. You don't go against a narcissist though.
No, when you buy a car, you get 2 keys. But I lost one.
But even still though, if you go against a narcissist, there will be hell to pay.
Mm-hmm.
They make sure.
But they also, even though, when you go against them, there's hell to pay. But they're doing all this stuff so to convince you that you want to do the things that they want you to do.
Right.
You want to be a good girl.
Because he's convinced you that the things that he wants you to do, you're going to do them because that makes you good.
Mm-hmm.
So
was Dirty John
like when
that TV show? Was he
like
a
when we first started?
Or a sociopath?
To the extreme, yes.
But I don't know.
Definitely a narcissist.
Jermaine is extreme. Oh my God, just talk. At this
Go ahead.
I don't. He looks like he's gonna explode, huh?
It's midnight.
No. I was just gonna say.
Yeah, he does.
That for those out there listening, because Monica, you said earlier, you healed from it and everything. That's good because a lot of people don't. One thing that a motto that I have for myself is that if I can't love you and love myself at the same time, then one of us got to go.
And
right,
and that's what I wanted to say with Chavez.
And that's all. That's ideally the thought process. However, when a narcissist has their hooks in you,
they take the love for you away.
It completely shakes. It completely flips your whole world upside down. And
trust me.
And you have no idea where it goes left.
And Chavez, you were asking that question at the very beginning, which I didn't want it to go too far without answering it. You were asking how this can happen to the victim. I use the term victim lightly, but it's victim. The reason why somebody like you would not fall prey is because you have an unusually high sense of your self-worth. And I don't mean that in a funny way. Because I know you personally, you really understand who you are, and you're not swayed by outsiders to the degree that most people are. I believe that the majority of people don't have... Is he frozen, by the way? No, he blinked. I think the majority... I think the majority of people don't have a healthy amount of self-love. Previously, myself included. And that is who can be the victim. A person who has a very strong sense of who they are and self-worth, they're impenetrable. So it's not that anybody can fall
prey. Wait a minute.
I'm reserving myself to the side.
And I like to say that. I like what you're saying, but I can say that I'm one of those people that has very high self-worth. I've always considered myself to have a high self-worth. I have dealt with a narcissist. And what Monica was talking about is really extreme, but I think that there are some people who don't possess all the traits.
Oh yeah, no.
That's
Wait, are you
Level
saying
to this narcissism?
Are you saying that you had an encounter with a narcissist, or you stayed in a relationship with a narcissist?
Oh, I was married to somebody, and I went and see. Here's the thing: he's not your patented all the signs narcissist. His thing was like he had something that was going on, and he had narcissistic behavior with cheating. So he didn't check all the boxes. Like he didn't isolate me from my family, and he didn't.
He wasn't gonna be able to do that.
A cheater.
He wasn't gonna be able to do that.
Yeah, he didn't try to beat down my self-worth or make me feel like I was a bad person. He was a cheater, and this was not something that he could, get his arms around to stop.
But why would you think he's a narcissist then? Because a narcissist can have traits of other people.
The narcissistic behavior with him was he tried to convince me that he wasn't cheating and to doubt my intuition.
I think I have a different definition though, because you can have narcissistic tendencies, but not be an actual narcissist. A narcissist is when they have all of the.
That's the point that I'm making. I would never put him in a category where he was a narcissist. In his specific behavior, with him cheating, that's where his narcissistic tendencies would come out.
I'm glad you made the distinction, because what I'm saying is,
honest.
If I just want it to be really clear, because this is really crucial for people watching. If someone has narcissistic tendencies, it's not the same as narcissism. And my statement only applied to someone with a narcissist. So I'm saying if you're with a narcissist, to me, you two cannot exist. You cannot be with a full-fledged narcissist and have self-worth. Because when you're with...
I agree.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I didn't want somebody to think that they could stay with a narcissist.
It don't start off like that. But I guarantee you by the end of that relationship, when you really hit that rock bottom, you're like, okay, I can't not do this no more. You have none left.
And I think
it robs you of your
peace. Is narcissism is it a mental thing? Is it a psychological? What is it?
So it's different than psychoticness. You guys can tell I've studied this at length. I'm very fascinated by it. It's different than psychotic. It is something that is learned behavior. Oftentimes, it can be developed. Yes, it can be developed. You can have two same parents and one child ends up being this way and the other didn't. It's developmental, but you can change from it. The problem is that it's so deep within people. Most of them don't want to change.
They don't know that they're narcissists.
They don't know it, right? And then some people find out and actually admit that they are, but they don't want to change. And the reason why I think it's fascinating is because it comes down to them not having self-worth. So we look at narcissists as these mean people because they do very evil things to other people. But at the end of the day, they are broken inside. If they knew that they could have all the things that they desire, but do it in a healthy way, that's the sad thing. They think that they have to manipulate to get what they want. So to me, it's like a mental disorder, but from the medical term, it's not a mental disorder. It's a behavior. And the irony is that if you look at most successful people, like I believe they said like lawyers and CEOs and all that, a lot of them are narcissists. It's the traits that get them far are the traits that get them really far. So
Donald Trump is a narcissist.
A lot of them are very high functioning.
Huge. That's a great example.
There you go.
That's a great example, Monica. Yeah.
So in other words, like this last situation in January, like I didn't tell them to do that. Like it's their fault. It's them. Okay.
Yes. Even though he is on video saying, "Let's go together.
Take the right
I'm gonna
to go take the vote back.
We're gonna go." Yes.
And do you know why, Vondell?
That is typical narcissistic behavior.
The reason why a narcissist can't see anything wrong, it's not because they're just arrogant. It's because their self-worth comes from the image they project.
Able to control.
So if you then start to deconstruct the image that they have put out there, the image is not just for us. The image is for them. And they really believe that that's who they are. So it's like somebody who is 3 foot tall, in order for them to get through life, they have to say, I'm 6'3" and I have a ripped body. Reality, there's some twiggy little, glasses
like
wearing 3 foot tall.
Do you want to know what the Napoleon
complex.
So that's a form of narcissism.
Yeah, like
so
like
he has to.
Make myself bigger than what I am.
He was totally convinced I should not have lost. There's no way I could ever lose.
And even though there was no evidence to what he was saying, there was no proof. There was nothing stating that he could even be a little bit right. He's
right.
Still,
like he was not conceding.
Because
like,
if he gives in to them, it feels like they are being destroyed. They're not being corrected. They're being destroyed. And that's why so many people think erroneously, if I just have a calm conversation, if I just present the facts, if I show the photograph of him with his thing stuck inside of her, I can prove he was cheating. They will literally, and I've had a guy say, you did not see what you see. It's like, are you going to believe me or your lying ass eyes?
Lying eyes.
They cannot.
Someone do that to me too.
They would rather die than to get rid of the image they have given themselves in their mind.
Wow. Yes.
And so if you refuse to accept the image that they've put out there, they would rather get rid of you than ever let go of that image, because to them, that is them.
And Yancy, what's scary about that is because I built myself up and I believe who I am, and I hate to bring this up for those who aren't believers, but I know who I am in him, then I have a high sense of self-worth and self-esteem. So it's scary because the way you're describing a narcissist is someone that's that way. They have a high sense of self-worth and esteem, and you're not going to tell me who I'm not, when we should be taught that you shouldn't lose yourself.
It's actually the opposite, Jermaine.
No, they don't have a high.
They don't have a high. They have a negative 50 sense of self-esteem. Their self-esteem is below. They don't have self-esteem.
They portray themselves.
They project it.
Okay, I didn't get that's what you were saying. Okay, I thought.
Yeah, that's why I said most people think that they're vain and they're arrogant. Oh, you can't correct me because I'm the bomb.
They take power from you.
Yes.
To build themselves up mentally.
I put 2 links in the chat.
I was gonna say Tony is totally equipped to talk about this.
Which is why if you look at it, if you really pay attention to him, and I've been following him. Like, listen, I followed Trump. I read the Art of the Deal, and I bought that part of him. And then it wasn't until the early 2000s where I started doing some research, and I started finding out things about him. So when he ran, if you think about it, he attacked all of the Republicans with that same thing about, if I don't win, it's because they cheated. Like he didn't just say that. He didn't just say that right now.
Right.
He said that before Hillary, even in winning the Republican primary, like he was saying the same thing. And then when he became president, he attacked his school. He attacked his school and said, I don't want any of my grades released. I don't want my taxes released. So basically, it's like now who he is as a person is being unraveled, and he would rather, not knowingly, like Yancy said, subconsciously, he's going to do whatever it takes. That means burn this thing down in order to maintain who he is.
So
that's why they stormed the Capitol.
Like next, like is he done? Like, or in his mind, it's like, I still got to get back.
He's still going to fight. Until he takes his last breath, he is going to fight.
Because in his mind, he can't. They don't have peace. So it's like Bondell. It's like if I tell you 2 + 2 = 5. We can all agree, but you personally are going to be stressed out. Like, even going to bed at night, you're going to be like driving you nuts because you're like, it's not 2 + 2 is not 5. And it's going to cause this dissonance inside of you. That's how they feel. Everyone else is wrong and they are right. And so if I could just get people to understand, and I want to have Tony speak on this because, like I said, this is his background. He understands all this stuff. I don't know if it's okay if I read what you put.
And break it down spiritually, Tony, because this is bananas.
I definitely think there's a connection.
You know what? After all those experiences, though, I'm grateful for them because now I know who I am and what I won't sacrifice in any other relationship, who I am in Christ, who I am as a woman. I am very confident in what my needs and wants are and what my desires are and what my non-negotiables are. And I can stand on that and not feel guilty. I've forgiven my father, and all of that had to come in play in order for me to be ready for my husband mentally and emotionally. So I am grateful, because I do see red flags now, and you are Black. Like good luck. Pray to your mama and the God above if you're the one that's supposed to be in my life, and hope that he comes to me in a dream and tell you that.
Boom.
Tony, did you want to add anything from a professional background, or do you want me to read any of these comments?
Yeah, you can read the 2 comments I put in. Okay. They were just the first paragraphs to the links that I put up there.
Okay, so Tony put on here, narcissistic personality disorder is a mental disorder characterized by an established pattern of being fixated on oneself that is reflected in the thoughts, feelings, and actions of the individual, as well as their relationships with other people. Everyone believes that they understand the meaning of the term narcissist, as it is certainly one applied to everyone from celebrities to politicians. It is overused. Although psychology's understanding of what constitutes a narcissist is reasonably well established, there is still considerable controversy regarding its basic underlying dimensions. You may already know about the difference between grandiose and a vulnerable narcissist, a distinction based on the idea that some people with narcissistic qualities seem to have truly inflated sense of self, which is the grandiose, but others have deep-seated insecurities about their true self-worth, which is the vulnerable. Indeed, there's also the view that grandiosity, which is what I said, is just a cover-up for deep-seated insecurities. So it is fascinating. I definitely think that people should research. There are so many YouTube videos. There are a lot of, it's mostly women that I've seen come forward, but that tell their story. And exactly what Jen said, for me, that was my breakthrough. Me being at the lowest point, questioning my sanity, I went to seek mental help. I literally went to see someone, and the professional was like, I can't say this on the record. You just need to get away from that person. But the thing is that for me, I can only speak for myself. For me, I was able to have their hooks in me because I didn't know who I was. Years later, 10 years later, I realized I was looking for a man to define me. So when a man started to define me, that's what he was supposed to do. His definition just happened to be that I sucked at life and that I shouldn't even be here. And so I accepted it. And now it's to the point where I don't let someone else define me. And because I figured out who I was, when I got out of that bad situation, I said to myself, I'm not going to swing the pendulum to where I'm just so amazing, you can't tell me nothing. I need to find a middle ground, which is what is reality. So I did a whole journey. I chased Yancy, hence the title of my channel, and said, who am I? And that very first step for anyone who's ever been in an abusive relationship, the first step after you separate is to explore. Figure out who you are. Don't celebrate your positives. Figure out who you are, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And then when you have those 3 categories, you have the good, cool, celebrate that. Then you start tackling the bad and the ugly. But you separate the bad and the ugly from who you are. The bad and the ugly is a broken mindset and bad habits that you can break. You yourself are not bad. God did not make anyone bad. You have bad actions, bad thoughts. So when you start taking those things and you start working on them, then you have a confidence from a place of reality. I'm confident because you know what? Maybe I was a bad mom before. My actions were that of a bad mom. I'm not getting up on time. I'm not feeding them healthy or whatever. I'm just using it as an example. But when you start to actually act on it, you then say, this is the barometer of, for example, what a good mom is to me. Then when you decided you're getting an A, I don't care who comes along. If they tell you, well, for me, you're a B or a C, that might be their truth. Maybe you can eat off of your floors because they're so clean. But
you,
for
I'm
me,
a B or a C. To
right,
me, I'm an A.
To me, I'm an A, and I'm confident in that.
A+.
Exactly. And I feel like we all have a healthy sense of a gauge where we actually might be thinking we're doing pretty good, but then somebody comes along in a healthy way and it's like, Jen, you know, your lipstick isn't supposed to go here. Like maybe you thought it was supposed to go there, but you're like around and you're like, yeah, everyone else stays in the lines. Maybe I'm going to start to just put my lipstick here. And that's the healthy part. I think some people swing in the other direction. You can't tell me nothing. I'm fabulous. It's like,
good point.
That's what I was going to say. A lot of people who have had relationships with narcissists, once they overcome that relationship, they then become the narcissist.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's deep.
So somebody asked me to explain it from a spiritual level. You're on mute, Monica. You're on mute. Monica, we can't hear you.
So that goes to the victim then becomes the abuser.
Exactly.
No one's ever gonna make me feel this way again.
So all y'all narcissists right now?
No.
Look, that's not my testimony.
Everybody has a breaking point. Everybody has a point where it's like, okay, wait. For me, I literally was getting out the shower the second time. When I got out the shower and I looked at myself, I caught myself in the mirror. And I had no idea who the hell was looking back at me.
Wow.
I've been there.
That point,
I was there.
And at that
that
point,
person.
that's when I left. I literally put clothes on. My hair was still in a towel. And I drove from Dallas and drove to Houston. And I never went back. And I went and I left.
Now, did he come
that was
after
the second and the last time.
Did he come after you, or is it just like you gone?
He disappeared. He still reached out to my parents.
Because he wanted your parents.
He wanted his
to reach
image.
You
he wanted his image to still be.
He had to control the narrative. Yeah.
He did not want people to know what happened.
Yeah. And I gotta get to them. I want to find out from them what you've told them
what
about
you
me.
said.
Yep.
So I
Right.
control the narrative.
Control the narrative at all costs. Yeah.
So my mother was the one that said, you need to completely block him. And I removed him from every aspect of my life. And I literally had to go to a pastor to have my soul cleansed, to break that soul tie, to break that tie that I had with this man, that I shared my body, my space, my time, my peace, my mind. So it's different levels to it. And I had to see a therapist. I had to, because I had no idea how to navigate this new norm, because I found myself questioning my own self-worth.
Yes.
When in the beginning in the relationship, he would tell me, oh, I love that you're outspoken. I love that you speak your mind. I love that you're a go-getter. But in the relationship, all the things that he said he loved about me, he hated.
Jesus.
You always got an opinion. Why you always gotta say something? Why can't you just? So then it was like, okay, so then I found myself questioning, like, well, am I a bad person? So I had to take the time and literally seek professional help.
Yeah.
And now that I've gotten through that, there's certain signs that I can recognize in certain people. However, everybody's walk is different. Everybody's childhood trauma is different. Me personally, I've healed to the point where I can talk about it and not cry. I can talk about it and not get upset. I can talk about it and not want to drive 3 hours to go cut him.
Right.
Praise God for growth.
It will make you go crazy.
I'm actually friends
Tony,
with one of my exes that is a narcissist.
Mine too.
Say before you break it down, Tony. So those of you listening, sisters, be glad he did not respond. And he talked about little talking to DM because he might be a narcissist.
Amen. Amen.
I had to. That's what I said when I said I had to learn how to love one of them unconditionally in order to overcome what I had gone through with him. And we are really good friends now. Like, I actually ask him questions about myself when dating other men now.
Wait,
I'm friends with one of the narcissists.
You ask him questions about what's wrong with you before you date somebody else?
I've asked him what I did wrong in certain scenarios. Yes. Yep.
Huh.
And he can give you an objective answer, you feel?
Yep.
And you don't feel. Oh, well, you go, girl.
I'm assuming.
And you know why? You know how I know it's genuine? Because I prayed hard about how to get over him, and I had become so bitter on this situation that I literally could see myself killing him. And in order for myself to be able to date anyone else moving forward, I was directed by God to forgive him and myself, and I had to learn to love that man unconditionally in order to get over that situation.
You can still forgive him, but that doesn't mean you allow him into your space.
I don't.
Because honestly, the only way to really.
It's not like we're best friends and we're going out to eat dinner every night. That's not it at all. Like, he's moved on. I have no intentions of even engaging with him.
So is it kind of like you're no longer under a spell?
That's what I was gonna say. She controls.
When he presents you something, you can come from a logical faith and say, you know what? I see that because I'm no longer under that spell.
It's been this way for about 5 years.
I'm curious.
Girl, be careful.
Really curious of why you refer to him though.
Because she came to a point, right? And this is very important, and this is why we don't give white people the time of day that we should give them for slavery. She came to a point where she forgave him for all the evil that he had.
That mental slavery is no longer there.
She freed herself from it. So now, right, she should be cautious in the way she deals with him, but she's already said she's disconnected from him and certain things that they talk about. So she'll ask him questions, and she should have this spiritual discernment, right? And if she says something and his narcissism shows its horns, she'll go, that's not the answer I was looking for. But she did it to him.
So now you know the game, and now you know how to play it.
Right. Exactly. And that's what I meant
Good for
when
you, girl.
I prayed over how to overcome that situation, and that's how it presented itself.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the mother whose son was murdered, and she was going to prison to visit the guy who murdered her son.
Yes.
And then when he got out,
she let him move in.
He lived right next door. She had him living right next door to her.
I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
And she completely changed him. Like he
God
even talked about.
does not promote
That's the power of absolute forgiveness.
Because it's not in control over you anymore.
That's the story of Christianity. See, that's the actual story that we miss. As Christians, we spend too much time condemning people for their sins and what the wrongs that they have done. The message is the ultimate forgiveness, right? When you forgive and love through all the pain that they've taken you through. So from a Christian standpoint, right? When Jesus was on the cross going through what he was going through, he knew that you and I, right, would continue to deny him, would continue to sin. He did it
anyway. Yes.
Did it anyway. And that's how you have to look at Christianity. Stop looking at it from this controlling and I can't do this. No, it's amount of
the
love.
Ultimate power.
Right, that you can't understand. So narcissism, right, from a spiritual standpoint is Satan. Satan is a he knows he's going to lose. He knows that the end is over for him, but he will try everything he can to pull you in.
Convince you that I'm not who you know me to be.
But like he said, he wants to bring you with him.
The blood of Jesus, he's repelled.
Right. So the best thing is when after Jesus got baptized by John, right? The Spirit led him into the wilderness. People get to forget that. The Spirit led him into the wilderness. So after the 40 days and 40 nights of fasting, he was presented by the devil. The devil did something very narcissistic. He said to God, Jesus is God. He said to God, so you hungry, right? Turn those stone to bread.
And he used the word, right?
Right. And God said, misquoted the word. You know, man should not live by bread alone, but every word proceeds out of the mouth of God. What he did was, now he's on one plane. Satan then took Jesus higher. Throw yourself off of this pinnacle right here, because the scripture says, Psalms 91, if they dash their foot against the stone, the angels will pick you up, right? Jesus had a report for that. He took him up higher. So, like a narcissist, they will keep building you up. They find the point where they can tear you down. So that's what you have to be careful for. Be careful of the people who stand under you. Like Monica said, he built her up to the point where I love the way you defend yourself. I love the way you take care of things. I love the boss that you are. Once he had her, nah, you can't do that no more. You've got to worship me. I'm the worship material.
Yes.
The way you acting, you got to worship me. That's worshiping you. You got to worship me. So we have to be very cognizant of how we get involved with people.
So Tony, so basically it's kind of in the vein of not having almost in like treating another person as God.
Yes.
You're
basically that God.
And when you come out of those relationships, and you come out on the other side of those relationships, if you do have a relationship with God, that is the thing that God lets you know. That this relationship was no longer of God or serving any part of God in you. It became idolatry.
Yep.
And you started to worship that person. And that thing had to end. It was going to end. If I'm a Christian and I have a relationship with God,
said no other gods before me.
Idolatry in my life. It doesn't matter if I'm married to that person. It doesn't matter what that relationship consists of. God is going to remove that thing from your life. It's going to be snatched away.
That's right.
And he's going to tell you why. Because he's gracious and he's your father. He's not going to let this thing take over you or kill you. Because just like us, what good are you if you don't have your mind? If I'm questioning my intuition, the very thing inside of me that tells me to make good decisions and right choices and to be who I am, that's part of who I am, my character, my foundation, everything about me. If I question that and I no longer trust myself or believe myself, that will take you to a place of no return. Some people people have breakdowns because they can't trust themselves.
Yep.
That's where those mental breaks come from. And everybody doesn't return from those mental breaks. Everybody doesn't come back from that. They're forever, some people are forever gone. And we know those people. But that's how you get there.
Yep.
Because little by little, you stop trusting yourself. You start trusting that voice inside of you that tells you who you are, right from wrong, and the night from day. And this is not my perception of reality. If something can come in, and I say something because it's demonic, it is of the devil. Okay. If something can come in and make you believe that day is night and night is day and flip everything on its side, just like he was talking about when he raised Jesus up. Well, the last thing he asked Jesus was to worship him and he would give him the world. That's when Jesus stopped him cold. Jesus
already got the world. He's like,
he allowed him to go those levels with him. He allowed him to say, turn the bread into stone. He allowed him to say, I'm about to throw you off this pinnacle. When Jesus stopped Satan is when Satan said, if you worship me, I'll give you this whole world, everything you see. Jesus knew that Satan didn't have the power to do that. And in his mind, he had went too far. Oh, now you saying that you're God. And I'm supposed to worship you. Oh, no, that's too far.
Right.
That's too far. So ultimately, every time we're facing a situation in our life and you question whether it's good or it's bad, you have to ask the question, is this something that is going to take me so far away from who I am? Is this something that I'm going to begin to worship? Because the Bible says we were created to worship. Well, the enemy plays with that daily. Because I know that you are created for this thing, let me use that God put in you and flip it on its side. So if I can get you to worship something else beside God,
that part.
If I can snatch your faith away from you, then you will no longer be tethered to God. You're no longer anchored to God. And you just out there shit floating about, bumping about, talking.
PK all day. Listen to this
with no purpose.
I got two statements.
I mean, I still got on my paper right here what Yancy said, which is you tap dancing on a man to define me, a woman allowing a man to define me, which is what you're saying.
Which is dangerous.
God is supposed to define you.
Because one of the things I remember asking God one time, I said, God, what's the purpose of the father walking the woman, his daughter down the aisle? And he showed me that the father is the first person she gets her identity from. The father is the first person that protects her.
That's what I was getting at.
The father is the first person that shows and teaches her what love should look like, what grace and submission and service should look like, and who she is as a woman and who God is. But now that that's missing, until a woman comes back into a relationship with her spiritual father, that's what she's searching for. Like,
it's a boy. It's a boy.
What'd you say, Tony?
Who gave Eve to Adam?
God.
So I gotta say this, Tony.
Who gave Eve to Adam?
God.
So many people say this. He didn't give Eve. He gave woman. Eve is her curse name. We always say God made Adam.
Absolutely.
He made Adam and
That's
woman.
her name after she came out the garden. People miss that. Her name in the garden was woman.
Woman.
That was her name in the garden, woman. But he gave her to Adam. So that's the line of the man giving the daughter.
Giving the daughter away. And she then says, okay, I'm pleased with the choice that you have made. I agree, and you have my blessing.
And just to go off topic totally for 2 seconds, the woman, right? And don't be mad at me, men out there in the comments. I'll take all the smoke you bring to me. I'm built for it. The woman is the gift.
Come on.
Thank you.
That's right.
Come on, man.
The woman is
Come on.
the gift.
But
No buts.
Go.
No buts.
Well, the only reason I say but the only reason I say but is this. The only reason I say a but is this. You have to be the gift. Thinking that you are the gift.
No. No.
You think
no.
See, time out. I got this. What I want you to understand is, and I see where you're going, right?
Mm-hmm.
On both sides of the fence, I got to make it even. We have both stopped being the gift because we want to be ourselves and we want to be gods within ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Presented on the even playing field, everybody spiritually even, the woman is the gift.
Yeah.
God made
I can buy that. I can buy that.
A woman as a gift to help him do the things he needed to do under the responsibility that God gave him.
Continue life.
He
That approach right there.
Continue life.
To fit everything he needed. She was the perfect puzzle piece for him. Now I'm going to switch this back to sex. What we got off of from a long time ago. The reason why a lot of people get in these narcissistic relationships and can't find anything different, and I'm going to ask you a question that's really interesting, Monica. When you get into a sexual relationship first, right, it becomes charming, it becomes beautiful, but it becomes a drug because now this is the feel good. Now this is, we have fun. We go to the club. We hang out.
Well, sex actually gives off the same endorphins mentally as drug abuse.
Right, exactly.
Right.
And now you're in a thing where you think you're in love. All you're doing is having fun. Each people's using the other vessel, as you guys said earlier, as garbage. You're just garbage to each other. Because now you're moving to a place where you can't navigate through your mind who you are because you are so stuck on how good it is.
Mm-hmm.
So when the red flags come up, and we'll work through that. Red flag pop up, we'll work through that. I hate you.
Because you want that high again.
Right.
Yep.
He grabs you, throws you around, you have the great sex. It was, girl, he gets on my nerves, but he put it on me last night. That you are now putting yourself where you are, and this is going to get me in trouble, but I'm going to say it anyway because I can take the smoke. The sex becomes your God.
Yes. Yeah. That's a fact.
Because now you're chasing orgasms like a crackhead chases his first hit.
Can I add something to that really quick, Tony? And please don't lose your thought. The flip side to me, there are people chasing the pro. They're chasing the feel good. People are also running from what doesn't feel good. They're running from fear. And we know that God, if we look spiritually, God is love. And he says, perfect love casts out fear. So to me, if God is love, Satan is fear. And so when we have things that we're afraid of, it always ends badly for us. So with the narcissist, everything he does operates from a sense of fear. And the fear is, I'm going to act on your worst nightmare. The threat is, I'm going to withhold something that I have a mirage of giving you because I'm not actually giving it to you. So the ultimate is, I want to be accepted and loved and celebrated. The narcissist gives the facade that he alone can fill that need, and therefore he uses fear to hold you in place. If you lose me, you're going to lose everything. Just like when Satan said, I'm going to give you the whole world. Biatch, it was never yours to begin with. So the self-worth and the love, how about that was already inside of me? I already was worthy and I am already love. I don't have love. I am love. So you, Mr. Narcissist, Mrs. Narcissist, you can't take that from me because you never gave it to me. You don't have that authority to.
That's right.
That's right.
That's good stuff.
They need to add a narcissism filter to these dating apps.
They do.
But
an alarm need to go off when you
the dating app questions should prompt.
But a narcissist
for knowing if they're a narcissist or not, but they would know how to answer.
How to answer them.
Right.
Exactly.
Narcissist is going to
not with a narcissistic coder on the other side.
Here's the other thing that I wanted to say before I let you guys continue this conversation is that the reason why you're not seeing more men or women narcissists is because men don't talk about it. And a lot of men don't know when they're caught in that relationship.
Right.
They don't know what that looks like. They just think it's a woman who loves them because she's crying about the love she has for them and how you can never leave her because she loves you so much. And we've been programmed to think that that's love. She loves me.
A lot of
they call
women,
it something else.
A lot of
they
women
call them a Jezebel. They don't call them narcissistic women.
That's what
they
they call
refer
them
to them
church.
as Jezebel, and they caught up in that Jezebel spirit, or she's using sex to get her way. We call them we just don't call females narcissists. We do reserve that for men, but because they're called something else. They call. I mean, most of the time we're calling them vindictive or succubus, or there are a lot of different names for the female.
That's
a lot of narcissistic women are with weaker men.
Excuse me?
So
a lot of narcissistic women are with weaker men.
Say more. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I was like, I can't co-sign that.
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, no, because
from what I've experienced and seen.
What we have to understand is the masterpiece of the
women are using sex.
is the thing that you want.
Say that again, Tony.
Whatever strength that you have,
it's like dangling a piece of meat over your head.
Right, you're not going to see it. It's the illusion. So I could be the top CEO of the Fortune 500 company, falling, doing my thing. And if it comes and mirrors that for me to pull me in, I'm strong. I don't become weak until I realize that I'm about to lose this thing.
Yeah, think superhead.
Yep. And I ran into her like 2 times out here. She has a really weird energy.
Yeah, Corinne Steffens would be somebody who would be a female narcissist. And she has certainly not been with
Don't say who. You know
Corinne
who.
Steffens.
No, I can hear the name.
Oh.
Superhead.
No. I haven't met her, but I think what you guys are identifying with is the other thing you said, a succubus. Because I was, me and my man was in a club one night, and it was our birthday, and a friend of mine brought some chicks, and her girlfriend was tall, beautiful. So I hugged her, and when I hugged her, every bone in my body said, "Get away from this."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Get away from this. This is not it. Get away from this. And I walked away. My man saw my face. He's like, "What's the matter?" I said, "It's something off there. She's something different." Like, she is. I said, "No, man. This is spirit.
Not exotic different.
Right.
Yeah, dangerous different."
And you could
but
see
that's the thing, Tony.
Through the club, how people were drawn to her.
But that's the thing,
Women,
Tony.
Men.
But that's where discernment comes in.
Right. Tony felt that, and that's what I was getting at. I've been in situations where I've come across women who I got that feeling, and I was like, no. I was like, no, nope. I had just a little bit of inkling, and I could have been wrong, but you know what?
Not gonna risk it.
I wasn't gonna risk
it. Just for conversational piece, I'm gonna tell you one other time I had this feeling, but it was 100 times worse. I worked for Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola is a Republican company. This is George Bush is running for George Bush Jr. was running for office. My table is sitting in the middle, and he's walking through, shaking people's hands. He goes by, he shakes my hands. I get the deepest chills I ever got in my life. My man Tommy Lockhart looks at me and goes, "What's the matter?" I said, "That's the devil." I've never ever.
It was W, not Daddy, but W.
It was Junior. I didn't get to meet Daddy, but Junior.
Oh, okay.
And as he walked around, he turned back and looked at me and smiled. I was like,
So he know you felt that vibe from him.
I had to, like, my whole facial expression changed.
He know you felt that vibe.
Oh, that devil will grin right at you when you see it.
It will. And you know what? Like I have a strong intuition, and I am able to read people really well. But I feel like in the situations that I've had with the narcissists that I was dealing with, they felt that my intuition was there, and they made sure right off the jump that they shot that down. Like, no, that's not what you're feeling. Not. And because I was not aware of myself at that time, I wasn't able to say, oh no, this is a gift from God.
No, it is what it
God
is.
talks to me through my gut, and I know it. I can call people out on their stuff before it even happens. Like the one narcissist, he even told me, he's like, how do you know what I'm about to do before I do it?
Wow.
The Holy Spirit told me.
Exactly.
So basically, when it comes to a narcissist, and I guess just at the root or the core of it, they're attempting to hold you hostage for their own benefit.
Yes.
Right. It's like, right.
It's a vampire.
You feed into them. You feed into them.
They need your energy, and so whatever they need, they suck it out of somebody else.
It's
so
kind of like they create. This is the perfect explanation.
Like a shapeshifter.
They create a codependency in your relationship. You need them for whatever feeling they give you. Before, like you're holding on to.
They need you more than you need them.
But they convince you that you need them.
And they need your power that you have to build them.
And the reason why they prefer empaths and very caring people is because they don't have the ability themselves to do it. So if I'm hungry, I'm starving, but I wasn't born with an esophagus and a jaw to chew food and all this stuff, but you can eat. I mean, it's a weird example. I'm going to specifically go after what I need. I'm not going after you because you're Chavez. I'm going after you because you have something that I need. And so that's what's confusing, is that they're not just evil and mean. Like their behavior is not all evil and mean. They do some
genuinely need you.
They really do some nice things, but they don't need you. They need what you have. So you, if you don't have that discerning spirit, you'll say, oh, but Yancy brought me this, and Yancy gave me compliments, and Yancey's doing all these nice things. Yes, but why did I do them? I don't give a crap about you. I need you to stay happy enough with me that you don't cut me off. And that's why I said
you can feed. You can
keep feeding my supply. So if I show my teeth and show you I'm a raging animal, you're going to be scared and back off. So if I accidentally, because they can't hold their cover completely. If every now and then you see my fangs, then I have to come in and nuzzle you and lick you and wag my tail so that you, oh, that's just a sweet little dog. And then every now and then I'll accidentally show my teeth and my fangs again. And then I have to come back because I have to keep you calm. And then you start talking to your mom, and your mom is like, baby, that's not good. Well, I got to take you away from your mom now. Now I got to start pulling, because everything is about keeping you exactly where I can keep you to get what I need. And just
the amount of energy a person has to exert in order to do that.
Because they don't have a choice. So if if I had,
it's not like they're waking up. It's not like they're waking up thinking like
they don't have empathy, so there's no energy. Remember, they don't care.
Yes, it's not draining. There's no guilt involved.
We care. They don't really care.
So,
Jermaine, what you got to say?
I have a question for Jennifer.
He on there getting narcissist.
Yo, when LaShawn say something, I end up doing a Ray Charles laugh. But go ahead, Tony.
Jennifer and Monica, just real quick, it's a personal question, and she's recording, so you don't have to answer. How was the sex with the narcissist?
In the beginning, it was awesome. When it started to switch, then I started to really. It became more like a chore versus something that I wanted.
Because your heart wasn't in it.
That was not my experience with either of the two. It was always amazing.
Okay.
But I am one that has been able to remove emotion from sex. So if I'm tired, it's like if I am sick of you as a person, that's fine. I'd rather not increase my mileage by meeting someone else to have sex with. And that when I said they created a codependent relationship, I needed them for that sexual experience, and they needed me.
You got what you needed.
My power. Yeah.
So for Monica, and sometimes, because I just want to point this out, sometimes the narcissist, and which Monica said earlier was, she fed him all of her needs. She fed him how she needed it. As he waned, right, she began to understand this ain't it. Something's missing. For you, right, for your detachment, and because you knew how to take care of yourself regardless of the situation,
I guarded a lot of.
it was more you making the sex than
Right.
your partner.
Exactly. Yep.
I just want you guys to understand the difference.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to talk about this, Tony. You mentioned this, and this is
Wait, Jermaine has his hand is raised.
I'm not used to people using that feature. We all just jump in. That's why I'm like, I don't even see it. Sorry.
I just need to know what question were you on.
Well, I was actually transitioning to the next topic.
So this is gonna be number 3.
If I'm not keeping track. Yeah.
2.5.
Yeah, it's probably 1.5 too. I know.
Okay.
But I wanted to talk about forgiveness because this is the beauty, and I hope I do it justice because Tony can probably understand. There are certain things that are imparted to us, and when you get it on a spiritual level, especially because it's so far removed from what the systems of this world teach, sometimes it's even hard to articulate it because they're usually so simple too, where it's almost like you said it and it's like, that's not deep, but it really is deep. So I'm saying all that to say, I hope this translates from what's in my head and my heart to be able to articulate it. We oftentimes are offended by other people, and that takes up such a big part of our life. And when I say life, I mean our energy. Our lives are made of energy. You can have the same amount of breath during a 24-hour period, but if you have negative energy, you just feel drained, you're tired, you're not joyful. So life, when I say life, I mean that abundant life. When we have an unhealthy amount of self, ego, when ego is so engaged, we have a higher threshold. We have a lower threshold for pain and offense. Meaning,
repeat that.
The more ego we have, the more inflated ego that we have, and it's not in a healthy way curtailed, we have a lower threshold for pain. So, for example, you know when people say you wear your heart on your sleeve, it's like the person who wasn't given, what is it called? Your skeleton. You don't have your skeleton. Our skeleton is meant to protect us so that if you have any kind of small touch, you're not going to die because your organs are encased in the bones. When you don't have a healthy sense of ego, you have too much ego, it is as though somebody took away your bones. And what could have been a beautiful bear hug from Tony is now putting me on my potential deathbed because my lungs are getting crushed. So the beauty is that when we learn how to curtail our ego, and it's encased in the metaphor speaking, the bones, things that would have crushed somebody else, ruined their entire day, kept them from being able to enjoy the rest of their life, to us,
it's crippled.
It went even beyond offense. It was a hug, or I didn't even notice it. That was Tony giving me a hug. To the next person, you ended my life. You busted my lung. I cannot move forward. And so when you were talking about forgiveness, I wanted to, bring it back to that. When you have the capacity to not feel pain anymore, and this is not, my podcast partner got it confused. He thought it was about being in denial, like, oh, it doesn't bother me. It's not that. You don't feel it. I'm not gonna wince in pain when Tony hugs me if I have bones. It doesn't hurt. So someone else might say, oh, you faking it. There's no way he gave you the same hug he gave me.
Backbone.
And it didn't hurt. Right. It's like, it didn't hurt you. Yeah, right. No, it really didn't because I have bones protecting me. Therefore, I don't have to be timid. When somebody is not forgiving somebody, it's like walking around with bruises and you're the one in pain. And that person has gone on, they're living their own life. And when you forgive the person, like they said, it's not about the other person, it's about you. It really is freeing, because when you're holding on to that animosity, they have a power over you, because every time you think about them, you're reliving that trauma. So now you're not enjoying your life anymore. And there are certain things that you can't do. I can't go to this event because so-and-so is going to be there. I can't, ever be with men anymore and enjoy them because of what this person did. It's like a leash that you can only go so far because you're still tethered to them. And so I have to be careful, because having this different vantage point can make me seem unempathetic. But when my friends come to me and vent about the horrible monsters in their lives, all I can see are, you have tethered yourself. They're not even holding the rope. It's like it's hooked to them, and then you took the other one and hooked it to you, and you're like, look at this terrible person, what they're doing to me. And all you have to do is just release. When you're able to get to that point where they don't have a hold on you anymore, they don't have a hold on you anymore. And like one of the well, I don't think
it's a certain type of tie. It's a tie. It's a tie nonetheless. It's just a different type of tie.
Yeah. Here's what I say. I have no enemies and where I dislike or hate anyone. Literally, there's not one person I can say that I dislike or hate. I'm talking about like hate. I might not dislike what a person does, but what I recognize in human beings is this. You're probably, more than likely, you're disconnected from who you truly are. Anytime someone is a certain way that may not be a healthy way, they're disconnected from who they truly are as a divine being. So from that perspective, I can't dislike someone, because I know potentially you're hurting, you're suffering, you've experienced some type of trauma. So I forgive people, like literally I forgive people without even really trying to forgive them. When my mom passed, and my girl, she said this, and she said she thought this was truly amazing. When my mom passed, I found out at 4:30 here, my dad gave me a call and said, man, he said, I don't know how to tell you this, but your mom passed. And I'm like, fuck. Like, she was just in the hospital the night before, doing well. And, my girl, I had her come here. We went to church that morning, and I told her in the vehicle, I said, hey, like, I don't even really know how to tell you this, but I said, my mom passed. And she was just like, but then she looked at me. And then we went through the rest of the day. And a friend of ours, mutual friend of ours, came to us and was like, hey, let's go get something to eat. So she said the next day, she said, what I found really amazing is you were present in all of our interactions that day. And I told her that I really worked on cultivating a connection with who we truly are. And there is no loss to me. My mom is still here with me. I am a part of my mom. She may not be here in the physical, but the memories that I have, like, we're literally the past and the future and the present. So it's with that forethought that I'm continuously cultivating, that I continue to walk with, that keeps me in that space where it's like, literally, forgiveness is the only way to me. Yeah. I literally cannot hold anything for no one, no matter what they've done.
You totally hit on what I was going towards, is that when you see somebody acting that way, you then realize, oh, they don't have that shell. They don't have that bone structure. You understand that you start to see things from a spiritual perspective. And I don't mean spiritual as in God and the devil, but spirit as in the psyche and ego and all that. Most people who do things are exactly what you said. They're not happy. People who are critical, it's usually because they're trying to tear someone down because they already feel down. When people are happy, you don't see happy people tearing people down. When people are super well off, you don't hear them complaining about certain things compared to a person who's poor. When you're not happy with yourself, you then project and do all these negative things, which then offend most people. And so for me, when I see the person, there's the offense of what they did to me, but to me, it's like you're already suffering the worst sentence bigger than I could have given you, because you have to live your life
with yourself,
and your life is miserable. And I don't mean it from like I'm sorry to be you. I genuinely feel badly that you're that type of person that feels okay to walk around and do this or say that or what have you. Yeah, you might get caught initially in the sting of it because you still have your ego, but it's like, when you get to that place where you realize even with people who do things to you, who cheat on you and do things and manipulate you, you recognize you actually start to have empathy for that person. And you can be grateful for the things that you learned by proxy. You learned through them. It was through my narcissistic relationship that I realized I had an unhealthy reliance on men. It made me get back to my relationship with God. It made me want to be a better person. And like Jen was saying, the person didn't always lie to me. There were a lot of things that I did need to work on myself, but it came with verbal abuse. You can critique this and this and this, but don't tear me, the person, down. Talk about my actions. Don't talk about me. Let's work on this, let's work on that, not you suck. Anybody else. I remember the person told me if I had to live with myself, if Yancy could somehow be in a relationship with Yancy would have killed herself. That's how horrible of a person I was to be with. Yeah, just very toxic communication. But I say all that to say, when you get to that place where everything you need, you have, which comes from God, people can't offend you because he puts this beautiful bubble around you where you still see it's happening. You're not in denial, but it doesn't affect you, because if you really think about it, the offenses come when someone disappoints you in your expectations. And the expectation is, I have an expectation of you giving to me. And I even had to think about it yesterday. I was watching a video that my aunt, she's on the next level, but she was talking about marriage. She said most people go into marriage with a secular vantage point. The secular vantage point is, let me find the perfect partner who can best serve me. She said
that's what I was trying to say earlier, is that lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It'll come back.
When you have two people who are coming in it from a godly perspective, and godly just means AKA a loving perspective, the two people are serving God, but on this physical earth. And this guy, Dan Moeller, he was saying, when the man is serving his wife, it's a constant reminder that it's not about you. That daily you're sacrificing your will and your desires in order to serve the other person. And although your spouse isn't God, they represent your service to God. And in that way, true believers have the most beautiful relationships. I didn't say Christians. Please don't quote me on that. Christians can have some of the worst relationships, but actual believers who walk out their salvation in fear and trembling and are surrendered to God wholly, they have the most beautiful relationship, because it's almost, let me outdo the other person. I'ma love you. I'ma love you harder. Well, you can't give. So whatever the person gives you, it's just bonus, because God already gave me. He supplied all my needs already. Right. You just gave me an extra on top of what I already had.
So on top, from a Christian standpoint, what people miss is that when you get married, it's a triune relationship, because you have made a covenant, and people confuse the word covenant and contract. Contract is something you get out of. A covenant is something for life. So you are husband, wife, and God, because you're making the promise to God that you will love, hold, protect forever. So death do you part. So a lot of people, like I when I talk to people about this, I go, have you listened to the vows that you're saying? Right? Say the vows. You need, sir, here, take the vow. Ma'am, take the vow and go read them slowly. It doesn't say until I run out of money.
Right.
It doesn't say until you get on my nerves.
Or you get sick.
It doesn't say my girlfriend over you. It doesn't say any of that. It says you become one person. What I feel, you feel. What you feel, I feel. And what Yancy said was beautiful is that if I am serving you, if I get up in the morning and I understand that she likes her coffee this particular way, and I go, well, she might be running a little bit late. Let me make her coffee for her. And she walks into the kitchen and she's trying to get her hair done. And she sees her cup of coffee. She didn't ask me for that. I just did it because I saw what was going on.
I saw a need.
Saw what was going on. And she called me at the job like, hey, honey, what's going on? And I got the frazzled voice. When I come home, there's a special plate for me. There's something, there's a drink for me. Because she understands in my voice there was something different. So
it sounds like she was seeking out your need. She was
right.
actively seeking where she could serve you.
Right. So when that relationship comes, you can have the difficult conversations because you know that person has your back.
Yeah.
I heard it this way once that really blew my mind. They said, to your point, young, so they were saying typically what happens when people come down the aisle to get married, they go down the aisle.
Yeah.
And it's all about me. When they get to the altar, after they turn around to the audience, it's supposed to switch. And now my me is supposed to be about you. And so they said typically too many people walk back up the aisle still thinking me. They didn't make that switch. And so that's really what it is. And I think Chavez put it in the chat, the expectations and the attachments. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that's been frustrating to me lately as I go into the dating apps is
I was just about to go there.
Yeah, it's like you got to be I mean, for every profile, there's like this recipe for them. It's like it's not about relationship.
Yes.
He got to make me laugh. I don't want to text all day. I don't want to talk all day. I don't want to be on here. I don't want. It's like me. It's just all the, and you're just
me-centric.
Like you have to become. I think somebody was talking about that meme where they said, "Oh, in Clubhouse, you got to be like a day trader, cryptocurrency expert, a six-figure earner." Like you got to become all of these things, and that's what it's like looking at these apps nowadays. It's like you got to become all these different things. And it's just like, man, I gotta go get my stand-up comedy. I gotta be a stand-up. I gotta know how to be a great linguist. I gotta know.
And you have to do that before they budge. So
exactly.
You can't. They're not going to even. If I even so much as perceive that you're not coming at 100%, I'm not going to give you my 100%.
Cancel culture, exactly. And so it's like, wow. It's just like, wow. And something so simple becomes super complex. I think somebody said it earlier. Like one of the things I noticed that becomes complex is just the preference of how that person wants to communicate. So one of the things, and ladies, this is just a small example. So as a man, I understand part of my role, especially in the beginning, is to create an atmosphere of safety. So another challenge is being on the apps and being ghosted or somebody jumping off. And so I realized at an early point, like somebody said to me, I think I was driving Lyft, and it was like, oh, the thing you got to do is you got to get on the app. And it was like, you got to get a contact and then jump off.
Mm.
And so.
Okay, what y'all talk about these apps?
Dating apps.
Dating apps. So I had a bad experience with dating apps. So I actually am like dating app phobic.
What was it was that bad?
What was it about that one that made you cancel all?
So we started.
That's a powerful man.
We hadn't even gotten to the exchange of phone numbers. And
plenty of fish.
This is gonna be good. What happened? You say you had not gotten to that point? So
we're talking in the inbox still. And he says, I want you to be my woman. Oh, you and I said this, I said, you're making me feel uncomfortable. You don't even know me well enough. I don't know you well enough to even want to give you my phone number.
That part.
Let alone be my man. No, I want to show you the world, and it
that man had a special love for you, and you just
threw
him
him
away.
And here again,
presentation was poor.
Listen,
no, but there's a line. There's a line.
But you don't say that with you.
No, but
see the 2.5.
Don't look into the vortex, Jen. Don't look into the vortex.
You threw it away.
He was a narcissist.
I feel like that. Everybody calm down.
Right. They got triggered, Jen. They got real triggered.
I'm unsubscribing to Chase and Yasi. I'm done.
Why are you taking it out on me and my channel?
I don't mind the openness at all. Like
you want to know what he thought? That's what he thought. That's what he thought at the core.
No, not my woman.
I want you to be my woman. I want to talk to you forever.
How you fall in love over a text?
In the dating app.
Well, so let me ask you a question, Jen. Let me ask you.
I had only been talking to him for 2 hours.
Jen, you triggered him.
A silly, serious question.
You really triggered them bad, girl.
No. So, for example, is it beyond God that could happen? That's the silly.
That's lust.
Is it beyond God? If you've been praying, God,
that is lust.
You know who I am. You know who my husband is. What if? God takes. Look at Joseph and Mary. Come on now. It's like they weren't even married. She popped up pregnant. Come on, that sounds weird. But I'm saying, so I'm being silly serious. There's all these things Christian women are saying they want. You're saying, I want a man to step to me hard and tell me who I am.
Mondale, why can't he say I want to get to know her? Why did he have to go to level 75?
But
2 hours? Huh? In the inbox?
That's an irresponsible. That's an irresponsible person. He's obviously not a good decision maker if he can make a lifelong commitment after not even getting to know her. I need a guy who actually gets to know me and chooses me. Don't choose my face and my profile description, my bio.
But would it have been different? Would it have been different if he was coming out the grocery store and he was walking in and he said the same thing?
Yes. If a man tells me in 2 hours that he wants me to be his girlfriend, that's a red flag.
Listen.
He said for 2 hours.
I've heard guys say that, I knew that you were going to be my wife. I just didn't know when. But when I seen you, I knew that it was you.
Exactly. At the very moment.
And to me, that's very impersonal because that means that there's nothing about me that's endearing. It's that you like my exterior.
Here's the thing.
Because
I want to throw God into this, but wait a minute. If it was of God, I would have been comfortable with it. It wouldn't have freaked me out.
No, because you could have. It could have been on trauma. Again, it could have been on trauma.
No, it was weird. It was
his approach just completely put you off.
A man should see it before you anyway. He should get the vision.
After 2 hours,
you haven't heard my voice.
But see, again, Yasi, when I bought one ring, and
after
I bought
2 hours?
it 10 years after knowing her 10 years. But I knew from the very moment I saw her. Knew it from the very moment I.
How do you know? How do you know if you don't know her personality?
It was something that was input from me from somewhere that said she is the one. Out the gate without her even speaking to me.
I feel like that's called an erection.
But at the same time,
that's what y'all play. That's what y'all say y'all want.
I didn't ask for anybody to pick me after not getting to know me.
This is the time. This really is the time to learn.
But listen to Jay. Because listen what Jermaine's saying.
With Eliezer, was he bent over to pick that water for that camel? He knew he didn't have to get in no long conversation with her. He identified her. And he said,
he saw the thick thighs, and he said, "That's childbearing hips. That's gonna be my wife."
From a man's perspective, we have to step back and we have to look at something. We really have to. From a man's perspective, we have to step back and look at something. But I do want to share from a man's perspective, and the brothers can step in and say something as well. Relationships, women are typically ready for relationships. Men have to get to that point. The people that I know who are in successful, healthy relationships right now are the ones where the men were ready. And like Jermaine said, all the guys that I know, when they said, I saw her, my dad Before my mom passed, 60 years they've been together. Before my mom passed, my dad said, I knew. My cousin who was married, who's been married for 40 something years, and he's in his 80s. He got married in his 40s. He said, I knew. Jermaine said, I knew. My boy Ray said, I knew. So it's like, it was like not a lot of interaction.
But what do you know?
All right, so let me do this in real time.
Jermaine, does that mean that you and this girl, since y'all aren't together, so now what does that happen? What happens then now? If you knew that she was gonna be the one, so that you feel so at some point he's gonna come back around.
No, that doesn't, because we still have free will, and she didn't choose to go that route. We actually but both her parents died, and a lot of situations happened, and so it just ended up not happening. And I actually went through a very long depression after it, but I believe that I serve a good God.
That was my question, Jen.
No, I believe that I serve a good God, and my mentality is different now. So I believe that God will, provide a ram in the bush. So
I'm gonna give you a real life.
I still don't think you guys allowed me to answer my question.
Yeah, and I was just playing a soft
answer your question.
Okay.
Ask a question.
Because that just really proved my point. Like without, and not necessarily with you, Jermaine, because you got to know her in 10 years. But in 2 hours, you haven't heard my voice. We haven't video chatted. I am not that desperate for a relationship that after 2 hours, you say you want to be my man. I don't know you. We don't know who you are in Christ. I don't know anything to that perspective as to say that I want you to be my man and to take care of me and all of that.
Okay.
So let me say this.
What about 2 hours?
But let her.
Listen. No, let me say this.
I'm gonna let him say this because he's never interrupted anybody. Right. Go ahead.
Right. If I said women's intuition is totally garbage. I don't believe it. There's no such thing. It's totally garbage. You might think, how could you know? You're not a woman. What you are speaking on right now is something that happens to men. When Chavez talked about his friends, these are things that men knew. You know what? We just can't explain it. I want to say it's spiritual. I really want to say it's from God, but you know. But you don't know why you know.
So first of all, I don't have a woman's intuition. I have an intuition that God has given me. I have a God-given intuition. It's two different things.
No.
So is it
impossible? But you're still a woman.
I was using the example.
I'm really, really quick. I understand where you're coming from as far as your godly, like your third eye, your godly intuition. I get that. But at the end of the day, though, you're still a woman. And we
but
still,
bad vibes for me. I feel
we're not talking about bad vibes. Okay, what about those arranged? What about those arranged?
You made me uncomfortable. Just
come
like
on, Monica. You
and he felt bad vibes. That's how I felt with this guy.
I got you. So let me ask you, if it's a dude who didn't give you bad vibes, he did that exact same thing, would you think you'd have the same reaction? Like, this can't be God. This too soon?
I had someone do that to me. That said that they knew that I was the one.
And what happened?
After 2 hours?
To be determined. They have been watching me on social media for quite some time.
So I'm gonna tell you a real life.
So that's different, though. He's had time to get to know you.
But he and I have never
it back with him just because of who I am. I wouldn't have had a problem with it, but it just
away.
Look like.
No, I'm serious. Like, no, I'm like you said.
Wouldn't have had a problem. Whoever you like.
Is it beyond God? Like, could God do that? Do women believe God can really give them everything they say they want with no time? With no
not
time?
Everything. God gives us what He wants us to have.
So I have a question about that, Vondell. But if a man feels like I'm the one, so let's just say, take me for example, and there's 4 guys on here. Isn't it possible for all 4 of you to feel the same way that, oh, Yancey's the one?
Sure. But see, here's the, okay. Let me back up and paint this picture. So here's what I believe. So I had a situation, came out of the whole chamber of isolation and was like, okay, I'm ready to date. And had been given over to that doctrine, I believe, around that time still, of there's only one person on the planet. This was before.
I used to believe that too.
And so I remember the first relationship I got into after that period, I don't think that I thought she was the one. It was just I was like, God, you're leading me to her because of that reason. And now I'm going to investigate. And after it ended, it was just it was soul crushing because I was like, I was like, God, that pissed me off. Why waste my time? All this stuff. And then I remember praying and crying, praying my mom. But here's what he showed me. He showed me at the Genesis account, Genesis, I think 224 or 226, the one where he took the rib. He showed me 6 seasons that he takes singles through. And I had some very curious questions. He said, number one, there's a season of darkness. There's a season in our lives as singles, we don't know what's going on. You just you can't land a punch. You can't do nothing. It's just dark. And so he said, it says, and God caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam. So that was this tardema sleep that the Bible describes, this tardema, this trance-like comatose sleep. Season number 2, it says, and then God took, I said, okay, so it's a season of separation, darkness, separation. So I said, there's a season where as singles we're separated from our potential mate or our spouse. And then it says, and then God formed. Or God formed her into a woman. And so I said, wow, God, so she comes to me as a woman of God. You were forming her identity. You were giving her spiritually you were creating a woman for who she was. Then it says, and then it says, and God brought, so there was a season of separation, darkness, separation, preparation. So he's preparing, presentation. So then God, it says he presented woman to him. And then it said, so let me go through the seasons: darkness, separation, preparation, presentation, recognition, and acceptance. Those are the 6 seasons. And so I said, at one point, but God, when Adam woke up, there was only one sister on the planet. He kind of didn't have a choice. I mean, he could have looked at the monkeys, but it was only one of his kind that he said, this is not bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. There's more women on the planet now, God. That makes it a little bit more challenging. How do I discern this? And he showed me, he blew my mind. He said, well, I will make presentations to you of godly options. And it's up to me to decide and accept that is a woman of God, that God has presented. And I was blown away. I was blown out. And so that's how I kind of got over this doctrine of one. Then I said, well, if it's only one person, God, because we have free will, like Jermaine and we discovered, what happens if, let's say I'm supposed to marry, somebody named Melissa or whatever. If Melissa decides to be a lesbian, Melissa does something in her youth where she gets arrested, Melissa kills, commits suicide, then my one option would be gone, and that wouldn't make him a very sovereign God. Right. She decides on her own will to marry Charles, so she's no longer available for Vondell. My one option is gone. So I was like, God, I don't know that makes sense. And so just in that, so with that, I was, like I said, I was being serious, but I was just kind of curious. If a woman says, God, you have known me from my mother's womb and him from his mother's womb and all these things, me personally, yes, I will step back. I can see that and say, okay, Jim, I might identify someone and say that's her, but then me will want to step back and say, okay, I'm going to give her the opportunity. In other words, God confirm it to her, unless guys say put a rush on it or something like that. But I'm going to create that space of safety, me having EQ, knowing that, okay, that's one of the things women need. So I'm going to give her the space to get to know me. I could know. But I was just saying from a female's perspective or a woman's perspective.
And I think that's where, when I said that I did not feel comfortable.
Right. But what if okay, let's take him off the table. Let's say it was somebody else. Let's say
it's Idris Elba, who's not married.
Well, not Idris, but I mean, let's
say it's Boris Kodjoe, who's not married.
No, it's a man. It's a man. It's a man of God. It's a real man of God. She knows it. She feels it. She knows in her knower he's a man of God.
He was handsome, though. That wasn't the problem. Very handsome.
I said man of God.
But I'm saying he's assuming that this guy.
Leave it alone. Don't know. Forget about me. Go with Vondell.
Okay.
So let's say it's a real man of God, real man of faith. Would it still? So there's 2 scenarios. He could either know and not say anything, and I think sounds like you'd be more comfortable with that, or is it him saying it that makes it like, whoa, that's scary. How can you know that soon? Let's say he does know and he does decide to share. Would you then come back and say, hey, let's give it a beat and investigate this together? Or would you just be like, no, that's not God. That's not how God operates.
Do you mean, repeat yourself? I'm sorry.
So I step up as a man of God and I go, Jen, scenario A, you're my wife. Off top. Like I say that to you. Now you don't know me, but I'm saying, would that scare you and you still want to, and I say, hey, listen, you're my wife. I know you're scared. Let's walk this out and get to know each other. Like, or I come scenario B, I know, but I don't say anything. Like, is there a preference?
You act like a normal human being and say, I'd like to get to know you.
No, so that would freak me out, yes. But I think that if you
Scenario A would freak you out.
If you
scenario
are,
A would freak you out. I'm just want to be
yes,
clear.
but
okay.
I feel that if you were definitely my match, that God would present that in me and make me want to reach back out to you.
Right. And so, okay, so that makes me think then. So then you really don't think, so you kind of have like, God, answer my prayer, but answer it this way. That's really what I'm picking up. Like, God, show me my man, bring me my husband, but bring him to me this way.
But I think that's like with anything, you have to want something.
No, I'm looking for a sense of security.
Right.
I want to know that that's who God has sent to me. And I feel like by you saying it, okay, I've had...
Just like you had the feeling to say it.
But I've had a lot of people say that they were...
But Vondell, you're saying that you would get to, you as the guy in the scenario...
Are you tired because you've been running through my mind all day? You know,
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about real man of God. What I'm saying is,
but Vondell, in that scenario, you were saying that you felt something,
right? And that's what she's getting at. That's what she's getting at. She doesn't know. She doesn't know
because that's not fair. That only you get to have that feeling of surety.
I'm just saying, women. Okay, here's my whole thing.
So let me finish.
A woman of God has been praying for something on this level. God, send me my man. I'm ready. Right?
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kamala.
So by you saying that you know that I'm the woman that's been running through your mind all day.
No,
right?
Forget the running through my mind. No,
I'm just using that
because
as
that messes it up. That takes it back to the woman.
Okay, then God presented to you that I'm your wife, right? But you're saying, okay, in a 2-hour chat, I want you
to still adding those circumstances.
No, but let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it might freak me out initially, but I think that it somehow I would still have a feeling later, like, okay, Jennifer, calm down. You got freaked out. This might be the opportunity. I think that God would, if he knows that I was uncomfortable, I think that he would present security for me to reach back out. Then you can leave. Okay, yeah, you freaked me out. That was weird. Never happened before. Okay, let's see where this goes.
Because why would that be fair for you to have that sensation that made you so comfortable to say that, but yet he wouldn't give her that same sensation to say, I'm okay to receive it. Just like you wouldn't randomly pick a person, you're going off of your feeling. It wasn't you didn't get a text message or a pigeon. So she's also waiting for that confirmation in her spirit. That's equal.
Okay, so I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
And that's what I was trying to do.
Are you sure? Are you 100% sure that you went on God's direction, or is this a pain, a trauma that is like, oh wait, this is happening. The last time this happened, this was the outcome. Are you sure that that's like was like God, or is that a defense mechanism?
I'm not living in any traumas currently.
I know that's right. Okay, girl.
All right, so
I'm comfortable. I am 100% comfortable in myself and who I am in Christ.
All right, so Tremaine, this question is for you, and then I'm gonna build on. I'm gonna make a confession. So when you saw your girl and you said she is the one, did you walk up to her at that particular moment and say you're the one?
No, I didn't. I actually was mesmerized, and I just stared at her, and she thought I was weird.
Right.
She did. I was taken aback.
So to piggyback up again, right? So I met a woman.
I wanted to say it though.
25, 20, 30 years ago. No, 28 years ago, right? I saw her in a club, and I said to my man, I'm going to marry her.
Exactly.
He was like, you don't even know. And the whole night, you didn't even talk to her. We in a car going back uptown. I said, I'm going to marry her. So again, talked to her. I'm currently married to her. We're currently getting a divorce. Divorce is because of things I did wrong. Things we didn't communicate with. So the lesson I'm trying to bring here is you can have the sensation and the notion of this will be my wife. Like anything else is the way you cultivate it and take care of it if it lasts. So when he talks about that intuition, I knew. When I spoke to her the first time I saw her, I didn't go. I just saw it. I was like same thing Jermaine said. I was like, wow. And in my heart, I was like, yo. And my dudes knew it because my man was driving uptown with my man. He was like, yo, you bugging, son. I never heard you say something about like somebody. You didn't get a number. You didn't even know if you were gonna see her ever again. So when we was at the second place, that I really got to talk to her, and I got the and I showed him the number. He was like, "Whoa, for real, son?" And then later on down when things happened, he was like, "Yo, you call that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I just knew."
Can I ask you about the sensation?
Huh?
Can I ask you about the sensation?
It's
It's not really
a sensation like a vibe comes over you. It's like a note. It's like, okay, for a woman, here it is. You're in the nursery, right?
Right.
You go to pick up your child, and it's 100 kids there, and your child cries out.
Right.
You hear it. It's like that.
But my question is, how much does physical attraction play a part?
Again, I'm going to toot my own horn because, I'm at this point, like, why hold anything back? I've seen 1 billion beautiful women.
That was my question. Yeah.
Right.
So
I don't think it's the beauty that would make him say, that's my wife.
It wasn't that she was...
Yeah.
Just that she was gorgeous. It wasn't just that she was gorgeous. It was more. It was so much more than that.
Right.
So it was. It sounds like it's definitely spiritual because if you've never spoken to this person,
an unfair question, and I want you to understand that because when you know, there's going to be beauty and attraction there. I'm thinking. So it's like.
I'm not saying did you find her attractive? What I'm saying is, which he answered perfectly. If it will be different if like you hadn't seen 10s, but you suddenly saw a 10. But if you used to seeing 10s, there's plenty of pretty women. There is something that's distinguishable outside of the beauty. So the beauty is the given. So to me, that's
it's a vibe.
To me, that says that it is a spirit.
We would be getting married every other day if it was just about pretty women.
Yeah.
So to me, I think that with perfect,
we deeming what's your ring size?
with perfect love, it's not about what they can give us. It's about we can give them. But in this current dating age, we have to sift through to decide who's going to give us the biggest return on our investment versus what Monica mentioned briefly before she got cut off was the arranged marriage thing. The reason why an arranged marriage could work with literally anyone is because if you make the decision to do something, you can. Just like you could make the decision to be a business partner with anybody. Most people just don't have the stomach because they can't deal with people's humanity. But in reality, for whatever reason you have this inkling, even if you don't know her, you could make it work because your drive is just so strong to do whatever you could do to make it work.
That reminds me of that TV show, that reality show. What is it? Married at First Sight or something like that? So I've seen some women who, because they seen that show, they're like, oh yeah, just throw our caution to the wind. They make it work on that TV show. That I could do in real life. Like, what's the wait? And it's like, whoa, that's scary.
Hey, if you haven't seen Sylvie's Love, check that movie out.
Seal Beach?
Love it.
Sylvie's Love.
How do you spell it? I'm hearing Seal Beach, like the California city.
Sylvie, the
So
name.
Amazon Prime.
Like short for Sylvia.
Oh, is that the one with Kerry Washington's cousin?
Yes.
Sylvie.
Mm-hmm.
Sylvie's.
Apostrophe S.
Sylvie's Love.
Yeah, I like the actress in that.
Love it. Good movie.
Yeah,
It's really
I said
interesting.
I was gonna check it out, and I didn't.
Good timeless movie.
It shows what it shows in there is some of the things that we're talking about, even what Jermaine talked about. What I liked about it is it showed two men loving a woman unconditionally, even though one kind of had 3/4 of condition. It was 3/4 unconditionally, but it showed men like literally loving a woman, like really loving a woman. And we don't see that a lot.
Because we're vulnerable. Like we're not allowed to be vulnerable enough to show it. So you're not gonna see it. Like real quick with this whole I forgot the rapper's name that said that that Michael B. Jordan is a simp for dating
Lauren Harvey.
Lori Harvey, yes.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait, time out, dude. Like, because what you're saying now is because she's traveled, right?
The mileage.
Yeah, she's traveled.
That's assuming.
You don't know, but see,
that's assuming that she's had sex with everyone.
Right. Exactly. Thank you. But no. Let's even go there. Let's say she has. Let's say she just for the.
Ain't nobody's business.
Let's just say she has, right? He's saying the rapper was saying that you don't marry women like that. So my question to him, if I ever get to talk to him, is going. I grew up with a crew of at least 5, right? Just at least 5, right? And if all of us were hunting, and say we all 5 had at least 50 apiece, just the 5, not all the people out there. Let's say they had 50 apiece. Where are the good girls at? Who are you going to ever settle down with to raise your children and have this pure relationship with if all we was doing is hunting? Because in his mind, he's at a certain level of status, so that becomes easy for him, right? Mm-hmm. And he's discarding them like tissue. So if she realizes her trail, well, this is not what I want anymore. I want to settle down with someone. Is she not now? She's not worthy.
Right.
So what makes
according to the men who follow Kevin Samuels, that's how the men speak on Kevin Samuels' show. That's how the men speak on Kevin Samuels' show. If you look at the comments, like I can't stomach it for very long because it's so chauvinistic. But the men will talk about the women as not being worthy because they're not pure, they're not this and that. And I want to go to each and every one of them and be like, so how many of you are virgins, guys?
Exactly. How many people have you read through? Like, how do you have this playboy life, right? You live in a small town, and now Jenny can't get married because she slept with 3 of you guys. Yep. So now she can't find somebody. Like, it's a really warped sense of how we should find our mate. Like, if I don't, here's a question that I don't ask. How many people have you been with?
Okay.
Right.
Because before me, it's none of my business.
None of my business.
Exactly.
But here's the thing that I want to know, that we both should do. Get tested, make sure we're clear, because at some time that plastic has to come off. I'm sorry. Wants to be truly intimate, the plastic has to come off. So we get tested, we make sure we're good, we make the agreement, we move forward. But if we have this mindset of we're going to whore out all the women we can, and then turn around and say, they're not worthy.
Right.
Our mindset is so corrupted. Like, are you for real? Right? Like, that's all I could keep saying to myself. I said, are you for real right now? What is she supposed to do? Because she had all these friends or dating or whatever. Now she's supposed to go date the guy who not saying anything's wrong with it. Was she supposed to go date the guy who worked in the mailroom that didn't know?
Right.
She's supposed to go do that because she met a baller, and then when they call what's the football player's name? For Seattle Seahawks.
Russell Wilson.
How is he a simp for loving his wife?
And you know, Tony, as you know, Tony, Black male culture, and I know people want to say, you know, hate the word toxic, but we literally have been created. It's like being toxic is kind of like a badge of honor within our subculture.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unfortunate because that's really what it boils down to. You have Lori Harvey, beautiful sister in her 20s, rich. You know what I'm saying? She out here living her life.
As she should.
As she should.
She out here living her life. But on the flip side, this is why I go back to, you know, being in a society, racism and sexism in the same way, because it's about someone having power and authority and them imposing the rules and regulations and way to be on the other side. So us as men and women are both sexual beings. We're human beings. Outside of everything else, we're an organism, and we're human beings and we're sexual. But the difference is men, patriarchy in most places have the power. So we want to be able to do what we want to do, and we want to be able to subscribe to our desires with reckless abandon and with free will. But then on the other side, it's like, no, but we don't want you to feel, we don't even want you to feel good about your sexuality. We don't want you to feel good about sexual prowess unless within the confines of this specific thing.
Yes.
Like you have to be.
You're serving a need.
You're serving a need. So that's something that we as men have to come to grips with on our own, but then as a collective. We have to start having those conversations and then pass that down to the younger generation.
That's what we have to teach our sons.
I think that, you know, when you're talking about, Tony, you're talking about dating all these women, to me it's like you're eating, you know, fast food. It's kind of a bad example because I'm like equating women with trash, but I'm just go with the example. But like if you're
homelessness, you're already equating them to homelessness.
You know what I mean? No. So you're like eating and then you're throwing whatever you don't want, you're discarding it out the window, but then you're mad that your whole street is littered with trash. It's like, but you are the one that did that. And I don't think that men make that connection that women are not commodities. They're actual people. They are someone's daughter. We joke about, someone's son, but they're actually someone's daughter. They're somebody's, in some cases, mother. And when they just see them.
That's the only time I've known dudes to do that. When they had a daughter. I had homies who was out there wild. As soon as they had a daughter, it all changed.
Because it's like this chick, she's just some chick at the club. But then, like you said, the minute the man gets in a position where he wants to settle down, suddenly she's not good anymore because that's the different purpose. And then the irony is that same girl 10 years earlier would have gotten rejected because she didn't serve the purpose. Because at that time, I wanted you bent over, rear in the air. But in this season of my life, I need you to be prudish and chaste and all these things and don't even see anyone else. And I want you to be buttoned up to here because I don't want anyone to see you. It's like they don't realize it's the same person. It's that same person. And unfortunately, a lot of those guys have to get to a certain age, which is why a lot of women date older because now the guy's like,
what age is that?
Got it out of his system.
97.
Pretty much. Right before Depends. Right before the diapers kick in.
I know, like, with what you mentioned, my dad used to cut them until they had me.
Your microphone is, you sound really far from your mic.
Can you hear me now?
The nails.
You can hear me now?
No, we can't hear you now.
We can hear you now.
You're clearly
no.
So
You need to turn up your microphone. You sound like a little baby.
my dad used to cut up before I was born.
What is she? What can she do
Her
technically?
dad used to cut up before she was born.
Oh, thank you.
Right. And then after I was born, then it was like, okay, there's going to be a man that's going to do all the things that I did to women, to her mother, to her.
I'm sorry, Monica. Is your phone in a phone case? Because maybe the microphone's being covered.
Yeah, your phone, something happened.
If you identify where the microphone is, just make sure it's.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yeah,
way
that's
better.
So, what was the last thing, guys?
Your daddy
Start
cut
from
up.
the beginning.
Huh?
Start from the beginning.
Yeah, all the audio was terrible.
When Daddy was wild.
So my dad was cut up until he had me. Then it was like, okay, wait, everything that I did to all these women and to her mother, somebody's gonna do to her.
Right.
And it was kind of like a light bulb, I guess, kind of like went off.
Yep.
And it was like night and day.
Yep.
But yeah, I still went through some stuff.
When I had my,
He was powerless to protect me.
of course he was.
But then you have a brother like me that wasn't like that, but y'all don't choose me because I was short. So that's gonna be another show we can talk about. We're gonna talk about
project much.
Because I think that the root of some men's issues are the women that you choose to want in your life. You all are very
Woo! Jen, you don't even know you're preaching right now. You don't even know you say the prophetic word.
Did you really try to go there about the short thing?
Man, hey, bro, 6 feet tall, Tony.
Jen, those guys, they don't want the good girl. They want the 10.
like the Yancees in their lives, or I'll use myself.
Oh, the Yancee's not good enough. No, they need like a supermodel.
I don't know what's going on here.
You know what y'all do.
Man, don't let them do that.
Y'all want to jump down my throat about a weirdo in a 2-hour conversation on Match.com. But I can't tell you about the women that you choose to want in your life.
Come on. You can tell us.
Y'all jumped on me for a weirdo in my inbox.
Y'all that journey's about to come out.
No.
How tall are you, Jermaine?
Okay.
Now.
Here's the thing. You're right. I'm 6'2" now, but I was 5'4" for the longest. I was 5'4" in high school. And so they're like, "Oh, you cute. You my little, you my little brother.
Give yourself,
Jermaine, hold on. It wasn't that the women were rejecting you, friend. They didn't see you.
Damn. That's jacked up.
You need to see this guy.
Jermaine, there are short women in the world too. You weren't looking at them. There were short women in the world too. You weren't looking at them.
You don't want the ones that want you.
You do not know that I love me a short woman.
But what I'm saying,
she has to be a supermodel short woman though.
And Jermaine was taller than me.
Yeah, because you overlooked your husband. He told you after 2 hours.
I don't have to send him again. Then if you guys. Match.com profile.
I told you, you gotta be patient with these brothers. You gotta teach them. Look, baby, don't ever say that to nobody. You might scare off somebody.
I've been patient.
But then somebody else might be wanting him to say that.
But Jen, what he's saying is, you can put him back on the shelf, but send him with the message. So you don't want to do this, and then send him on his way.
Give him some game.
But I'm with her. I'm with her because.
Did you cut him off completely? What happened? What's the rest of the story?
Let's unpack this.
I told him he made me feel uncomfortable.
Oh, so you did give him game.
Wait, but y'all was talking for 2 hours, so and then he said it. So what was the conversation like for the 2 hours before you were like,
so
made me feel uncomfortable?
And then so in the midst of the conversation, I asked him, he mentioned something about a wife and a son. It gets worse. They're dead.
I thought that was good.
There's more to the story.
They're dead.
They're dead?
They died.
Who died? The guy?
The wife and the son died in a car crash.
Oh, wow. Oh, I was thinking something totally different. Okay.
I was too.
And
that's traumatic.
Well, at least he didn't kill him.
Oh,
how do I know that?
That we know of.
Wait a minute. Back up. I'm missing something in my opening credits. So you and this guy met on a dating app, you said, because that's what you said. I'm done with dating apps. After 2 hours, he says, "I want to marry you."
I want you to be my woman.
No, he wanted her to be his.
I'm sorry. I want you to be my woman.
Not wife, woman.
Woman.
I want you to be my woman.
But has told me about his wife and son's traumatic death.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
Yeah. Did you ask him?
5 years. It was the anniversary of the death. I don't know.
He was going through something.
Yeah. But it made me uncomfortable.
So when you told him you were uncomfortable, then how did it? So I'm sorry. So when you told him you were uncomfortable, how did it proceed after that?
Don't be uncomfortable, sunshine. I'll show you.
Oh, he came back good. That's a good rebound. Because
I would have dead wife and a son.
I'm sensitive, so that would hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry, and I apologize.
I'm giving you my heart.
Then what happened?
I felt bad for him. I did. I even prayed
in
for
terms
him.
of, did you guys remain friends? Did you send him on his way?
No, he's blocked. I don't.
Wait.
So
then I deleted Match.com, and I don't ever want to be.
Did you send him on his way? Are y'all still in communication? Like what?
You didn't hear me say I blocked him?
Oh no.
Her block ministry strong, she said.
So Jen, think about this though. There are men who women come to and get approached all the time. So I could have 100 women coming at me. They'll do anything for me. But then I see you. Oh, you the one. See, my verbiage is totally different because I'm used to people coming at me a certain way and wanting me because of maybe the thing that I have.
As am I. So just like you're used to women coming at you, I'm women saying you're
you
with your chest, Jim.
Like you about to chew his head off.
Right. So am I. Same thing. And I'm saying, just
Jen's
because
like,
you're saying I'm the one does not mean to me
that you're the one.
That you're the one.
Oh,
you're the point one.
It's like y'all not hearing what I'm saying. Y'all not feeling the vibe that I felt. You know what I'm saying? Jen, stand up. Jen, I'm with you. I'm standing with you.
That was a one-way vibe.
I'm with you too now, saying I got 1,000 women coming at me. Good. Excellent. You're not bad on the eye. I understand why. But that does not mean that I should be jumping and moving when you say I'm the one. Prove it.
Oh.
And if I don't have that feeling, then it might not be from God.
No, but it's one thing not to have a feeling. It's another thing. You said that you were uncomfortable.
I was, and I never felt comfort after that. I didn't feel bad for blocking them. I feel bad for blocking people all the time.
Yo,
no conviction.
Not that bad.
Come back to me. I don't even remember that man's name.
We gonna call Jim Matumbo.
But no dating apps completely because of that one guy and all the billions of the world.
That's true. That's a good point, Yancy.
I could have been catfished. He could have killed his wife and his son.
But why do you go to that extreme? That's kind of what Jermaine was saying.
You go.
Why'd you create a Lifetime movie out of it?
I just feel like dating apps aren't for me. How about that?
Here's a question.
Everybody has their cup of tea, and that's not mine.
I have a question for the men.
Yeah, we gonna love on Jen for the rest of the night.
Go.
It is loved on quite fine. I don't need love.
I have a question for the men.
Tony, what's your question? Tony, what's your question?
Question for all the men.
Y'all done attacked me for the last hour and a half. That's not love. I feel uncomfortable.
So you're on a dating app, right?
We love that jersey right there.
As men, you guys are on a dating app.
But I feel uncomfortable.
We don't want you to feel uncomfortable.
All right, so
She gonna block all of us.
This is a safe space.
Don't block Chasing Yancy.
Safe space. Don't block my subscription.
Y'all are good people. Go ahead.
So
I'm listening.
You guys, for the guys, you guys are on a dating app, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Shorty goes,
Theoretically,
Shorty goes, I haven't talked to her, just texting back and forth on a dating app. And she goes, I'm looking for a husband.
No, not I'm looking for one. You the husband.
I don't think you're trying to pair. This is a different question, Jen. We're turning to pay.
No, you're the one.
Right. No. She goes,
I want you to be my man.
No, better yet. Jen.
I've had that.
Better yet. God said you're my husband.
I've had that.
Are you married to her?
Exactly.
No.
So how you know she wasn't the one?
Oh!
I gave her a shot.
Oh, you gave her a shot?
I gave her a shot. Yeah.
She needed a
Back
shot.
shot? Good shot? What shot?
Yeah, we dated for a little bit.
He said, but you said he said a little bit.
What if you weren't attracted to her and she said that you were the one? Would you still date her?
Did you go get popcorn?
I don't.
Oh, girl, she do this, girl. This is what she do, girl. She gonna grab some popcorn and a Mountain Dew.
Wait, look at Tony! Look at Tony!
That's that pop secret.
So to answer your question,
Meanwhile, I have yet to drink this.
Get your keto on.
In case my trainer sees this, I'm not eating popcorn. I am eating raw almonds, no salt. So he can back. Well, I am drinking alcohol. I'm not supposed to be drinking that.
Good job, Nancy.
I forgot how.
So you gave her a chance, and what happened? She wasn't the one, was she?
No, she wasn't.
Oh.
Did you hear the disappointment? Did you hear the disappointment in his voice when he said it?
Yes.
No, too bad.
Uh-huh.
I didn't have the feeling
So
that.
I got to follow. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't get the feeling that Mr. Sunshine was the one either.
Mm.
So Tony.
Yeah,
Not with a dead wife and a child.
I was just gonna say the dead wife and child.
Guys, we're going on 6 hours. And it's 1:44 for me. I got about.
Me too.
You guys have put me to.
Yeah. I didn't know it was that long.
We've been on since.
I'm about to take a Tylenol PM. Y'all got me wound up.
And I got a 4 a.m. call.
I literally can't keep my eyes open right now.
Jen already fell asleep on the show.
Right.
No, I was texting.
Oh, I thought she was asleep.
Remember we used to have it all the time. Somebody they disappear. We see they ceiling fan.
We would see the ceiling fan. I was just saying, always see the ceiling fan.
I wasn't asleep.
Okay, I thought. Yeah, I have a 4 o'clock call time, so I'm just like, woo. But I gotta get my watch hours up for YouTube. So I'm like, hey, y'all want to go?
Right now, Yonsi, will you cut this up, or is it gonna be one long stream?
Oh no, this is live. It's just gonna go as is.
Right.
I'm up.
And for
you make chapter markers so people can go to the thing.
I don't have the patience to go back and listen to all of it.
Hey,
Yancy, you know.
All right, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
Hi, Tony.
Night.
My man. Yancy, real quick. When you talk about us liking the videos, it's like one person. I always wonder who this one. It could be something about how God just saved me from a whale or whatever. He's the awesome and the best, and then it'll be like one dislike.
Yes.
Can you see who that dislike is?
I wish I could. Somebody
is there a dislike on there?
This. Like, what's going on in your world? If you don't like it, then don't look at it.
That's somebody she told that wasn't her husband. That wasn't their wife.
She blocked us.
So somebody on the last.
Oh, you out here curving dudes, and so now they just like
I'm gonna crush your dreams.
So there was I think I had like one dislike before. I think I've only had like one. So now I have 2. But somebody wrote a comment and I get a notification on my phone. And I got a comment like a couple days ago and it just says trash. I don't know what's trash, but just trash. I'm like, the whole thing, the topic, the picture, the thumbnail, me, I don't know.
Your feedback.
Somebody that don't like YouTube.
Listen,
but the topic, you're right. It could be my life was spared and I won $1 million. So we're like,
right.
At the end of the day, like you'll never satisfy everyone.
Nope.
And as long as you're coming from a genuine place and you feel good about what you're doing, I don't really care about what people think.
Exactly.
I just don't.
That's right.
You know what's funny too? Because I talk a lot about faith, just because I feel like people who have faith should be allowed to talk about it just like anything else. It shouldn't be a taboo thing. It's not like we're talking about pedophilia. Like if that's what I want to talk about, I can talk about it. And on YouTube, they'll let you see your engagement. So you can see, like, for example, 30 people are watching at this point, and then you'll see, like, a drop. And so one time I was curious just to see, like, what was I talking about when this dramatic drop came up? Oh, I said God. I mentioned God. I said, and then this Bible verse says, it said, whoa. I was like, okay, people, they ain't not trying to hear scripture. And it was a quick reference. It wasn't like I was going to go into, like, theological breakdown. It was just like,
right.
Even the Bible says out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. It was something simple like that, just in passing. I referenced it like I referenced another quote. And it was like, whoa.
You have a lot of...
I think... I think I try to be more sensitive now because I want to reach the masses. And right when you mention your relationship, and not that I'm ashamed at any point, but I just try to be sensitive to it because you want people to get you, but some people are just so immature.
Or they've had bad experiences with Christians.
Oh, here we go. Hey, you one of those, Bible beaters.
Thumpers.
And then I get the message saying, I wish you would cater to Christian daters. I got that message too. So it's like Shabbat said, you're never going to please everyone. Because I used to be very vague, and I went so far as to talk about the universe and manifestation. And I did a video called A Confession. I'm going to confess. And I said, no more. I'm not going to be vague and talk about the universe. I'm not going to talk about manifestation. What I do,
Jesus,
I talk to the creator of the universe, and I pray.
Hello.
And I was like, if that offends you, you're going to take that up with God. But I would be fraudulent to say that me just focusing on my breathing is what's making my life amazing. For me, spending time with the creator of the universe is what's making my life amazing. And I don't want someone else to be sitting there focusing on their breathing and hoping that they're going to have a better life. Like, that's not what the recipe calls for. So, no, but I totally get it. And it's one of those things where I take peace in knowing, because it's kind of like a little epiphany came, where I was on that thing of like practicality. Okay, I am in a secular arena. There is no denomination. This isn't like, YouTube is not a faith-based thing. It's just neutral. So yes, there are people on social media who don't have the faith, but then I thought about it from a believer's perspective, is that if I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing because I was called, then that means that he already paved the road and he already picked the people. So if somebody walks away from the stadium, they were never intended to watch the game. And that's the piece that I got, where it was like, I came to do this performance, so to speak, if I'm in a theater. And anybody who left the theater before it even started or halfway through, they were never intended to see the final scene anyway. So I'm going to give the best performance I can for all the people who are seated with their popcorn.
That's right.
Hunty.
People have a problem with Jesus. That reminded me of this prayer that I read earlier tonight.
What's that?
There's this amazing book that I have called Audacious Prayers for World Changers. The sister is awesome. It was called a prayer, Day 16, a prayer for powerful eloquence and persuasion and speech. And this part right here, Young Slitter, bless you, and everybody. Let's see. So he's talking about Paul. I don't want to read the whole prayer. Paul was noted for having this gift. Every time he opened his mouth, many were added to the faith. He also had a gift for debate and argument that he learned to use and curb at will. You'll want to exercise this discretion as well. So the prayer starts, Father, I believe that out in the world are sets of ears specifically tuned to the exact frequency of my voice. So help embrace any opportunity to speak to groups both big and small so that I find myself whispering into the ears of my ideal audience, the ones you've created me to provide solutions for. Clear the heads of the audience members so they have space to receive what it is I'm sharing with them and stirring within them. Help me conquer any fear I might have about looking or sounding foolish and replace it with the confidence of knowing I'm able to move the masses with my voice. Let the sound of my voice resonate so deeply with those who hear it. Let it be like a flood that awakens the dormant ears and creates an unforgettable, uncomfortable friction that forbids people to stay where they've been for way too long. Let me be able to reverse decisions that you're against. Let me change minds and outcomes that you want redirected. Still yet, I don't want to revert to performing in my own brilliance. Instead, let me reflect you. Let them hear you when I speak. Give me the perfect words for the thoughts I'm trying to communicate. Help me paint pictures in the minds of the listening audience. Help me put phrases together in a way that heals wounds and inspires people to action. Even if I'm normally not so exciting, make my presentations inspirational, motivational, informative, and entertaining. Train me to open and close effectively, purposely, powerfully, and memorably. Don't let my words fall on deaf ears, Father. Let people hear what I'm saying. Let my sage advice fall on fertile soil. Help my speeches gain in momentum and effectiveness as each minute passes. Help me change things up on the spot depending on who I'm speaking to. I don't want to be afraid to veer off the script if I sense the audience needs something other than what I prepared. Better yet, Let me get to a point where I don't even need a script because I will begin to allow you to give me the exact words in the exact moment. Let me use examples and tell stories that make people feel like I'm talking directly to them, speaking directly into their lives, but stop me from chasing rabbits that won't bear fruit. Don't let me talk to hear myself talk. Don't let me mindlessly talk about myself without a point to make. Let me know when I've gotten the audience in the palm of my hand so that at that exact moment, I can impart exactly what it is you sent me there for. And I can know that it will be received. Days, months, years after I've left the room, let your essence stick on the walls. Let my words ring true in the ears of those who heard me speak. For as long as need be, let whatever gift I've shared, whatever proverb I've told, whatever instructions I've given, continue to bear fruit in the lives of the people who were there to hear it. Make me effective. Humbly for this supernatural power in your great name. Amen. I pray that over your ministry, Yancy, over your
That's
channel.
awesome. That was a very powerful, powerful prayer.
That is great. What's the name of that book?
Yeah.
It's called Audacious Prayers for World Changers by, and the sister was running for president at some point.
I'm going to write it in the comments.
Live and Pray Out Loud by Jade Simmons.
Oh, there we go. Audacious Prayers. And her name was what?
Jade Simmons.
Jade Simmons. Oh, Jade Simmons.
Yeah, it's a powerful book.
All right, I just put in the comments.
Yeah, it's just been blessing me.
I cannot believe I did not ask you guys that earlier when I put in the chat. Wow, that was really, really not smart of me.
Ask us what?
Oh, in the chat. So, yeah, that was really, really dumb. Jermaine knows because I be talking about my analytics and stuff like that. So that would have been an easy million hours right there, but that's all good. It's all good. I'm like, oh my God.
So I know everybody else probably know Yancy, but where you at? What's up with the group? What's up? What's been going on? So you left in July, August now?
With my career, you mean? What's happening with my career?
Yeah, you're social media strategist. I mean, not strategist, but you're the content creator now.
So I left the end of June and gave myself a year to be able to get to the point where I could live off of what I'm doing. So I'm now 7 months in. So it's been, it's just a grind. You just go. And then at some point things just kind of like switch. So it's a slow and steady grind, but it's awesome. I don't regret leaving at all. Like, it was the right thing and it was the right time because I had people telling me forever I should be doing this, but the timing wasn't right. And so all the stars aligned and I'm 7 months later just still pinching myself. I hung out yesterday, Saturday. It was the first time I took a day off since June, since when I left. Yeah, I wanted to hyperventilate. I was freaking out and I was trying to explain it to my cousins, but I knew they were taking it like I didn't want to hang out with them. And I was just, it's like a mother who never left their baby before. It's like, it's not that you don't want to spend time with the people, but for me, I have a steady load and I likened it to someone being in a production in a factory. There's an assembly line with widgets and you're responsible for the widgets. Just because I walked away does not mean that the widgets did. I just have more widgets.
Have to still go out.
Exactly. So for me, it's like I recorded 5 videos before I left, and while I was there, I was trying to shoot pictures because I have to constantly feed this animal. Like, it's not like something else where you work on something and then you take a break. You constantly are creating. So between Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, my email list, there's just always so much, but I'm not complaining. I absolutely love it. And every single day I wake up, I'm like, I can't believe this is my life. So
I remember seeing the video. I remember seeing a video that Terry Simmons put out where he was talking about being an entrepreneur and how, you know which video I'm talking about, Yancy, where he was talking about being an entrepreneur and how, holidays and all these other things. And like your people don't understand, what it is because they think one thing. You're an entrepreneur and you can take
you have free time.
Yeah.
And I told Terry, even with Terry, so Terry and I have this ongoing joke where I'll be like, well, have your people call my people. And, it was like this little passive aggressive thing about him being hard to get a hold of or whatever. And I told him, after I had become an entrepreneur, I said, wow, I didn't understand when you think that just because you have flexibility, the person is going to act on it. But the thing is that if I acted on every time someone else wanted to take advantage of my flexibility, I wouldn't get anywhere, because I could be on the phone, and because I'm working from home, there's the illusion that I could sit on the phone with Monica. I'm just using her as an example, but I could sit on the phone and have a girl chat for 3 hours. That was 3 hours that I was not productive. That's 3 hours I was not doing something that's leading up to my bills getting paid. So that's what people don't understand. If you are off the clock, you're not supposed to be working. But when you're working for yourself, you're on the clock.
24 hours.
Right.
I
You're
remember
still.
that one time, I think I called you, Yancy, one time. You didn't like hit me back till I felt like.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, girl, I was busy. I was working. Girl, I'm asleep.
And it was like a live, it was like a show and tell. So if I didn't answer the video chat, I'd have missed the whole presentation. She's like, you missed it. But yeah, I have my notifications off, everything. I have to focus. And it's, when I tell you it is such a struggle, the old me never thought I could ever be an entrepreneur, because at the time, my threshold for self-discipline was so low. Like, I don't even know if it was at a 1. It was so low. And I knew that if ever I wanted to do something, there was no outside influence. No one is telling me to get up. Nobody is telling me whatever. And so for me, these last 6 years have been a preparation for getting my mental discipline together. So for me, it's like there's such a sense of self-satisfaction. The fact that I can set my alarm at 4 o'clock, no one's making me get up. Nobody. But I'm choosing to get up no matter what day of the week it is. I'm getting up. I'm going to the gym. I'm working out. I'm eating healthy. I'm doing my work. And it's just this feeling of what do you call it? Like, not satisfaction, but it's this feeling of accomplishment. It's like this feeling of accomplishment, because it's like, I'm going after what I want, and there's nobody I can blame for it. And therefore, if I do achieve it, taking God out of it, because obviously we know everything's in his control. But my thing is, whatever he has left up to me, I want to be a good steward with it. So if he gave me a body, I want to be a good steward of the body he gave me. I don't want to use the excuse, well, I'm still cute and I can pull a man with my little thick self. No, I want to be in the best shape I can be in. I want to be as healthy as I can be. I want to be the best mom that I can be. I want to be the best YouTuber I can be. And it feels so good, because so much of my life was dictated by my feelings. If I feel this way, then I'm going to do this. And instead, I've learned to change my mindset to, instead of focusing and dwelling on my feelings, I focus on my goals. So when I start to focus on my goals, my feelings become inconsequential. I want to have a 6-pack. So me laying in this bed, it's not going to get me there. But if I think about how the bed feels, I'm not going to get up. But if I think about what I want, it's not. I might want to sit there and eat the Cheetos, but instead I'm eating almonds, because I'm thinking about the end goal. I'm thinking about how fun it is to be able to wear cute clothes again when I do my YouTube live stream, instead of trying to find the blousiest thing that hides everything I don't like. So it's just been a game changer. And for me, it's exciting that that's what I'm teaching other people, teaching them how to maximize their power, because so many of us are used to the victim mentality in every aspect of our life. We give everyone else my genes are this way, my genetics, or I don't have time, or we make so many excuses, and we're just like pissing on the power that God gave us to make our own decisions.
Well, I want to acknowledge you, man. Inside of leaving, we're all proud of you to see where we all came from back in the day. You doing your thing. I'm truly chasing Yanti now. I'm like, where's she at? Where's she at? I'm like, she is. And then I saw the anniversary post. You were like, yeah, I'm almost to my goal, guys. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe it's 7 months, and now. So big up.
1,000 subscribers sounded so unrealistic, and I'm at 6 something now, I think. And the watch hours, that's a faith thing. So the watch hours are that's why I was joking with you guys, like, how did I not ask you to turn on your YouTube? But it's how many hours are being watched by people. Oh. Because YouTube, you can't become an official YouTuber. You can't monetize it, I'm just literal. But they want to see that your content is desirable, because obviously these platforms are trying to make money. So if you're not able to produce content that is interesting, they don't get anything out of it. So they've made a threshold to where you can't get paid for any of your content until you reach a certain threshold. So anyone watching, if you guys, the more you watch and participate, it actually does help me. You don't have to spend a dime, but your time is valuable. And then I can start to live, you know, actually live off of the content I spent hours and hours producing. But thank you.
You're welcome. I'm about to jump off. This is amazing. If you ever need me again, or if you ever decide to have us on.
Thank you. I'll definitely invite you guys back because I think this was a good crowd, and
yeah, it was fun.
We didn't even scratch the syllabus, so the surface. So, well, thank you. Shabazz and I are the only ones who are
he is sleeping. He watching the inside of his eyelids.
He's like the people at church who every now and then says,
Right.
"Oh, hallelujah!" Like, man, you were sleeping the whole time. You weren't praying.
What y'all didn't peep was I was doing the nod every now and then. Like, I
saw you.
Yes, you were, and it was actually very convincing.
Right.
So,
like,
before we go, though, I just want to say this, and I told Tony this in DM, but Shabazz, your lighting is amazing. Like, you look like a chocolate drop over there. Just whatever you're doing, because I'm channeling Casper the Friendly Ghost. My other camera, I use it for the welcome intro. This lighting ain't it. I'm like, woo.
You gotta get the ring light.
How close is your light to your face?
Clearly too close. But my other camera that you can pull through your phone, because I have a obviously high def camera in my phone. That camera, you'll see it when you watch the beginning of the video. My intro, that camera was like amazing. It has the same exact lights, but my computer that I'm using is years old, so the technology isn't as So we get this.
Gotta get on Shabazz level.
I'm telling you, clearly. But thank you guys so much. We are almost to the minute 6 hours. So.
Well, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
I'll be back whenever you need me.
Thank you. And next time I'll have you guys turn your YouTube on.
I know.
I know better for next
because
time.
if there were 12 of you times 6 hours, that's 72 watch hours. That is like unheard of. I'll average like 30 an episode. So 72 watch hours would have been, and that's just with you guys. So yeah, that was just dumb.
It says it's 10 people still on.
Yes, but that would have been 10 people plus the 12 watching. So I just shot myself in the foot for not asking. Yeah. But you guys are getting the behind the scenes combo right now. Anyway, well, you guys have a wonderful night. That Jim is going to be here in 5 hours. So
good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.